Hello.
Hello.
YouTube. Hello students, I think now it should be audible. My voice is clear to you. Please mention. We have Sham with us, Vinay Kumar we have. I want to see the YouTube on the screen. Bhai. I think there is still there is some issue with the audio. Please mention in the comments if you are still facing the issue. Yes, आ रही है. Okay, Vinay. Sham is getting. Okay, great. Voice is clear. Okay, great. Let us start the discussion. Now voice is clear. Okay. So mock test 2 discussion. We are live with the test 2 discussion. I want to ask students, how was the paper? Physics was easy or difficult? How you felt it? Were you able to do the questions? How many marks you got? Please mention in the comments. And we are starting with the physics section. First question. So first question was not that straightforward. Okay, so here you need to integrate to find the time. Escape velocity concept is required here, and then we can write as dr by dt, and from there we can integrate for time, how much time it will take. Just a second, I'm just coming back. Reload कर दो उसमें एक बार इसको YouTube को. Okay, so the first question, a body is projected vertically upward from the surface of the earth with a velocity sufficient enough to carry to infinity. Sufficient enough to carry to infinity means the velocity is equal to the escape velocity. Okay, so this is earth, you are projecting it from here with how much velocity? Root 2 gm by r. Now it is sufficient to carry it to the infinity. It means at any distance from the r, if you see the velocity will come out to be root 2 gm by r only, because that is escape velocity, isn't it? So escape at this point also, here also it will have the sufficient velocity to escape. So at any distance r from the center, okay, so let us take this distance r from the center. Here the velocity will be like this. How much? Root of 2 gm divided by r. Okay, at any distance r the velocity will be like this. Now this velocity we can write as dr by dt. What I need, the time taken by it to reach height h. Okay, height h means total distance will go from r to r plus h. So from here I can say that my root of 2 gm I am taking here into dt, okay, this is equals to root of r into dr integrated. Time goes from 0 to t. My distance from the center will go from, it is starting from the surface, r to r plus h. So it goes from r to r plus h like this. 10 negative हो गए sir PCM में. Vinay Kumar. How about the physics? Please mention about the physics section. Vinay, you got 90 out of 300. Okay, lot of scope to improve. Okay, so this distance goes from r to r plus h. Now from here this root 2 gm is constant. Integration of dt will become t. So this will become root of 2 gm into t, and this is equals to root of r dr. So r to the power is 1 by 2. So 1 by 2 plus divided by 1 plus 1 by 2, like that, you know, x to the power n dx integration. If I do this, this will become x to the power n plus 1 divided by n plus 1. The limits will be there. Okay. So similarly here r to the power 1 by 2. So this will become r to the power 1 by 2 plus 1, that is r to the power 3 by 2 divided by 1 plus 1 by 2. So that is 3 by 2. And now put the limits. It goes from r to r plus h like this. And then let us simplify this further. So root of 2gm into t, this will become r plus h to the power 3 by 2 minus r to the power 3 by 2, and this 2 by 3 by 2, okay, 2 will go in the numerator, so 2 by 3 will become here, like this. And then root of 2gm I will take on the other side. If you see here, the options are in terms of radius of earth and g, so that I need to convert. I know that gm divided by r square, this is equals to my small g. Okay, so that I will use. From here I can say that my t comes out to be 2 by 3, this is root of 2gm. From here I can take, what I can take common? Let us take r as common, okay, h by r will become, okay, r to the power 3 by 2 I am taking common. So r to the power 3 by 2, inside the brackets it will become 1 plus h by r to the power 3 by 2 and then minus 1. It will become like this. And then you can write this as 2 by 3, r to the power 3 by 2 you can take inside the root, so this will become r cube here by 2gm. Okay, this whole will be as it is. Now gm by r square you can write as small g, so this will become root of small g in the denominator, 1r will be there in the numerator, this 2 will be as it is, this 2 by 3 will come out here, and this inside bracket part will be like this. So I am getting 2 by 3, which option it is? Can I take 2 inside? Yes, I can take 2 inside. So this will become 2 in the numerator there. So 1 by 3 into 2 re by g into this whole, that is 1 plus h by re to the power 3 by 2 minus 1. Physics May 48 and 3 negative, Vinay is mentioning. Okay Vinay, now you see where the improvements are required. Now this question was certainly a bit, you can say, kind of lengthy. Okay, so these type of questions when you are solving for the first time, okay, when you are seeing the paper, so skip them as of now, because we know it's going to take some time. Attempt these questions at that. There are a lot of questions in this paper which are straightforward, which are one liner. Okay, those questions we will also discuss. So first try to attempt the one liner questions, okay, because they need the first attention. These type of questions which are a bit lengthy, don't do them for the first time, for the first time when you are going through the paper. Yeah, this was lengthy, yes. Next question. Water is moving with speed 5.18 meter per second through a pipe with a cross section area of this. The water gradually descends this much depth, okay. As the pipe area increases to this, the speed of the flow at the lower level is, okay, and my area is increasing. Okay, let us take it, descends like this. Here the area is bigger. Here area of cross section is A1, here area of cross section is A2, here velocity is V1, here velocity is V2. We know the depth, but that is not required here. From continuity, I can say continuity has to be maintained. The rate, at which the water is entering, with the same rate from here the water should leave. It means my A1 V1 should be equal to A2 V2. The mass of the water entering per second from this cross section has to be equal to mass of the water leaving per second through this cross section. So A1 V1 comes out to be A2 V2. This thing is not required here. This is not needed. This is an extra data that can be given in the question. Don't get confused by saying that. Okay, what to do with this 9.66? Now put the values. What is A1? A1 is 4.2. Put everything in same units. Both sides we will have the same units, so I am not converting that to meters square like that. What is V1? V1 is 5.18. What is A2? A2 is 7.60. What is V2? We need to find. So from there I got my V2 to be 4.2 into 5.18 divided by 7.60. You can help me with the calculations. Sir, beginners can refer to one-shot videos. Yes, if you are a beginner in any of the topic and you want to learn that topic from the basics, so go to the one-shots, okay. So there we have everything and detail 4.2 into 5.18 divided by 7.6, and this comes out to be 2.86. That is option 4. Okay. Yes. Next question. In metallic bob of a simple pendulum has a relativistic density, that is my rho. The time period of this pendulum is given as t. Okay. If the metallic bob is immersed in water, then the new time period is given by. Now what is the time period? Time period is equals to 2 pi root of L by G. This is the formula for time period. Now when you immerse the bob in the water, my effective G will change. You know, initially on the bob the downward force was mg. Now on the bob there is downward force mg, but there is one upward force also, that is my buoyant force. Okay, so effectively the force in the downward direction will be different than mg, so I'll say that is my mg dash. From there I'll find g dash, put here, that will give me the new time period. So let us take my new time period t dash, that will be equal to 2 pi root of L by G dash. So basically I need my G dash. Now see, this is my bob. Okay, now one force in the downward direction, that is force due to gravity, that is mg. Another force is my buoyant force. So effectively if I say that there is one force only in the downward direction, and that is mg dash. Okay, from there I'll get my, now this is the system, this becomes my effective system. So my mg dash is equal to mg minus the F buoyant. Okay, so how much is the force due to buoyancy? Force due to buoyancy is minus is there. Okay, force due to buoyancy is volume V into the density of the liquid rho into G. Now m you can write as V into the density of this bob. Okay, here rho is given as the relative density. Yeah, the rho is given as relative density, so let me write this as rho liquid. So m I can write as mass is equals to volume into the density of the bob, rho bob. So V into rho bob into G dash is equals to m into rho bob, sorry, m is V into rho bob, again V into rho bob into G minus V rho liquid into G. Now rho is getting cancelled, sorry, not rho, V is getting cancelled, and what is given to us? The metallic bob of the simple pendulum is having relative density rho. Relative density, my liquid is water only, so this is density, relative density means the density of the bob divided by the density of the liquid. Liquid is water here, so rho bob by rho liquid. Rho bob by rho liquid is given to us as rho. Okay, so if I write this equation here again, so what it will become? Rho G dash is equals to, here also it will become rho into G, minus sign is there, minus my G. What I need? I need G dash. So my G dash comes out to be G minus G by rho. Or if I take G common here, rho minus 1 divided by rho. So this is my G dash. Now I'll insert the G dash here. Okay, now insert the G dash there. So this will become T dash is equals to 2 pi root of L divided by G dash is here G into rho minus 1 by rho. Now 2 pi root L by G is my T. This part, let me highlight. So this part is my T. So from here I can say my T dash comes out to be T into root of rho divided by rho minus 1. T into root of rho divided by rho minus 1. That is fourth option. It was not lengthy, Okay, I took multiple steps to explain the things. Okay, otherwise, writing the things, you could have wrote the equations in a very simplified manner. Next, okay, Shreyas, next question is this. In the given AC circuit, the power factor of the circuit is this. What is the value of X? How we write the power factor? We need to find phi, okay, and then we can say cos phi is our power factor. How we can find phi? Phi we can find from the my impedance triangle. Okay, what is impedance triangle? In impedance triangle, this side is my XC minus XL, this side is my R, this side is my Z, this is my phi, okay, and from here I need to find cos phi. This is my power factor. But here we are having a parallel circuit like this. So I need to draw the impedance triangle for this circuit now. Means I need what is the impedance for this circuit, basically this I need. Now this is a parallel circuit, isn't it? Let us take this is having impedance Z1, this is having impedance Z2. Z1 and Z2 are in parallel. Now let us denote Z1 and Z2 in terms of my complex numbers. Why complex number? Because simplifying things will become easy. Okay, so this is my, you can say, x-axis, this is my y-axis. Anything along x-axis is my real part, anything along y-axis is my imaginary part. Now for this, first of all I need to find XL first. So let us find XL here. What is XL? XL is omega L. How much is omega? 200. So 200 into L is 0.25. So this becomes 25 into 2 is 50 ohm. So this is 50 ohm. So when I write my Z1, real is 100, so 100. Now this is XL. XL is towards the negative y direction, so minus 50 iota. I should write iota, okay. So I can say 50 I like this. Similarly, write Z2. First of all, you find XC there. So XC is my 1 by omega C. What is omega? Omega is 200, so 1 by 200. How much is C? C is 50 microfarad. 50 micro means 10 to the power minus 6. So plus 6 will go in the numerator. This 10 to the power 3 will get cancelled. Okay, so this 10 to the power 3 will remain. 5 into 2 is 10. So this is 100 ohm. Okay, now Z2 I'll write. This is my real part. So 100. My imaginary part is along positive y-axis. Okay, so plus 100 iota. Okay, now Z1 and Z2 are in parallel. How to find the equivalent resistance when two resistors are in parallel? 1 by R equivalent is equal to 1 by R1 plus 1 by R2. Okay, so I will say R equivalent is equal to R1 R2 divided by R1 plus R2. Therefore I can say my Z equivalent is equal to Z1 Z2 divided by Z1 plus Z2. So here if I say my Z equivalent, that will be Z1 Z2 divided by Z1 plus Z2. What is Z1? 100 minus 50 iota. What is Z2? Z2 is 100 plus 100 iota divided by Z1 plus Z2. If you add these, so this will become 200 plus 50 iota, like this. From all the three terms, or what I can do. So let us take first 50 common from the denominator. So 50, here 4. Here I can take 50 common. So this will become 2. This will become 2. From here I can take 50 common, so this will become 50 outside. Okay, how much it is? 2 minus iota. Okay, here 2 plus 2 iota divided by how much it is? 4 plus iota. This question is lengthy question. Okay, and this happens in mains. This thing happens in main. Most of the questions will be straightforward, few questions will be lengthy, and those lengthy questions either you have to skip or attempt them at the end. don't attempt them when you are doing the paper, in the first go, otherwise you will be demotivated. So this question try to attempt at the end. So now do the calculation. So this will become 50 into, let us multiply. So this will become 4 plus 4 iota, 4 plus 4 iota minus 2 iota, and iota minus 1, and this again minus 1, so plus 2 divided by 4 plus iota. So how much it is? 50, and this is 4 plus 2, 6, and plus 2 iota. So 6 plus 2 iota divided by, this is 4 plus iota, 4 plus iota. Okay, now multiply and divide with 4 minus iota, because I need to simplify this further and then write it. Okay, so from here I am writing this here. So this will become what? 50 into, if you multiply this will become 6 into 4, 24, minus 6 iota, plus 8 iota, and then minus minus, then plus, so plus 2, like this, divided by 4 square minus of iota square, so that is 4 plus 1, 5, so 5. So 5, anyways this will become 10 here, and this comes out to be 10 into 24 plus 2 is 26, so 26, and how much, plus 2 iota. So this becomes my Z, 10 into 26 plus 2 iota. Now this part is 26, this part is 2, this angle is my phi. Now if I ask you how much is 10 phi, so 10 phi from here comes out to be 1 by 13, but I need power factor, that is my cos phi. So cos phi will be equal to 13 divided by root of 13 square, that is 169, plus 1 square, that is 1, so that is 13 divided by root of 170. 13 divided by root of 170, so x comes out to be 1.7. ये क्वेश्चन नहीं किए? Yes. You have to avoid these type of questions in the exam. We gave this question so that you identify this question and don't solve this question. Do other questions. If you try to solve this question, you will miss 4 or 5 easy questions, and that will be very, very bad for your score. 4 or 5 easy questions missing is not worth for this one question. Next question. A concave mirror produces an image of an object such that distance between object and image is 20 centimeter. If the magnification of image is -3, then the magnitude of radius of curvature of the mirror is. So the mirror is like this. Produces an image of objects at the distance between object and image is 20 centimeter. Magnification is -3. Magnification -3. So how we write magnification in mirror? Minus V by U. So that is given as -3. So my V by U is basically equals to 3. So the distance of the image is 3 times the distance of the object, and the image is inverted because the magnification is minus. So here the image is there, here the object is there, and if I take this distance as my x, so this distance is my 3x. Okay, so this distance is my u, and this distance is my 3 times of u. Now this separation is equal to 2u then. So how much is 2u? 2u is given as 20, magnitude of 2u. Okay, so don't take 2 with sign, u with sign. So magnitude of 2u is basically equals to 20. So I got my u is equals to 10. Now using u is equals to 10, use the mirror formula and find the focal length. 1 by v minus 1 by u, plus 1 by u is equals to 1 by f. What is v? V is, we are measuring distance in this side, okay? So minus of 30. What is u? Minus of 10. And this is equals to my 1 by f. So how much it is? 31 plus 3. Okay, this is equals to 1 by f. So f comes out to be minus of 30 divided by 4, which is minus of 15 by 2 centimeter. This is my focal length. Radius of curvature is twice the focal length. I'm just writing the magnitude. We need just the magnitude. So 2 into 15, okay, 2 into 15 by 2, that comes out to be 15 centimeter. 15 centimeter, that is option 4. Yes, Vinay. Okay, is this clear? Great. Next question we are discussing now. A steel and brass wire, each of length 50 centimeter and same cross section area, hang from a ceiling and are 15 centimeter apart. So two wires we are having. One wire is steel wire. Okay, this is my steel wire. Let us write this as S here. Another is made of brass. They are each of length 50 centimeter. Length is same, that is 50 centimeter, and they are hanging from each other at a distance of 15 centimeter, like this. Lower end of the wires are attached to the horizontal bar. Okay, a suitable downward load is applied to the bar so that each of the wire extend in length by 0.1 centimeter. Okay, lower end of the wire are attached to a horizontal bar. Now we are having a horizontal bar like this. Next, a suitable downward load is applied to the bar so that each of the wire extend length of 0.1 centimeter, means the extension in both the wires is same. So delta L1, I am taking this as 1, this is 2. Delta L1 is equals to delta L2, that is given, and this is basically equals to 0.1 centimeter. At what distance from the steel wire the load must be applied? Young's model of the steel is this and that of the brass is this. So here the load is applied, and what we need, what distance from the steel wire? We need this distance. Let us take this distance as x. Okay, how much is the total distance? Total is 15. So this is 15 minus x. I am taking x in centimeter. Now, if this tension is T1, this tension is T2, so my extension is same in both the wires, length was same, it means strain is same. Okay, strain in wire 1, delta L1 by L1 is basically equals to delta L2 by L2. I know Young's modulus is equals to stress by strain, so tension divided by area of cross section divided by delta L by L, like this. So if I write my delta L by L, that is my tension divided by area of cross section into Young's modulus. This is how we write. So T1 divided by Y1 has to be equal to T2 by Y2. Area of cross section is same. Okay, that is mentioned. Same area of cross section. So I will say T1 by Y1 is basically equal to T2 by Y2. That thing is given to us. Now what is T1? T1 and T2 we need to relate. What is Y1 and Y2? This is my Y1 and this is my Y2. So T1 divided by, this is 2 into 10 to the power 12. This is T2 divided by 1 into 10 to the power 12. So 10 to the power 12 is getting cancelled. T1 is equals to 2T2. This is what we need. Now about this point I can apply the rotational equilibrium because this system is in equilibrium. Rotational equilibrium is also there. So about this point if I apply rotational equilibrium, so I will say T1 into x, okay, that is clockwise direction, is equals to anti-clockwise torque, that is my T2 into 15 minus x. T1 is given as twice of T2, so 2 T2 into x is equals to T2 into 15 minus x. My T2 is getting cancelled, 2x comes out to be 15 minus x, from here 3x comes out to be 15 and it gives us x is equals to 5 centimeter. X is equals to 5 centimeter. Explaining this question takes some time, but solving this question will not take that much time. So this question was doable, certainly not a one-liner. not a one-liner, but this was doable. Next question, the density of material in CGS system is given like this. In another system of unit of length is this, unit of mass is this, the value of the density of the material in this system will be. How we write the dimensions of density? So density is equals to mass by volume. The unit is kg, SI unit I am talking about, per meter cube. So the dimension is basically m L to the power minus 3. So in first system of unit, I'll say numerical value into the first system of unit is equals to numerical value into second system of unit into second system of unit. This is how we write. The quantity is the same. The quantity is the same. N1 U1 is equals to N2 U2. Now I'll say N1 into, in first system of unit my mass is I'm taking as M1, length I'm taking as L1 is equals to N2 into M2 L2 to the power minus 3, like this. Now what is N1? In first system of unit, the value is 4. What is the unit of mass there? 1 gram. What is the unit of length? 1 centimeter. So I can write this as 1 gram and this is my 1 centimeter to the power minus 3, like this. N2. In second system of unit, my unit of length is, unit of mass is 100 gram. So I'll say 100 gram into unit of length is 10 centimeter. So 10 centimeter to the power minus 3. Now anyways, this unit gram, centimeter, this gram, this centimeter are getting cancelled. Here we are getting this as 4 is equals to N2 into here this will become 100 divided by 10 to the power 3. So that is 1000. From there I got my N2 to be 40. Simple unit conversion question. Okay, let us move ahead. Next question, this is from EM waves. Let us read it out. A plane electromagnetic wave having frequency of 23.9 gigahertz propagates along positive z direction in free space. The peak value of electric field is this. Which among the following is acceptable magnetic field component in the electromagnetic wave? So first of all, let us relate with the magnitude or the amplitude of the magnetic field. How we relate that? E naught is equals to B naught into C. This is how we relate. This is the peak value of electric field, that is my E naught. So 60 is equals to B naught into C is 3 into 10 to the power 8. So my B naught comes out to be 20, or I'll say 2 into 10 to the power minus 7. 2 into 10 to the power minus 7. So this is incorrect, this is incorrect, oh this is correct, this is incorrect. Now in the two options I am having B naught as 2 into 10 to the power minus 7. Now further we have to see what I can check. Next is, let us check the direction because that is the easiest thing we can check. Propagates along positive z direction. Positive z direction means here there has to be a negative sign and this propagates along positive z direction. Okay, so this has to be z here. This is x, this is incorrect. Okay, so it propagates along positive z direction, we are getting second as the correct option. Next thing what we can check is, frequency is given as 23.9 gigahertz. This also we can check. We know that omega is equals to 2 pi f. So f is equals to omega by 2 pi. What is omega? The thing that is with time, this constant. So this is my omega. So put that. So 1.5. Okay, 1.5 into 10 to the power 11 divided by 2 pi. If that comes equal to that, then it is fine. I think it should come. So this will become 150 divided by 2 pi. How much it is? 150 divided by 2 pi. Let us do. Yeah, 23.88. Yes, this is correct. Okay, so this thing also we are able to check from here. Now let us move to question number 9. I hope this is clear to you. Question number 9. A particle is projected from ground with an initial speed of v at an angle theta with horizontal. the average velocity of the particle between these its point of projection and highest point of trajectory is. Okay, so we projected it like this, and that is at an angle theta. So it goes somewhat like this. At highest point it is moving horizontally. This is my maximum height, this is half of the range. I need average velocity. What is the formula for average velocity? Displacement divided by the time interval. I need the magnitude. Okay, so magnitude of displacement divided by the time interval. How much is the magnitude of displacement? So here this length is my magnitude of displacement. Okay, this is my displacement basically. How to write this? So that is my d is equals to root of h square plus r by 2 square. One more relation we know for the projectile motion, that tan theta is equals to 4h by r. So I can write my what is tan theta? What is theta? Okay, theta is in terms of theta only. So I can say that my r, or what should I write? My r is equals to, or let me write my h is equals to r tan theta divided by 4. So I can put here. Okay, my h is equals to r tan theta divided by 4. I can put h here. So d will come out in terms of r. From here r square I am taking out. So r will come out, and this will become tan theta by 4 whole square, tan theta by 4 whole square plus 1 by 4. By 4 also we can take common. So this will become r by 2 into root of tan square theta by 4 plus 1. So this becomes my distance, total displacement, sorry. That is the displacement. Now this displacement divided by time interval. How much is the time interval? The time it takes to reach the maximum height. So my time is equals to u sin theta by g. 2u sin theta by g is the time of light. So till half of that, okay. So that will become u sin theta divided by g. This is my time. Now write the average, okay. So v average is equals to my displacement is r by 2 into root of tan square theta by 4 plus 1 divided by time is u sin theta divided by g. Now this r is the range we can write as u square sin 2 theta by g, or I can write as u square 2 sin theta cos theta by g. Let us write that way. I am replacing this r as u square sin 2 theta I am writing as 2 sin theta cos theta by g. U square sin 2 theta by g. So u sin theta, this term, this u, this sin theta is getting cancelled. By g is getting cancelled. This 1 by 2, this 2 is getting cancelled. So we got u cos theta. So u cos theta into root of tan square theta by 4 plus 1. This is my v average. Can I simplify it further? Yes, I can take cos theta inside the roots. So tan square theta into cos square theta will become sin square theta, and so this will become, and 4 also we can take out, and if I take 4 out, so this will become by 2. So this will be u by 2 into root of sin square theta plus 4 cos square theta. Now 1 sin square theta plus cos square theta will be my 1. So this term will become a 1 plus 3 cos square theta. 1 plus 3 cos square theta into u by 2. So third option is there. Somebody was saying B, Shreyas, Vinay, it is option 3. Okay. Let us move ahead. Two charges Q1 and Q2 are placed 30 centimeter apart in the shown in the figure. A third charge Q3 is moved along the arc of radius 40 centimeter from C to D, the change in the potential energy of the system is. How the potential energy will change? Okay, how we write the potential energy of two charges K, Q1, Q2 by R. If R changes between the two charges, the potential energy will change. Okay, now see for which pair of the charges R changes. Only just take that change, otherwise all other things will remain the same. Now between Q1 and Q3 this distance is 40 and here also this distance will be 40. So between Q1 and Q3 potential energy is not changing. Okay, so for Q1, Q3 my potential energy remains same. Now for A and B, Q1, Q2 potential energy changes or not? No, it will not change, the distance will remain the same. So for between Q1 and Q2, so initially it was Q1 and Q3, initially this was Q1 and Q3, so for Q1 and Q2 also it remains same, Q1 and Q2 remain same. For which one it will change? Q3 and Q2. For Q3 and Q2 it will change because initially this distance was 50 centimeter. This distance was 50 centimeter. Finally the distance between them is 10 centimeter. So just take the change in the potential energy of Q3 and Q2. I am writing for Q3, Q2. So change in the potential energy, final minus initial. So K, that is 1 by 4 pi epsilon naught, Q3, Q2, Q3, Q2, K, Q1, Q2 divided by R. So final is 10 centimeter. So 1 by 10 centimeter, convert that to SI, so 0.1 minus the initial. Initial it was 50 centimeter. 50 centimeter you can write as 0.5 like this. So this will become Q3, Q2 divided by 4 pi epsilon naught. Okay, and this is 10 minus what it is 2, that is 8. So it becomes like this. So my K, this K constant comes out to be 8 Q2. 8 Q2, that is option 1. Okay, great. Next question, this is a statement based question. Let us read it out. A phase difference between 2 points on wavefront is 0. Yes, this is how the wavefront is defined. Locus of all the points which are in phase. Okay, so this is correct. This is correct. Second statement, direction of propagation is normal to the plane of wavefront. Yes, the wavefront is actually normal to the direction of propagation. If this is the wavefront, the ray will go like this. Rays will go like this. Okay, so this is also correct. This is also correct. So I will say both statement 1 and statement 2 are correct. Both statement 1 and statement 2 are correct. Third option is there. Yes, Vinay, perfect. Third is there. Next question. A long wire carries a current. It is bent into circle of 1 turn and magnetic field at center is B. It is then bent into circular loop of n turns. It should be n here. Of n turns, the magnetic field at center of the coil will become. So initially 1 turn was there, only 1 turn. So here my magnetic field is given as B. So how will I write B? Formula for a circular loop is mu naught I by 2R at the center. So mu naught I by 2 into, let us take the radius as R here, R. Now second case, you made n number of turns like this. Now new radius is, let us take small r. If I ask you how much is the magnetic field there, you will say B dash is equal to, due to 1 turn it will be mu naught I by 2R. There are n number of turns, multiply with n. Now I need the relation between this r and this small r. So this total length is same as the length of this total. How much is this length? 2 pi r. How much is this length? N into length of one loop, n into 2 pi small r. So there I get r is equals to n times of small r. So small r is equals to capital R by n. Use it here. So B dash is equals to mu naught I into n divided by 2 into small r is equals to capital R by n. So this becomes mu naught I by 2r into n square. This becomes my B dash. Now relate B dash with B. So B dash is getting n square times of B, isn't it? So B dash is basically n square B. N square B, second option. Okay, great. Next question. The magnitude of average self-inductance of coil is this. When the current, when the current in it falls from 0.2 ampere to 0 ampere in 0.01 second is the magnitude of average self-induced EMF. Okay, sorry, this is not self-induced EMF. This is the inductance of the loop. Okay, now in this time the current goes like this, the time is given. How we write the EMF? That is L, just the magnitude. Okay, so magnitude is L di by dt. This is how we write for an inductor. So we need average form, this equation in the average form. So instead of del I, I will write, instead of di, I will write del I. So del I divided by del t, simple, del t. This should be t, del t. Okay, now write it. What is L? L is 25 millihenry, so 10 to the power minus 3. What is del I? It just the magnitude. Okay, so 0.2 divided by, how much is del T? 0.01. This 1 decimal I am cancelling here. This 10 will go, 10 to the power minus 2 will become here. This is 25 into 2, which is 50. So this comes out to be 0.5. 0.5 volts. That is option 2. 0.5, Vinay. Yes, perfect. Okay. Now this is the question which was a bit thoughtful. Although this was one-liner, but you have to be, think a bit to answer this. So let us see now. I am starting a poll. Let us see how many of you can reply correctly. Okay, so a reply to this. Which option you got? Select the correct option. Then I'll explain how, which one is the correct option and how it is. Let us see if somebody can do it correctly. Are you able to see the poll? Okay, anybody? Anyways, so here the correct option is first. Nobody could respond. No response to it. I think this was not there. Okay, the poll came or not, I don't know. It was not showing here somehow. Anyways, let us discuss. Now in frame of center of mass, if you see the total momentum of the system of particles, that is always 0. Okay, this is a conceptual point. Now how it comes? Now if I try to write the momentum in frame of center of mass, momentum of any particle will be mass of the ith particle into the velocity of ith particle. This is how summation of this. Now in frame of center of mass, if you talk about, so I will write mass of the ith particle into velocity in frame of center of mass, so velocity of ith particle minus VCM. So basically this is what I need. Now simplify it. So summation of MIVI minus summation of MI into VCM. What is summation of MIVI? M1V1 plus M2V2 plus M3V3, so on. What is summation of MI into VCM? VCM is constant, I will take that out. So minus my VCM into summation of MI will become M1 plus M2 plus M3. M1 plus M2 plus M3, so on. Okay. Now, what is VCM? M1V1 plus M2V2 plus M3V3 or divided by m1 plus m2 plus m3. So this part will get cancelled. So this is m1 v1 plus m2 v2 m2 v2 plus m3 v3 so on, okay, divided by m1 plus m2 so on, and here we are having m1 plus m2 like that, and this part will get cancelled, and this is same as the initial part. So this is also getting cancelled. This is always 0. This is always 0. Now you may say, sir, 0 is also constant. So which one to mark? Whether to mark 0 or to mark constant or to mark maximum or minimum. Now sometimes these type of options you may see. Now you have to mark which one is the most appropriate, which gives you better clarity of the answer. So 0 gives better clarity. Although 0 is constant, but still I will mark the 0 option first. Now constant can be anything. It can be 10. Is it possible? No. So we are getting 0. 0 is the perfect answer here to mark. A flywheel of moment of inertia, this is rotating with a uniform angular velocity like this. If the torque is this, okay, retards the wheel, then the time in which the wheel come to rest. Now this is a one-liner question. These type of questions you should not skip. This is my I, okay, and uniform angular acceleration, this is my alpha. Moment of, okay, this is my torque, and uniform angular speed, sorry, not this is alpha, this is my initial omega, okay, omega naught. This is my I, moment of inertia. This is torque, and this torque is trying to retard. It means my alpha will be negative or my torque will be negative. So torque is equals to I alpha, we know, tau is equals to I alpha. Alpha I need, that is tau by I. It retards, so therefore torque is in the negative sense, so minus of 6.9 into 10 to the power minus 2 divided by 10 to the power 2, not minus 2, 10 to the power 2 divided by moment of inertia, that is 3 into 10 to the power 2. So this 10 to the power 2 is getting cancelled, and this becomes 2.3 minus of 2.3. Alpha I got, omega naught is given, final omega is 0, I need the time, okay. Use the formula for uniform acceleration, okay, v is equals to u plus at, convert that formula in angular world. So omega is equals to omega naught plus alpha into t. V is equals to u plus at, I can write like this. Now what is omega? 0. What is omega naught? That is 4.6 time t. Alpha is minus 2.3. Sorry, here t was not there. 4.6 plus alpha is minus 2.3 into t. So from here I got my t is equals to 2 seconds. Second option. Yes, second is the correct answer. Okay, next question, a Zener diode. Yeah, Zener diode question is there. So Zener diode questions are generally very straightforward. Another question. So if you might have seen this shift January attempt also. In most of the papers, either there was a question on Zener diode or there was a question on logic gates. So these two things from the semiconductor is must for every student. Don't skip Zener diode and logic gates thing. A Zener diode having breakdown voltage equal to 15 volt is used in a voltage regulator circuit as shown in the figure. This is 15 volt. The current through the diode is, we need the current through the diode. So if this is 15 volt, how much will be across this? This total is 20. So across this is 5 volt. If across this resistance it is 5 volt, how much will be the current here? My current will be V, which is 5 volt, divided by the resistance, which is 250. So 5 divided by 250, let me write again, 5 divided by 250, okay, multiply with 4. So this is 20 milliampere. So this current is coming out to be 20 milliampere. This is 15 volt. Across this also it is 15 volt. How much current will go here? 15 divided by 1 kiloampere, that is 15 milliampere. 20 milliampere is coming, 15 milliampere is going there. So here how much it will go? 5 milliampere. Just the junction rule, okay? 5 milliampere. So through the Zener diode, the current that is going is 5 milliampere. 5 milliampere, yes Vinay. Now these type of questions should not be skipped at any cost. You may skip a lengthy questions, no problem at all. Most of the students will skip that. But don't skip easy questions. This is another easy question. An open organ pipe of length L is sounded together with another open organ pipe of length L plus X in the fundamental tones, the beat frequency. Beat frequency means just subtract the two frequencies. So how we write the frequency for an open organ pipe, that is NV by 2L. This is how we write. What is N? N is 1 because they are talking about the fundamental. So V by 2L. So F1 becomes V by 2L. The length for the second is L plus X. F2 becomes V divided by 2 into L plus X. I need the beat frequency, subtract them. Okay, delta F, so that is V by 2L, 2 is looking like Z, so V by 2L minus V by 2 into L plus X. Now take V by 2L as common, this will become 1 minus 1 divided by, if you take common L from here, so this will become 1 plus X by L. This is very small, X by L is very small. You can take this to the denominator and we can write that as 1 minus XL, because 1 plus x to the power n can be written as 1 plus nx when x is very small. Just take till the first term of the binomial expansion. So this will become 1 minus X by L, so it will become just X by L. So V by 2L into 1 minus this as 1 minus XL. So 1 minus X by L like this. So this is getting cancelled. This will become plus inside. So this is V by 2L into X by L. So Vx by 2L square. Third option. Yes. Perfect. Okay. Let us move ahead. A uniformly charged semicircular ring is there with linear charge density this, okay, and radius 6 centimeter as shown in the figure. What is the magnitude of electric field? Now, if you remember, I did derivation for that in the one shot. The formula is 2k lambda by r. The formula for electric field due to an infinite wire and due to a semicircular wire at the center is same. What is the formula? 2k lambda by r. So if this wire is infinite or if it is semicircular, the formula is same. Keep the thing in mind, so it will help you to remember. That here the formula is 2k lambda by r for electric field. So what we need electric field only. So E comes out to be 2k lambda by r. Now let us put the values. 2 into k is 9 into 10 to the power 9. What is lambda? Linear charge density is this, so this is my lambda basically. So that is 3 into 10 to the power minus 7 divided by the radius, that is 6 centimeter. So 6 into 10 to the power minus 2. This not like that. Okay. So this is 10 to the power minus 2, so here 10 to the power minus 5 will remain, so 10 to the power 4 will remain there finally. So into 10 to the power 4. And this is 3 into 2, this 2 got cancelled, so I am getting 9 into 10 to the power 4 in SI unit. So SI unit of electric field is Newton per Coulomb. So 9 into 10 to the power 4 Newton per Coulomb, which is option 2. Sorry, option 4. I marked fourth option, but I am saying option 2. So that is option 4. Perfect. Yes. Roshan, and Vinay is also solving. Next question. Given in the figure are two blocks A and B of weight 20 Newton and 100 Newton respectively. They are being pressed against a wall by force F as shown. If the coefficient of friction between the blocks is 0.1, here it is 0.1, and between the wall and the block is 0.15. The frictional force applied by the wall on the block is, means on the block B is. Now for block A, if I see, this force is F. Here we are having normal reaction. Certainly that normal is also equal to F because it is at rest. Downward force we are having mg, and how much is mg? That is 20. So let us directly write this as 20, force due to gravity. Upward frictional force, let us take that is my F1. So F1 has to be equal to 20. That is clear, this is an equilibrium. Now draw the free body diagram for block B. So this block B, one normal from here, how much? That is F only, so it will be F. Another normal from here, how much that is? That is also equal to F because in horizontal direction only these two forces are there, so this is also F. Mg is in the downward direction, how much is Mg? Mg is 100. Friction on the first surface will be in the downward. A is having friction in the upward, so B here will be having friction in the downward. So here this friction F1 is in this direction, and here this my F2 is in this direction. Now write F1 plus 10, F1 plus 100 is basically equals to F2 because the block is in equilibrium. So F2 comes out to be F1, which is 20. F1 is 20 plus 100, so this is 120 Newton. So that friction is coming out to be 120 Newton. Okay, this friction force is greater. Here normal reaction was N1, so that is F. If I write mu into F, so that will be mu into N, so N is F, so F into 0.1, and this value is F into 0.15, which is greater. Okay, that is possible. That is possible. Great, got the answer. Question number 20. The mass of bucket full of water is 15 kg. It is being pulled up from a 15-meter deep well. Okay. Due to a hole in the bucket, 6 kg of the water flows out of the bucket at uniform rate. Now you are lifting the bucket from here till here. Let us take. Here the mass was 15 kg, and when it reached the height of 15 meter, you can say the mass is, due to the hole in the bucket, 6 kg of the water flows out. 6 kg flows out means this is 9 kg. How much work you did? Now at any intermediate instant, let us take this block is here at a distance x from here. Its mass is m dash. Can I write how much is m dash in terms of x, because this is draining out at uniform rate? So I can say my mass m dash should be equal to 15 minus x by my length, total length, that is 15 meter, okay, into how much it is decreasing. At x is equal to 15, it will decrease by 6. So this is my mass as a function of x, as a function of distance from here. I am slowly pulling it up. Okay. So at any instant when it is at a height x, the mass will be this much because it is draining out with uniform rate. Therefore I am able to write this equation like a straight line. So this is how much? This is 15 minus 2x by 5. 15 minus 2x by 5. Now if I pull it by distance dx, how much work I will do? dw. dw is equals to mg into dx. M is this, m dash g into dx. M dash is my 15 minus 2x by 5, okay, into g. How much is g? G we are taking 10 into 10 into dx. Integrate it. That will give us the total work done. So x goes from 0 to 15. So this will become 10 I am taking out first. 15x here minus 2x by 5, x integration will become x square by 2. So this will become x square by 5. X square by 5. Now put x as it goes from 0 to 15. This will become 15 square, this will become 15 square, 15 square we can take out as common, 1 minus 1 by 5 is 4 by 5. So 10 into 15 square, which is 2 to 5 into 4 by 5. Is it right? Seems to be I think, okay. Now 5 into 2, so this becomes 8 into 2 to 5, how much it is? 2 to 5 into 8, 4, 2, 1800. Okay, I could have done directly also. 2 to 5 into 8, that is 1800. Okay, is that clear? Third option we are getting. Let us move ahead. Next question. This is from photoelectric effect. The maximum kinetic energy of photoelectrons emitted from a surface when photons of energy 6 electron volt fall on it is 4 electron volt. The stopping potential in volt is. What it is? Maximum kinetic energy is given. Maximum kinetic energy is given emitted from a surface when photons of this energy. So this is my maximum kinetic energy. So kinetic energy maximum is equals to E into V stopping, isn't it? This much is the work that is that has to be done to stop it. That will be equals to the change in kinetic energy. So kinetic energy is equals to E into Vs. If kinetic energy is 4 electron volt, my Vs will be 4 volt. Simple. So the answer here is 4. Need not solve this. Next question. At steady state, the charge on the capacitor as shown in the circuit below is. We need charge in this capacitor. At steady state, no current will flow through the capacitor. Capacitor will behave like open circuit. Current will be flowing like this. This is I, this will be I, and this will be I. How much will be the current? 5 divided by this total resistance. So my I is equals to 5 divided by total resistance, which is 25. So this is 1 by 5 basically. How much will be this drop? So this drop will be this current, which is 1 by 5 into 10. So this is 2 volt. And this remaining will be 3 volt. Anyways, I need 2 volt. How much will be the charge? Q is equals to CV. So 8 into 2 is equals to 16. So this comes out to be 16 microcoulomb. I am using Q is equals to C into V. C is 8 microfarad and V is 2 volt. Clear? Clear? Please mention. Many of the questions were easy. Few questions were really lengthy. But you have to be smart to identify them. A rectangular surface of area this of black body at temperature 127 degrees Celsius emit energy at rate of E per second. If the length and breadth of the surface are each reduced to half of the initial value and temperature is raised to 327 degrees Celsius, the rate of emission will become how much times of E by 64. Okay. So power, how we write as sigma E A T to the power 4. This is how we write. Now this is a black body, so emissivity is 1. This is 1. Sorry. This is a black body, this is 1. So power is basically sigma into area of cross section into T to the power 4. Initially this is given as E. So I will say my E is equals to sigma area into how much is the temperature? Convert that to Kelvin. 127 plus 273 is 400. So 400 to the power 4. This is my initial condition. Final condition, some things are changing. Let us write this as E dash. That will be sigma is same. Okay, area. How much area is changing? Length and breadth of surface area are each reduced to half. Area becomes 1 by 4. Length into breadth. Length is 1 by 2. Breadth is 1 by 2. Area will become 1 by 4. So this is 1 by 4. Into temperature to the power 4. How much is the temperature here? 327 plus 273 will become 600. So 600 to the power 4. Okay, now take the ratio. Take the ratio of these two, sigma and A will get cancelled. Okay, so E divided by E dash comes out to be 4 to the power 4 divided by 6 to the power 4. 4 will go in the numerator like this. This I can write as okay, 4 by 6 to the power 4. 4 by 6 can be written as 2 by 3. Okay, so 2 by 3 to the power 4 into 4. 2 to the power 4 is 16. 16 into 4 is 64 divided by 3 to the power 4 is 27 into 3 is 81. This is my E by E dash. So E dash comes out to be 81 E by 64. Clear? Not difficult question. It's a straightforward easy question. Okay, some calculations are there, and these calculations are also not difficult. So this question was not at all difficult. We are having 24th question in physics, second last. A highly elastic ball moving at a speed of 3 meter per second approaches a wall moving towards it with a speed of 3 meter per second. After the collision, the speed of the ball will be. Now, my wall is very massive. If a massive object collides, will its speed change? No. Okay. After collision, so this is before collision. So if I draw the condition of after collision my ball will be moving in this direction with 3 meter per second. Ball will be having some velocity, let us take v in this direction. Okay, so this is my condition of after collision. Now collision is elastic in nature, velocity of approach has to be equal to velocity of separation. What is the velocity of approach? 3 plus 3, that is 6. So velocity of approach is 6 is equals to velocity of separation is v minus 3, the rate at which they are going away, so that is v minus 3. So v minus 3, so v comes out to be 6 plus 3, that is 9. Okay, so I am writing this as v velocity of separation is equals to velocity of approach. This is my velocity of approach. Velocity of approach is equals to velocity of separation. V comes out to be 9. Yes, Vinay. Now, these type of things you might have seen in the modules also, in the you can say many tests also, simple things these are. Next question. A cyclic process ABC is performed on 1 mole of gas. Okay, temperature at A is given 350. So here the temperature is 350 Kelvin and temperature at B is 370 Kelvin. A total of 50 hour of heat is withdrawn from the gas in the complete cycle. It means summation of all the Q in the system, total cyclic process is minus 50, because it is withdrawn, means it is released by the gas, so therefore I am taking this as negative. Magnitude of work done on the gas during process BC. Now for the cyclic process, now we know first law of thermodynamics is Q is equals to delta U plus W, you know this. Now if I take complete cycle, for complete cycle this is summation of Q for all the 3 processes. For complete cycle delta U will become 0. Why so? You are starting from the same point, coming back to the same point. Delta U is a state function, starting from the same temperature, coming to the same temperature, delta T is 0. So this is 0 plus total W. Therefore I can say that this total Q is equals to, what is that? Minus 50R. So minus 50R is basically equals to W. This process is WAB plus WBC plus WCA. WAB plus WBC plus WCA. If you see CA process is a isochoric process, volume is not changing, CA is isochoric, it means work done is 0. So WCA is 0. What is WAB? Now A to B process, if you see, this is passing through the origin. T by V is constant. What is that? Isobaric process. So this is basically isobaric process. So for isobaric process, how we write work done? NR delta T. This is how we write work done for isobaric process, NR delta T. How many moles are there? 1 mole of ideal gas. So N is 1. So R into how much is delta T? 350. This is 370. Delta T is 20 Kelvin. So this is basically 20 R. Now put this 20 R here. This we got as 20 R. This is WAB. This is my minus 50 R. So WAB will come out to be minus of 70 R. Find the value of K, and this is magnitude. So K comes out to be 70. K comes out to be 70, just 70. Please mention if this point is clear to you, if you are able to understand this. Okay, so this was the last question that was to be discussed. I think now we will start for the chemistry discussion, and Gaurav sir will take over. Let us see if Gaurav sir is ready. If any question you can mention, I'll respond to this. I'll respond to that, and then Gaurav sir will join. Okay, everything is clear. So thank you all. Now Gaurav sir will come, and it's over to you.
Good evening, good evening, good evening. Hello, hello, hello. Yes, Ruth, Ruth Roshan. So I would rather prefer Ruth. Hello, good evening. How was your paper? Vinay, how was your paper? And so, guys, how was your paper? I hope you have attempted it to the best of your efficiency that you could have. And our job is definitely to put some icing on the cake, whatever work you have done. If you have some doubts, then you are always welcome to ask those doubts. And okay, so Vinay is saying, Sir, कैसे मार्क्स को इम्प्रूव करें? बेटा देख, मार्क्स को ना इम्प्रूव करने का देर इज ओनली एंड ओनली वन रीजन, वन वे आउट. Like you definitely understand the fact that God and universe is there with everybody, right? So God and universe will help those students who will help themselves. So in order to help yourself, you are exactly doing the same. What? Read NCRT, because mains is not a rocket science. Practically speaking, even advanced is not a rocket science, because 45-50% of the questions you get on around easy and moderate area only. If you include moderate, it is more than 65% of advanced paper is also including moderate and easy set of questions. The only task is picking the right questions. So JEE, I always used to say this, JEE, my friends, is not a paper. Vinay, JEE is not a paper of selecting questions. It is a definite paper for rejecting questions, because out of the 100 students, 98, 99 students got rejected to be getting an entry into an IIT or an NIT. So marks अच्छे कैसे लाएं? Do what you are doing right now. Read the chapters. If you are falling difficulty in some topic, go to the one shots. It's there in PWJ English channel. We have also started pushing new topics, new chapters. So read, I mean, do not read the complete chapter, or if at all you want that, no sir, ये तो मुझे बिल्कुल नहीं आता है, then make a 2x speed. make a 2x speed and read those notes, but I would rather suggest do not make a fresh copy and make those notes. You can directly download those notes also, they are for free, or you must have read that chapter from wherever you have read that chapter. I suggest you read it from a fresh perspective, but do not make complete notes. Download those notes and add whatever thing you feel that you have got refreshed or modified version of that topic. Write on the similar copy, so that you may be revising the same copy again and again. So I mean, these all are basic things which you should do. I mean, you must have followed since your class 10th. So the only point of difference is by seeing the difference in the level, in the content of in the content actually from class 10th to this 11th 12th, because a content is definitely very huge, very large as compared to class 10. So what is mostly required is your revision, guys. So I hope, Vinay, some of these, I mean, these are some obvious conclusions, obvious solution that I'm giving you. But yes, my friend, sometimes doing the average, doing the obvious thing becomes the most difficult thing. So let us start the discussion for chemistry. We had 25 questions, obviously, and starting with the first question. This first question is, again, you can say it is from the chapter amines. So I hope you have got the answer. So whoever is watching and solving with me, Vinay, so start solving the questions and write answers, and if you have any doubt, then please do ask. Yes, okay, beta. So apart from that, thank you, beta. The bigger thank to us will be response. So take out your rough copy and start solving with me, and whatever doubts you face, I mean, this is the reason why we are coming live. So you are always welcome to ask any of those doubts. So the first question is from amines. So let us read the question. It is saying it is having this reactant. It is getting reacted with Br2 and Fe. Sir, Fe as in it is Lewis acid, because this Fe will form will force the Br2 to be broken as Br plus and Br minus. Now the Br plus, because it will be an electrophile. Why I'm only interested in electrophile? Because we very well know benzene is pi electron cloud. It is electron rich ring, and this electron rich ring is supported. The electron richness is increased by the plus hyperconjugation of this hydrogen, the CH3 hydrogens. But this NO2 is an electron withdrawing group. It is applying minus R. So electron withdrawing group do what? It creates positivity at ortho, and NO2 para position is always obviously occupied. What CH3 will do? Sir, CH3 will increase the electron density. Resonance is always operational at ortho and para position, so it will create electron density at ortho. Para is definitely occupied. So where you are getting that minus? Over here. So this bromine will be entertained at this ortho position with respect to methane. So methyl group. So obviously the product A will be, I will be having CH3 over here, NO2 over here, and the electrophile which has been introduced, that is Br, will be coming at ortho position with respect to CH3. So let us check the options. This is gone because bromine is meta with respect to CH3. This is also gone. Yeah, this can be correct, this can be correct. Now, but question is not asking you A. It is yes. Vinay is saying 2. Vinay, maybe you are right. This SN, metal in presence of acid, is a reducing agent, but it reduces what? It reduces nitro group and forms an amine. So this NO2 will turn into amine. So obviously option 2 will be your right answer, because option D has NO2 only. So yes, Vinay, perfectly right. So I would rather say this was a easy, or maybe to some it may be a moderate question, but if you ask me, it is an easy question. On a scale of 10, I would rate this question as of a level 4. Not more than, on a scale of 10, more, not 4. Maybe if on some day I can say it is 3 also. So I mean, it depends upon the level of revision that your current situation is in. That is how you rate any concept that you know will make the answer correct. So you'll say it is easy. Why it is easy? Because you have invested that much amount of time back at home. That's why you feel that as easy. So that was an easy to moderate question. So Vinay, I hope everybody has, yeah, Vinay is saying 2. Okay, perfectly. Moving forward. The next question is from, you can say it's from electrochemistry or maybe from redox reaction. So let us read this question. It is saying the reduction potential of the half reactions are given. Okay, sir, let us check. It is also gaining electron, it is also gaining electron. Yes, obviously the statement is also telling you, so it is a reduction potential. Now you have to identify the strongest oxidizing and reducing agent. So let us do the oxidizing agent first. So what is an oxidizing agent? Vinay, perfect. 1. Let me see. So what is an oxidizing agent? Oxidizing agent oxidizes others and reduces itself. So who will reduce itself to the maximum extent? Who will having the highest oxidation potential? So among the given data, 2.85 is highest. So F2 will be the strongest oxidizing agent. So F2, and only by looking at strongest oxidizing agent, winner, you obviously, very good beta, you must have got the answer, but we are learning. So let us predict the reducing agent also. Reducing agent reduces other and oxidizes itself. So if I want to oxidize myself, I should have the least value of reduction potential. So who has the least value of reduction potential? Plus 0.53 is least. So but reducing agent reduces other and oxidizes itself. So I minus will be ultimately giving electron and forming I2. So you will not say I2, you will say I minus. I minus will be the strongest reducing agent, which Vinay has definitely successfully answered with me. Now that question was also, I would rather rate that question as an easy question. If challenged, I would say easy to moderate, but yes, more on the easier side. Now next question, for a first order reaction, A gives you product, initial concentration of A is given. So this is the value of A naught. From chemical kinetics, what you get? First order kinetic, second order kinetic, and Arrhenius equation. That's it. From these three topics, you always get land to a question of chemical kinetics. So the A naught value is given and the concentration become this much. So this is your concentration of reactant at time t. Now, and how much time it takes to reach here? 5 minutes. So you have to just, so this is just a single formula. So let us apply that formula. I hope we know the integrated rate law for first order reaction is Kt is equal to ln of initial concentration upon concentration of reactant remaining at time t. So K we have to determine, time is 5 minutes. Ln of what is A naught? A naught is 0.1 as in 10 raised to power minus 1 upon concentration of A at time t is 0.001 as in 10 raised to power minus 3. So this is beautifully ln of 10 raised to the power 2. So this becomes 2 into log, if I want to change it into log 10, because we know the value of log, so I'll get a multiplier of 2.303 into log 2. Log 10 is 1. So this becomes my RHS, and K and 5 will come over here. So it is also quite easy. So I mean, just multiply 2 here also and here also. So this will become 10. So this 2.3 will become 0.23, and 0.23 is multiplied by 2 into 2, 4. So 0.2 into 4 are 0.8, 0.3, so 0.92 something. So 0.92. So the calculation is also yes, perfect, my bhai Vinay, perfect. So option 3. And these questions for calculations, that's why I do calculations with you, because for chemistry what we expect, I definitely and all the time I say this, if at all you are a good performer in chemistry, that doesn't mean that you are scoring good marks in chemistry. You have to score marks in chemistry, but you have to save time as well. So in order to save time, sir, into divide also we have to do no. So that's why I deliberately try to do this, that I calculate with you. There are some questions which will require more calculation, so you should not do those questions in the first attempt. Do rather those questions in the second attempt. Never attempt a question in one go. Attempt those doable questions in the first go and mark for review. I mean, in your computer system also you have this option of mark for review. So get back to the question so that at least you may not miss the easier questions, because after the 3 hour is gone, it hurts like anything if you miss a easier question. So perfect, Vinay. Moving forward now, the next question says it's a statement based questions from atomic structure, but statement based questions are very dangerous because sometimes we overlook the English theory. So let us read the theory. Which of the following statement is not true? So you have to determine the false statement with respect to cathode ray. So simple question, but rather an English based question, so read it carefully. They are stream of electrons. Yes, cathode rays are the rays because of which electron was discovered. So yes, they are stream of electrons. So because this is correct, so therefore not an answer. They are charged particles. Yes, definitely electrons are charged particles with a charge of 1-1.6 into 10 to the power -19 coulomb, which was founded by Millikan's oil drop experiment. So this is also correct, so not an answer. They move with same speed as that of light. No, because we know these electrons have wave nature also, have particle nature also, so they are not exactly electromagnetic radiation if they are being produced as cathode rays, because they are having particle nature as well. So yes, they definitely have a very high velocity, but their velocity is very high but not equal to the speed of light. In fact, if you read radioactivity, even alpha rays, because alpha rays are rays formed by species like helium plus 2. So even these alpha rays, although they are electromagnet, these alpha rays also have velocity not equal to speed of light. They have in fact approximately 1/10 of speed of light. Even you have beta rays characteristic are similar to that of electron, but beta rays also has velocity approximately equal to speed of light. In fact, gamma rays has velocity exactly equal to speed of light, and gamma rays are supposed to have no mass. So they only are energy particles. So during radioactivity we say this. So electromagnetic waves travel with speed of light, but you cannot say that for electrons. So this is a false statement, and therefore an answer. I would rather say this is not an easy question. This is a good question, from easy to moderate. Now, obviously because it's a single correct, but because we are learning, so they can be deflected by, yes, because they have charge, so they can be deflected. So this is correct, therefore not an answer. Moving to the next question. Yeah, when I got that answer as well. Good, my friend, thank you. Now this is the way you proceed every day, my friend, and if you do that, drop of water makes an ocean. Your working every day makes your rank. So keep working. Never expect something dramatic happening on any day. You keep on earning 1 rupee daily. At end of the year, you always collect 365 rupees. So 366 rupees is a huge amount if you just save 1 rupees per day. So after a span of 2 years, you are landing up around 750 marks, 750 rupees. So actually work daily. Do not expect magic happening on any day, because actually being monotonous, being sincere on a daily basis is a very boring task. Actually, everybody wants a dopamine kick. So for those dopamine kick, you should go and watch some strategy videos. You and go and watch some videos of a person who have got into an IIT and now getting an XYZ car, for motivating yourself, but not I'm feeling demotivated, let me watch that video, and you have wasted 3-4 hours. No, for a limited amount of time you should spare yourself for a bit of dopamine. But now, because you have boards also and your mains April attempt also, so do not go for that dopamine. Sir, is there any paid batches? Yes, beta. Paid batches will be definitely coming soon. We are already, we are already in discussion regarding that. But you know why we are not coming with the paid batches till now? Because we have promised one thing through our Elevate JEE crash course, that we will be serving for your JEE mains attempt April 2 also, and we'll be finishing the complete syllabus completely free. So first, whatever commitment we have done, we are living by that commitment, and soon enough it will be Yogesh, it will be soon enough, it will be communicated through the channel that we'll be starting with paid batches, and definitely we'll be starting with such batches where we can even communicate with you directly. So do keep right eye on the channel. You will be getting the updates soon enough, guys, soon enough, my friend. Okay, so I hope I answered that, Yogesh. Now moving to the next question. The next question is from electrochemistry. The question says the conductivity of a saturated solution. Okay, saturated solution as in solution has sufficient amount of solute already present in it at that particular temperature of BaSO4. Now this is a catch, because sir, BaSO4 is not a soluble salt. Okay, agreed. It is not a soluble salt. It will be a sparingly soluble salt. But Vinay, my friend, very good, very good. Yes, yes. I'm just explaining that BaSO4, definitely a correct, Vinay, my friend. So BaSO4 is a solid, but even when the solid is introduced into a solution, even sparingly soluble salt will ultimately sparingly chotu sa some amount of ions it will give in the solution. Okay. So what will be its stoichiometry? It will give Ba plus 2 aqueous ions and SO4 2 minus aqueous ions. Agreed. If I take 100 of these molecules, let's say only one molecule will be dissociating. So let's say its solubility is S. So when 1 mole will be dissociated, 1 and 1 will be produced. So let's say S is its solubility. If S moles has been dissociated, so S and S moles per liter of these two ions will be produced. So what we have to find is just the value of S, which is the solubility of this sparingly soluble salt. And what is its S? What is the sparing solubility, sir? That we can find through the basic formula of molar conductance. So we know molar conductance is equal to kappa into 1000 upon the concentration. But the concentration of a sparingly soluble salt is this allowed concentration, so that C becomes S. So I hope we definitely find as Vinay has definitely find the answer. So value of K over here given is 3.06 into 10 raised to power minus 6. Unit is Siemens per centimeter. So we take this 1000 when unit is Siemens per centimeter. Siemens as an ohm inverse. Into 1000 as in 10 raised to power 3 upon this S we have to calculate. So I'm taking it in the left hand side, and molar conductivity is given out to be this much. Unit is C, it is centimeter square only. So it is 1.53. So calculation is also quite easy. This is 1.5, this is 2. So this is just approximately 2 times. So this is 2 into 10 raised to power minus 3 is the value of S. But what you are asked in the question, not the value of S, but the value of KSP. And we definitely know KSP is the dissociation constant, the solubility product constant. So KSP will be equal to concentration of this, which is S, into this, which is S. So S squared. So if I square this value, I get 4 into 10 raised to the power minus 6. Vinay, my friend, 4 raha hai bhai, very good. Yogesh is saying, sir, currently I am in class 11th, so I want to crack JEE, but batches are in Hindi. Perfect, my friend. So you are the perfect example of all those students because of whom we are here. So Yogesh, you will be definitely communicated that when we are coming up with the paid batch. So keep logged into the PWJ English channel, beta. We'll be coming very, very soon. Abhi to you will be having your annual exam also, na Yogesh, for class 11th. So till that time, before that time, you will be definitely communicated. Okay. So yes, beta, we prepare JEE for class 12th. Is this? Yes, beta. Yogesh, it is not possible. It is the only way out. It is largely seen that class 12 students used to give a better result on percentage basis. Class 12 student gives better result rather than a dropper, because once you become a dropper, although you do not have a tension of going to school, the boards, the practicals, but then you also become lethargic, because excess of something is also bad. So if you get excess of time, you start misusing that time, you fall short of the dopamine all the time. So you always, sir, motivation nahi aa raha hai. So for motivation, you start watching and doing XYZ number of things. So do not, class 12th is the perfect time. Logi tha Chandran. So so Chandran. Okay, Chandran is giving me answer. Sir, please upload N. What N, beta? I can't upload what I don't know. What is N? Okay, you will answer. So answer is 4. Yes, perfect, my friend. Thank you for being. Actually, you know what? Once we communicate, that is a dopamine for a teacher. So watching your comments and answering to you seems very pleasing to me. So thank you. Now, coming to the next question, the question is again organic chemistry. Organic chemistry makes a packet, and NT also makes a packet and throws that question to you. So I want an answer for this question. By the time I read that comment of Chandran is saying, sir, please upload balance physics. Okay, so sir, we have already in communication with a whole of the team, guys. We are constantly working because we want to serve to the best of the capacity. So we are continuously making those quality content for you, and it is getting pushed. I guess today evening one physics lecture is coming, tomorrow chemistry will be coming, and so on and so forth. So don't worry, Chandran, physics lectures are coming. Read chemistry and maths also, but it will keep coming, Chandran. Hai? So let us move to this next question. It says normal hexane. N stands for normal hexane. So what is hexane? 1 carbon, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is normal hexane. Now, when normal hexane reacts with Cr2O3, now what is this reagent? Sir, this reagent is aromatization. What is the exact condition for? You can use Cr2O3, you can use MO2O3, you can use V2O5, vanadium pentoxide at a temperature of somewhere around 500 degrees Celsius, pressure of around 10 to 20 atm pressure. It does what? It turns the 6 or 7 member ring into an aromatic benzene and benzene derivatives, because it is 6 carbon chain, so it becomes directly benzene. I hope we know this through hydrocarbons. After that, I have C3H7, C3H7, 3 2 just 6, 7 8, 1 is chlorine, so this is saturated. So if I have 3 carbon chain and a Cl, but the question is not saying where is the Cl, but it is present with anhydrous AlCl3, which is Lewis acid. So chlorine may be at any position. It will be going in form of Cl minus ion, creating a carbocation over here. If I get a carbocation over here, then obviously this is a stable carbocation. Let's say I got a carbocation over here, because we do not know what isomer it is, but still when carbocation is formed, it will be formed till it gets stabilized, so it will get an option of getting rearrangement. So hydride shifting will take place, and ultimately where the carbocation will be landing up over here only. So in any of the possible isomers of this chloropropane, you will get a carbocation in the central carbon, and benzene will do a Friedel-Crafts alkylation. Remember, AlCl3 anhydrous. So this will result into the formation of the beautiful NCERT topic, which forms isopropyl benzene, also known as cumene. Now, this cumene, after its formation, reacts with what? This cumene is undergoing the famous, the fourth in NCERT, the fourth reaction of formation of phenol is through cumene. First, you oxidize this cumene. Oxidation of this benzylic carbon takes place, and further rearrangement takes place under acidic hydration. So this is an acid because it is dilute, so it is nothing but H plus in presence of water, which will lead to the formation of phenol and acetone. But obviously we are not focusing on acetone, so this byproduct will be gone, because look at the option. No, it is not mentioning about the byproduct acetone. So this P will definitely be phenol. So P is phenol, P is phenol, P is phenol. Okay, only one option is gone. Now, what about Q? Now, this phenol is treated with chloroform in presence of base, a classic example of Remerteman reaction. So what does Remertiman reaction as in with chloroform in presence of basic medium? It forms ortho also, it forms para also, but ortho becomes major product. Why? Because of the formation of intramolecular hydrogen bonding. So this will lead to the formation of salicylaldehyde. After that, NaBH4 in basic medium. This is a perfect and a selective reducing agent which only reduces aldehydes and ketones. So only this aldehyde will get reduced to corresponding alcohol. So it is a 1 carbon. So this will become CH2OH as in corresponding alcohol. After that, you are doing HCl in presence of heat. So why we are giving heat? Because C bond O is difficult to be broken. So HCl will finally protonate this alcohol. A carbocation will be formed over here. This carbocation is stable also because this is benzylic carbocation. And post that, Cl minus will attack, leading into the formation of the chlorine substituted product of this benzylic carbon. So I hope this is our clear answer. So very easy but a very logical question combining the whole chapter of alcohol, phenols and ethers. So I hope we are clear with this, guys. Sir, please upload. Okay, that I've read. Sir, I am neat robber. Sir, but physics is always tough to me. Then you. Okay. So Chandran finds physics difficult. No worries, beta. Difficult things require more of your practice. That's it. So yes, definitely you should give more attention to whatever area you're feeling that you're falling short. So definitely focus on those areas. Perfectly okay. So it is saying, I watched Sumit sir and your lecture helps me in providing marks. Thank you, beta. Those words are dopamine for us. So thank you. So okay, Arivu. Arivu. No. Ariva. I thought the Ariva or that name was there when we were discussing mains question. So I guess I'm missing that name. So do you remember? Okay, you are the same guy. Okay, what's your name? I mean, boy or girl? I do not know. Arivu. Nine. Arivu. At least keep a name which can be pronounced easily. So if that is a name, it's a beautiful name. I mean, I'm not saying that. So Arivu, yes, I remember you. So before watch your channel to get PHY. Okay, physics is below 50, but now I get 165 plus. Very good, Chandran. Perfect, bhai. Perfect. Very good. Very happy to hear that. Now, I hope we are clear with this question. Moving to the next question. The next question is from practical organic chemistry, and this practical organic chemistry questions, the similar pattern of question. I am making a deliberate attempt. Whenever questions are coming, I am giving 10, 12 modifications because I want to give you a paper which will actually give you a feeling of JEE Main. So whatever marks you are getting in these mocks, multiply these marks by 1.12. 1.12 as in 12% more? No, 1.2, 20% more. Whatever marks, so 1.2, that means 20% more marks definitely you will be getting in your actual mains paper. But keep your nerves down while doing the paper. So how can we keep our nerves down? By attempting the paper at 9 a.m. in the morning sharp. Because the time also matters. If you have like you have a bathe yourself properly, take a very small breakfast. I mean, take these mock tests as you're giving your main paper. That's why we have given all the full course syllabus. So practicing with the same simulation and with the same environment. It is not that you are giving paper and you are eating something and somebody's. Isolate yourself and do that environment, make that environment also very comfortable for you so that you may get the exact feeling. Okay, so Arivu is saying, sir, thank you sir, I am the same you mentioned. Okay, I remember, see, I told you. So moving to, okay, we have already moved to the next question. Now, Dumas method. Now what does Duma method do? Sir, Duma method and Jaldal method are methods to quantify how much nitrogen, quantify as in to estimate to quantitatively that how much amount is present in a particular organic compound. In Duma method, we remove the carbon and hydrogen by oxidizing them, and oxidation is done by heating with cupric oxide. Cupric oxide oxidizes them and reduces itself to copper. So it will be matched with cupric oxide, which is an oxidizing agent. So A goes with Q. So A goes with Q, A goes with Q, A goes with Q, A goes with Q. So we are left with two options. Now Jildal method. Now the other method for estimation of nitrogen is we take the organic compound and we treat the organic compound with sulfuric acid. What does sulfuric acid do? Sulfuric acid convert all the nitrogen present in that nitric acid and forms, with that nitrogen, it forms ammonium sulfate. With that ammonium sulfate, what we do, we put excess of base into it so that it neutralizes and it forms ammonia. Now that ammonia, we do titration using standard solution of H2SO4. And whatever first we put excess of H2SO4, so H2SO4 will neutralize ammonia and some of the excess H2SO4 will be getting remained. And that excess of H2SO4, how much is getting remained, how we quantify that? By using a standard solution of NaOH. Okay, so standard solution of NaOH is actually used, and that quantification we do. But the question is not asking any of those things. It is just asking you what reagent you use. So we use concentrated sulfuric acid to convert all nitrogen to ammonium sulfate. So that means B goes with S. So B goes with S. B goes with concentrated sulfuric acid. Yes, so B goes with S. Okay, so A goes with Q and B goes with S. Okay, so option 1 is your right answer. Let me check the other options. Estimation of sulfur. Yeah, so Carius method, Carius tube you use for sulfur also. What do we do with sulfur? We treat sulfur with sulfuric acid, and that sulfuric acid converts all the sulfur in the organic compound into sulfate. Then we add BaCl2 and BaCl2 precipitate that sulfate in form of BaSO4. So we use nitric acid, oxidizing agent. In order to convert that sulfur, we use nitric acid. Yes, so for C we use fuming nitric acid, and for halogens, yes, we use nitric acid and we use silver nitrate, because silver nitrate converts all the halogen present in form of AgX, AgCl, AgBr, AgI. So this D goes with R. So definitely your answer is option number 1. Let me check this option for you. Arivu is saying okay. Let me check this answer for you guys. So this is so this is option first. Yeah, perfect. But these theoretical things you should learn, and if you learn, sometimes it will slip out of your mind, but that is what make a difference between you and a less dedicated student. So keep revising again and again, guys. है ना? Arivu is saying, sir, I did it correctly. Option, it's A. It's NITPY and good option, as I belong to the same state. Okay, Arivu. So I hope we are done with this. Moving to the next question. The next question is from periodicity. The question says, Na plus and Al plus 3 are isoelectronic. Yes, sodium has 11, aluminum has 13, but because this is plus 1, so they both will have 10 electrons. So yes, they are isoelectronic. But the magnitude of ionic radius of Al plus 3 is less than that of Na plus. Yes, for isoelectronic species, more be the positive charge, lesser is the size. Why? Because electrons are same, but proton is heavy. Proton is heavy for aluminum. So definitely assertion is true. The magnitude of effective nuclear charge on outer shell electrons in Al plus 3, no, it is not less, it is actually more, because effective nuclear charge is more. That's why it is pulling those valence electron closer to itself. So instead of less, if it would have been more, then it is correct also, and it is correct explanation also. But because they have given less, so this is false. So assertion is true, but reason is false. That means option 3 is your right answer. Remember, friends, for these assertion and reason question, these theoretical questions, although they are easy, but I have seen that many a time student make mistake. So in these theoretical questions, keeps your nerves calm and give at least 5-10 seconds more to at least read the question properly. Yes, Arivu, perfect, bhai. Option 3, perfect. Now moving to the next question. The next question is from Biomolecules, asking about OSA zone. Now, this is I mean, in the January attempt, I have seen they have consistently asked biomolecules. And biomolecules, if you are a class 12 student, it is definitely a high weighted chapter for class 12 boards also. So that's why I want to actually, the reason I have asked this question, because I want to actually discuss something about this, because it's a revision. So that is why we are meeting live, or else the solution key you are also always having. So you will see the solution, then what is the extra X factor that we are making. So that is the extra X factor that we are making through this live discussion. Now, understand and learn this very, very, very seriously. Advanced loves OSA zone, and mains also will ask such OSA zones questions also. Now, what is OSA zone? First, let us understand the formation of OSA zone. Actually, what happens is, phenylhydrazine with carbonyl compounds, we definitely know phenylhydrazine forms phenylhydrazone. How is it formed? The carbonyl group loses O, the hydrazine part loses hydrogen. After dehydration, this nitrogen gets attached with that carbonyl carbon with a double bond, and this forms from phenylhydrazine, it forms a phenylhydrazone. But why I'm using 3 moles of phenylhydrazine? Because phenylhydrazine with carbohydrates does one more action. The action is, it has a capacity to behave as an oxidizing agent, but it is a very selective oxidizing agent. It oxidizes the alcohol just next to a carbonyl group. And if I have, and as in taking it to a further extent, if I'm using 3 moles of phenylhydrazone, then phenylhydrazine, then 1 molecule of phenylhydrazine will be acting as an oxidizing agent. This is definitely a carbonyl compound. I can't oxidize. I, as in phenylhydrazine, can't oxidize a carbonyl compound, but it can oxidize an alcohol to a carbonyl compound. What alcohol? Just the alcohol next to this carbonyl group. So this is a carbonyl group. The alpha carbon, that is the carbon next to this carbonyl group, will get oxidized. What is the simple and easiest way of understanding oxidation? Oxidation is the removal of hydrogen. So this hydrogen, that's why I mentioned that hydrogen with a different color, and this hydrogen, these two hydrogens are removed with 1 molecule of, with 1 mole of phenylhydrazine out of those 3 moles. So 1 mole will be gone as oxidizing agent. This phenyl NH2 will take 1 hydrogen and will form aniline, removed. This NH2 will take that H and will be removed as ammonia. So 1 molecule has oxidized this guy. Now this is also a carbonyl compound, and this is also a carbonyl compound, and both these carbonyl compound independently will require 1 mole. So next 2 moles will be forming this phenylhydrazone, and this, my friend, is actually known as OSA zone. So sir, if it is doing with this is, let's say this is an aldose. What is an aldose? As an aldehyde containing carbohydrate. So this is definitely an aldehyde containing carbohydrate has formed OSA zone. If I've had a ketose, that means this is a ketonic group, but the carbon next to it is alpha carbon, which is an alcohol. Who has the capacity to oxidize this next alcohol? Sir, 1 molecule of OSA zone. So again, out of those 3 molecules, 1 will oxidize this carbon. This carbon will again become a carbonyl group. So I have 2 carbonyl groups now. So the next 2 moles of phenylhydrazine will oxidize them also, and a similar OSA zone will be created for ketones also and for aldehyde also. So aldehyde and ketone bearing functional group can form OSA zone. Now, coming to the stereochemistry of aldehydes and ketones, as in the Fischer projection, you should learn these Fischer projection, very, very famous. I'm giving you a trick to learn also. We definitely know aldehyde has this 6 carbon ring, in which I'm talking of glucose first. So first is CHO, the first carbon. The 6th carbon is alcohol. Now I have 4 chiral carbons. I am giving you a rhyme. Learn this rhyme. Although if you have a rhyme, take that with you, but I'm giving you an option of learning the Fisher projection of ozone, of glucose. I used to always say this: OH, H, OH, OH. What is my rhyme? Iterate it with me: OH, H, OH, OH. OH, H, OH, OH. On right side, if you do this, this will give you the exact picture of D-glucose, because on the last chiral carbon, if the functional group is present on the right side, this structural configuration is known as D configuration. So this is D-glucose. If OH is here, H will be here. If H is here, OH will be here. If OH is here, obviously it is a chiral carbon, so opposite thing will be there. So what is our rhyme? OH, H, OH, OH. Now this is the Fisher projection for glucose. Now what is galactose? Galactose has a similar configuration as that of glucose, except at the fourth carbon. So this is 1, this is 2, this is third, and this is fourth. Only at the fourth carbon it has a different configuration, as in over here we have H and over here I have OH. Rest is same. So this is how you can learn. Now what is mannose? So if two stereoisomers have configuration change only in one chiral carbon, they are known as epimers. When that carbon is the first carbon, then that epimer is also termed as enomer. So these are all biomolecules theory which I am discussing. Why? Because that is the intention I have taken that question for you. Now what is mannose? Mannose structure is also similar, almost similar to that of, they are definitely stereoisomers, so they'll have same molecular formula, but yes, stereochemistry is different. It is having in the second and third carbon H on same side, and on the fourth and fifth carbon OH on same side. That means over here it will be having OH and these will be having H. This is mannose. And fructose, now why I have given you that rhyme? Because that OH, H, OH, OH will go for fructose also. Sir, but we know the second carbon is a carbonyl group. So at least say that in your mind. OH not present, H, OH, OH. So that OH, H, OH, OH sequence will help you to learn Fisher projection of fructose also and for glucose also. Now the question is asking you that among these options, who will form same OSA zone? Sir, first and second carbon will definitely be involved in formation of phenyl hydrazone zone. So the later carbon should have same configuration. So who has same configuration? Glucose, galactose has configuration, fourth carbon has got different configuration. So this will only make the first and second carbon same. So still fourth carbon will have different configuration, so it can't give same OSA zone. Glucose and mannose, yes sir, mannose was having configurations change at the second carbon. So first and second both will be forming this. So now second is not chiral, rest are same. So yes, this is the option. So I hope we are clear with this. Moving now, this was a good question, but I have kept this question deliberately because some questions you need to leave, but leave during examination and learn back at home. So this is working at home. I hope you are clear with this. So moving to the next question. The next question says, okay, so it's a question from concentration terms. So let us try this question. By the time I sip some water. Try this question, guys. Sorry. Try this question, guys. Yeah. Participation has. Yeah. Okay. So this question is from mole concept. The question says, what value of 75% alcohol by weight whose density is given must be used to prepare 150 cc. Now cubic centimeter, 1 cc is nothing but 1 ml. Keep that in your mind. Hai na? So this is 150 ml of 30% alcohol by weight, and the density of this is 0.9 gram. So I am taking a 75% alcohol by weight, which is used to prepare a solution of this much of volume, whose density is this, but it should have 30% alcohol. So desired, what is the desired solution? So this is my desired solution. What is the volume of this desired solution that you want? Sir, 150 ml. If you have 150 ml of this solution with a density of 0.9 gram per cc or per ml, then you tell me what will be the weight of the solution having volume 150. Sir, mass equals volume into density. So volume into density, that is 0.9. So it will be 1. Okay, I'm not calculating, I'm just giving you. So this will be the weight of solution. We'll calculate at last because obviously we have options. So okay. So this is weight of solution. Now this weight of solution you want from where? So this weight of solution, I want only 30% of this weight to be alcohol. So what is the weight of alcohol that you want in your solution? Sir, I want, okay, we can solve also because this is quite easy. So 15 into 9 is 135 grams. So out of these 135 grams, how much you want alcohol? Sir, 30%, as in 0.3 times of this. So 0.3 times of 135 grams should be the weight of alcohol present in the desired solution. This much alcohol you will be getting from where? From the stock solution. What is your stock solution? This is your stock solution. So let us assume that I am taking X gram of this solution. So X gram of this solution, if you take that, let's say X is the gram of, because X is the weight of solution of the stock solution. From that X gram of stock solution, you want this much of alcohol. So if you take X gram of the solution, then that X gram of the solution, it is also having a purity of 75%. So 0.75 of X gram should ultimately contain what? Should ultimately contain this much amount of alcohol which you require in your desired solution. So from here you can find the value of X, which will be 135 into 0.3 upon 0.75 is 3 by 4. So this will be the weight of stock solution, because question is saying it is 75% pure. So 75%, the solution is having X gram. 75% of X gram should be whatever, should be that mass, because that much of alcohol I need, and that stock solution has 75% of alcohol in it. Now I have weight of the stock solution, but in question, in option, what you're having its volume. So its density is given. So mass equals volume into density. So I have this mass which is X. So in order to calculate volume, I will divide by density. So that X is 135 into 0.3 upon 3 into 4. It must be divided by the density. Density is 0.8. So upon 0.8. Now, this is the calculation that you have to do. And I guess with options, it is quite easy. So do this calculation. Let me help you with the calculation. Some of you also try to do this calculation. So I guess it is 0.3 to 4 by 3, 0.8. So this is 67.5. Okay. So option 1. I hope we have got the answer. Okay. Aditya is saying, thanks a lot, sir. There is in-depth analysis of the test are really helpful. Thank you. Was able to improve both marks and accuracy in chemistry. Okay, beta. Aditya, thank you. This test hoping to perform, beta. Yes, you will. If you are consistent, my friend. See, Doing things regularly, again, I'm using this example today a lot of time. Doing the similar thing again and again does not create that kick. It becomes monotonous, boring at some point of time. But what should excite yourself? Your betterment, your result. When you wake up every day in the morning, look at yourself in the mirror and give a very good look at yourself. And if at all, when you are looking at yourself eye to eye in the mirror, you will be getting answer by yourself. If you are sincere and disciplined, you can see through your eyes properly. If not, you will be feeling ashamed by yourselves only. So actually, remember, Salman Khan picture, Sultan ko Sultan hi hara sakta hai. So exactly, be the hero of your film. And in order to be that, just wake up in the morning and look at yourself. Take a very good look at yourself in front of the mirror, eye to eye. Everything will be clear to you. If you're falling short of dopamine on some day, dopamine will already be created. And we require dopamine just to be non-disciplined. So in order to be disciplined, you do not require anything. It becomes a practice. It becomes a way of living. So thank you, Aditya. But do this, beta, do this regularly. Then only it is going to help you. Moving to the next question. The next question says, I have to give IUPAC name of this compound. Now, this is a very doable question. How do we do IUPAC name? Sir, functional group. What is the functional group? Sir, it is a ketone. It is an alcohol. So which is the senior functional group? This ketone. So this will be 1. After functional group, alcohol is now a branch. So what priority we give? After functional group, we give priority to multiple bonds. So 2 will be coming over here, then 3, then 4, then 5. So because OH, alcohol is a branch now, so its prefix will be used, and prefix of OH is hydroxy. So your answer will be 5-hydroxy. Only one option is having 5-hydroxy. Cyclopent, then 2, the double bond is between 2, 3, so 2 ene and 1 one, because functional, the suffix for ketone is one. So definitely option 1 is your answer, a piece of cake. Yes, sir, will do. Thank you, Aditya. Perfect, bhai, perfect. So I hope we got this answer. So let us move to the next question. The next question is again from periodic table, a very probable question, because this IUPAC naming of elements having atomic number more than 100 is also very famous. So let us write their atomic number. What does un means? Un means 1. What does nil mean? Nil means 0. What does oct mean? Oct means 8. So A is 2. Then un try as in 1, 1, 3. So this is 4. Then un is 1, nil is 0, quad is 4, so 104 is this. Then un by, so this, although these are very easy question, but these are very probable question for your JEE. So I hope we are done with this also. You can pick the correct answer. Now, which among the following can be distinguished by iodoform test? Piece of cake, but very probable for your JEE. Now, iodoform test is given by whom? The methyl group next, the methyl group next to a carbonyl carbon. Although in my live test discussion of JEE Mains, I have given a complete list. I have not given that list today because I have given that in the live test discussion. So, sir, why you're not giving? Because for mains, you should not know that much of, although if you have been present on that day. But now, this much is more than sufficient for a basic level question, that you should have a methyl group and you should have a carbonyl group. Now, iodoform, which is I2 in presence of a base, acts as a strong oxidizing agent because it oxidizes this C bond C as well. So because it's a ketonic group and still getting oxidized, therefore even if this carbon is an alcohol, so because iodoform is a strong oxidizing agent, so first it will convert this alcohol into this carbonyl group and then will oxidize this carbonyl group. So the right side the right side will form the corresponding carboxylic acid, but because medium is basic, so product you should report is salt of that carboxylic acid, and this methyl part gives you the yellow color iodoform which you can see, and because you can see this, so it acts as a test. So when a carbonyl group has a methyl group next to it, it gives a positive iodoform test. Now let us see who all can give iodoform test. This is having CH3 next to carbonyl group, so it can give iodoform test. This can also give iodoform test, so you cannot distinguish them because both are giving positive iodoform test. This cannot give, this also cannot give because this is not methyl, this is ethyl. This can give, as I've told you, this is ethanol, so ethanol will become aldehyde, and then aldehyde, acetaldehyde can give iodoform test. So because both can give iodoform test, therefore they cannot be distinguished. Question is asking you that iodoform should distinguish the two. This can give iodoform test, but this can't give iodoform test. So option 4 will be your answer. So this is also a practical, a doable, a question that deserves your JEE attention because such questions are very probable. Moving to the next question. The next question, again, I have deliberately taken this question because many of my students say, sir, salt analysis yaad nahi hota yaar. Take this notes. This I have made it beautifully by my hand. You do not have to write them. Take a screenshot. Obviously you will get these notes in the WhatsApp channel, so go join the WhatsApp channel. Link is there in the description section. After the lecture you will get these complete notes. Take these notes, get a colored printout of this. Okay, black and white will also do, but take a printout. Now if you just, I mean, I'm not saying that on a single view you'll learn them, but if you read them regularly, like this, sir, why the cations are categorized in such a way in 6 groups, so why not 10 groups? Because experimentally what we see is, like we have discussed in the initial slide also, there are some salts which are not soluble, they form precipitate. But those sparingly soluble salts have some permissibility of getting soluble in water. The sparingly soluble salt also have got some solubility. Their solubility can be experimentally measured by calculating the value of KSP. So the cations are categorized as per 6 groups because they have been experimentally arranged on the basis of increasing value of KSP. So whoever possible probable cationic salts had the least value of KSP were put in first group. These precipitates were actually precipitates of the chlorides of those cations. Who were those cations? Those cations are mercurous, Hg in +1 oxidation state, Pb +2 and silver +1. These chlorides gets precipitated and their chlorides has a very low value of KSP. Therefore, these 3 cations have been placed in first group. How to detect them? We have used some reagent. And what is the reagent? Reagent, if you have a salt in which you have these cations, then if you put dilute HCl, they will be precipitated in the form of their chlorides, which you can see. So you can be sure, you can be having a preliminary detection that yes, first group cations are present. Then you do the confirmation test. I'm not saying you read all the salt analysis, but at least read this table. So what is the group reagent for first group? So dilute HCl. What is the cations for first group? These 3. Read them 1, 2, 3. 3 days in the morning. Just read them aloud. It will be there in your system. You do not have to mug them up. Just read them aloud. First group reagent, dilute HCl. Salts, the cations are precipitated in form of chlorides. There is a fact also. One very beautiful fact about PbCl2 is a precipitate, but once you heat the precipitate, it becomes soluble. That is a specific property of PbCl2. At room temperature, PbCl2 is a precipitate, but once you heat it at high temperature in hot water, PbCl2 gets dissolved. So this is another property of PbCl2. Now, If you do not get a precipitate, then what you do in the same acidic medium, because you have already supplied dilute HCl, now pass H2S. H2S gas is passed using Kip's apparatus. So once you pass H2S gas in acidic medium and you get precipitate, the precipitate will be the precipitate due to the formation of sulfides. Then the cations will fall into second group. Then the cations will fall into second group. Second group is further divided into two halves, second A and second B. Second A has 5 cations. Hg plus 2 mercuric, again Pb plus 2 is also coming in second A. Bi plus 3 copper plus 2 and cadmium plus 2. If you want to, you can make a rhyme, but that rhyme also you have to learn. So read these cations read these cations for 5 days in the morning. Wake up in the morning, while brushing your teeth, just read them aloud. You must know some songs. You must remember some songs that you sing. Have you learned those songs by writing those songs and mugging them like you do like a class 5 student? No. You just listen to it and it gets into your system. So just do that. Stand, wake up in the morning, read aloud, so that your voice get into your ears. You can learn everything by just reading, but do not read with the intention of learning it. Just read it so that whenever you make a sound of whatever it is written, it should sound good. Do not read PB, read PB plus 2, say PB plus 2. Do that 5 days in the morning. Whatever thing you want to read them aloud in the morning. Just read them, and in the 5th, 6th day it will get to your system. But this you have to do now. So this is 2A. What is 2B? Arsenic plus 3, antimony plus 3. All the nitrogen and carbon family, the elements which are in the down the group. Nitrogen family, New Zealand, Pakistan, Australia, New Zealand, Pakistan, Australia, Australia, arsenic, antimony. Kashi gaye Shankar, but tin plus 4 plus 2 plus 4, both cations belong to 2B. Now, third is, if you do not get precipitate, add NH4Cl and NH4OH. If you get a precipitate, then it belongs to a third group. You are getting that precipitate because of the formation of their precipitates of their hydroxides. There is a trick for third group. Look at the cations. They are having plus 3 charge. Fe plus 3, Cr plus 3, Al plus 3. Fourth group are nothing but 3D series metals. So 3D series metal, cobalt, nickel, manganese, zinc. What is the group reagent? If you do not get a precipitate in the presence of NH4Cl and NH4OH, only pass H2S gas. Then again the precipitates will be due to formation of their sulfides. Next, if still you do not get any PPT, use NH4Cl, NH4OH, but now also add ammonium carbonate. So what is the difference? Carbonate. So what precipitate will be formed because of the precipitation of the carbonates of those cations. What are they? Carbonates are alkaline. So not 2. Beta mange. No. Bap. Beta mange. Car, scooter, bap. So these are alkaline earth metals. Sixth is your, actually only HMG plus 2 is famous, but yes, if you do go to some good references, they also say that to 6 group K plus and Na plus can also be detected, but we have separate test. There is no group reagent for it. After that, the highest value of KSP is there is 0 group also. The 0 group is for ammonium cation. Ammonium cation also you do not have to use any reagent. For ammonia, what you do is you use Nessler's reagent and you get iodide of Millen's base. The iodide of Millen's base is also a precipitate and its KSP is highest. If somebody is asking you, KSP is increasing down the group. So you get 0 group at last because KSP for iodide of Millen's base is the highest. I have given you more while speaking them out, but this list is more than sufficient, so read this list. So obviously, if you read this list, answer will be option number 2 for the previous question. Coming to the next question, I hope we are clear till this. Now, the next question says, which one of the following resonating structures of 1-methoxy? Okay, so let us draw the molecule. I hope we are clear till this. butadiene, but as in 4 carbon chain, 1,3 diene, and first carbon has a methoxy group, so it is OCH3. Now this is the neutral structure, and obviously we can see that it is having pi sigma lone pair, so it is having an extended conjugation. Now we are asked out of the given resonating structure which is least stable. So this is again a very probable question for mains, so let us revise the topic. Answer, friends. Let me sip some water. Answer, guys. Answer. Okay, so many of you are arriving at the answer is the feeling that I'm getting. So let me give you the answer now. So the first rule for assigning the stability of resonating structure is neutral structure is always more stable than charged structure, because neutral structure will have more number of covalent bonds. So more be the number of covalent bonds, more is the stability of the particular canonical form or resonating structure. So this is the neutral structure. I hope we find the neutral structure over here. So this will be most stable. So because this is most stable, we are asked least stable, so not an answer. Now let us make its resonating structure. So this is a plus R group. This is a plus R group. So pi, this pi will be coming over here. This will be going over here. So this double bonded and okay, this double. Okay, so actually when the last electron, so this is also a perfect resonating structure in which you can see every atom. This is just delocalization of electron cloud through the resonance effect that we know, and none of the atom is having because octet of second period element must also be complete. This do that negative charge on electronegative, positive charge on electropositive, do that in the later steps, because most priority is neutral structure is most stable. After that, no second period element should have incomplete octet. Everybody is having a complete octet. When this electron is going like this, then this from 1 this 2 will be formed, so octet of every element is still complete. But if you see this structure, then this is just, this pi must have moved here and this oxygen has taken electron. So when you have done some mischievous thing like this, then you must have arrived to this resonating structure, and this resonating structure you can see this carbon is having a positive charge, therefore its octet is not complete. So because it is having incomplete octet, so definitely this will be the least stable and hence your answer. I hope you are clear with this. Sir, I made mistake in this. I had marked me. That's why, beta, I made this resonating structure, and with this resonating structure, I have related it with resonance because this is a plus R group. So I have thought of a resonating structure, then seen that resonating structure. With that resonating structure, I tried to make this resonating structure. So do this practice so that in resonating questions, in resonating structure stability question, always approach question like this. Make the neutral structure and then delocalize. Once you delocalize, you will get to know this delocalization is faltu ka. Like this delocalization was of vague delocalization of pi cloud. So that vagueness will obviously come to your sink. I hope you are clear with this. Perfect. Moving to the next question. Sir, attempt this question by the time I'm reading that comment. Aditya saying, yes sir, I should have considered complete octet for second period elements first. Yes. Without observing, I went for yes beta. So yeah. So first is neutral structure is more stable than charge. Second is octet of second period element has to be complete. Then third is negative charge on electronegative, positive charge on electropositive is more stable. And after that, what you check? After that, you check similar charges should be as far as possible, and opposite charges should be as close as possible. These sequence will always help you to assign resonating structure stability questions. Moving to the next question now. This is again a question from mole concept, the table that we form. if we have to find the simplest formula is nothing but the empirical formula. So if we have to find the simplest formula, as in the empirical formula, what is the way out? Sir, we first have to calculate the moles and then we find the mole ratio. So let us find the mole. Sir, how can we find the mole? We have three formula in order to calculate number of moles. So what are the elements? Elements are zinc, chromium and oxygen. For zinc, its weight is given. So formula for number of moles will be weight upon atomic mass. So 9.75 upon atomic mass of zinc is 65. For chromium, number of atoms is given. So what formula we'll use? Given number of atoms upon molar number. And for oxygen atoms, they have just directly supplied you with the number of moles. So let us find these number of moles. I guess calculation is also quite easy. This is 1, this is 3, so this is 0.3. So what about this? I guess this is 65. 1 times 65, 75, 85, 95, 30. So this is half of it. So it is somewhere around 0.5. Just check this. Option 2. Okay, Aditya is saying option 2. Now, once you find moles, how to find mole ratio? Whatever number is the smallest, which is the smallest number, this is the smallest number. Divide by everybody. So 0.15 upon 0.15 will be 1. 0.3 upon 0.15 will be 2 times. 0.6 upon 0.15 will be 4 times. And this you have got the simple ratio. So what is the simple ratio? Zinc 1, chromium 2, oxygen 4. Zinc 1, chromium 2, oxygen 4. So such questions appear difficult. Yes, Aditya. Perfect, bhai. Perfect. Moving to the next question. The next question says K2Cr2O7 reacts with. Now this is a classic test for reaction of identification of chlorides present in a salt. So if I have a chloride salt, K2Cr2O7 in acidic medium converts the chloride into chromyl chloride, CrO2Cl2, a very famous compound which once treated in presence of H2SO4 creates a fumes. What fumes? Red color or reddish brown colored fumes of K2Cr2O7 of CrO2Cl2, which is nothing but chromyl chloride, a very famous compound used during organic chemistry, also during oxidation of methyl benzenes, and an inorganic fact also from D block also, and because it is chlorine, so a fact of P block also. In this January attempt also, they have asked a detail of this chromyl chloride. So this chromyl chloride is your answer, and it is a red color complex, so your answer will be option 4. I hope we have reached till this now. The next question says lattice enthalpy and enthalpy of solution of NaCl are given. Okay, so again it is a thermodynamic question, application of Hess law and knowledge of thermodynamics. We know if I have NaCl solid, if this NaCl solid changes to Na plus aqueous and Cl minus aqueous, then this is nothing but enthalpy of solution. What is enthalpy of solution? The enthalpy change in 1 mole of a solid is dissociated into its aqueous ions. But how a salt is getting soluble in water? First, this NaCl solid is separated, the two ions are separated into gaseous ions, not aqueous, gaseous ions. So the enthalpy change when 1 mole of a solid is converted to its constituent gaseous ions, this is termed as the lattice enthalpy. So these definitions you should know. And the enthalpy change when 1 mole of a gaseous ions are dissolved and made and are converted to an aqueous ions, the enthalpy change during such transaction is known as enthalpy of hydration. So this is the definition that you should know. And now applying Hess law, I can say enthalpy of solution is equal to lattice enthalpy plus hydration enthalpy. In the question, they are supplying you lattice enthalpy. This is 788. They are also supplying you the overall enthalpy of solution, which is 4 rupees. So what will be enthalpy of hydration? Let's say this is X rupees. So 4 equals 788 plus X. So obviously we know during hydration energy is released. So this will be minus 784, option 2. Perfect, Aditya. Perfect. So students are still working. I'm very grateful to all those students. Moving to the next question. Application of Fazan's rule from chemical bonding. Out of these chlorides, the compound with greatest and least ionic character. Now ionic character. So for ionic salts, what we do, for ionic salts, they can also have covalent nature, which is decided by Fazan's rule. Fazan says that if charge polarization power of cation is high, polarization power is depending upon charge upon size. Most dominating is charge. So these are +1 charged, these beryllium and magnesium are +2 charged. So obviously they are more covalent. Out of them, because now charge is same for beryllium and magnesium, so now size will decide. So who will be having lesser size? Beryllium will have least size. So this will be highest covalent nature will be highest. That means its ionic nature will be lowest. So BCl2 will have least. So we are asked least ionic later. So BCl2 will have least ionic. Now who will be having least covalent nature? These two. Out of them, who will have least covalent nature? Rubidium, because its size is more, so polarization power will be less, so it will be having least covalent nature. That means most ionic nature. So most ionic nature will be of RBCl. So option 3. I mean, such questions are pieces of prize for you during your paper, because these 4 marks come quite easily, but you have to vigilant while working on those questions. So I hope we are clear with this. Moving to the next question. The next question says the degree of ionization of pure water at 25 degrees Celsius. So 25 degrees Celsius, that means Ka, pH, whatever we know, we have to remember that thing. Now, we know water is not at all an electrolyte. It slightly dissociates and gives very small amount of H plus ion and OH minus ion. It is not at all an electrolyte in presence of strong electrolytes. You cannot consider it as an electrolyte. But still, through our physical fact, we know, yes, it will slightly dissociate. So let's say it is dissociating C alpha. So it will also form C alpha. It is also form C alpha. So what is the H plus ion concentration that water produces? So neutral water has a pH of 7. So pH of 7 has an H plus ion concentration is 10 raised to the power minus 7 at 25 degrees Celsius. H plus ion concentration in terms of alpha is nothing but C alpha, which is nothing but H plus ion concentration, and its value we know it is 10 to the power minus 7 molar, but not always at 25 degrees Celsius. So because we know this fact, so we know the value of C alpha. What are we asked in the question? Alpha. So alpha becomes 10 raised to the power minus 7 upon C. Now C is molarity. Sir, how to find molarity? Molarity of water. What is molarity? Number of moles upon volume of solution. So volume, let us take 1 liter solution. So if we have 1 liter solution, then one solution, sir, 1 liter for water density is 1. So 1 liter is 1000 gram. So what is number of moles in 1000 gram? Number of moles upon molecular mass of water. So molarity of water is simply 100 by 18. So put 1000. So 10 raised to the power 3 upon 18. So 18 will come in the numerator. So this will be 18 into 10 raised to the power minus 10. In the question, what are you asked? You are asked percentage alpha. in the options you can see the option are there in percentage. So percentage alpha will be that thing into 100. So 18 into 100 is 10 to the power minus 8. Converting it into scientific notation, so it will be 1.8 into 10 to the power minus 7. I hope it is a very doable question for everybody. Yes, Aditya, perfect. You are giving answer for the previous question. Yeah, perfect. I hope we are clear till this. Moving to the integer type questions now. The first integer type question says 80 gram sample of anhydrous copper sulfate I have. Okay, sir. It was dissolved in water and volume was made 250 ml. So I had 250 ml of solution in which I had 80 gram of sample. Now this sample, it is saying, is containing copper sulfate. Now is it all copper sulfate or some impurities also there? If you look at the question, it is asking you the percentage purity of copper sulfate. So out of that 80 grams, some will be copper sulfate, some will be impurities. So you have to now in that 80 gram, what is the purity of copper sulfate is your question. Now out of that 250 ml, you are just taking 25 ml of the solution. And it was treated with excess of Ki. Now this copper sulfate solution has definitely got copper plus 2 ions, and when these copper plus 2 ions are treated with I minus, they undergo some reaction. And this inorganic chemistry, you should know that it behaves as an oxidizing agent, and it converts I minus to I2 and reduces itself. It reduces itself to form copper plus 1 to its plus 1 state and oxidizes I minus to I2. I'm not balancing the reaction. I'm just asking you to at least know the oxidation and reduction halves. That you should know through inorganic chemistry, and that is what I'm telling you now. Now, a white precipitate, see, the question is also supplying you with detail also. So this is Cu2I2, but Cu2I2 has copper in what oxidation state? Plus 1. That's why I've written the active ion plus 1, because I minus is a spectator, so why to write it? But yes, I minus is spectator also, and I minus is also getting converted to I2. So I have written that active redox part. So I minus is converting to I2 was produced. The iodine so produced required 40 ml of 1 molar hypo solution. What is hypo? Na2S2O3. Now when this I2 is treated with hypo solution, then we should know this, that I2 when treated with active ion of hypo is S2O3 2 minus. It gets converted to I minus, and this hypo gets converted to S4O6 2 minus. If you just look at the oxidation state here, oxidation state of sulfur is plus 2, and if you do the formula 4x minus 12 equals minus 2, that means this is equals to 2.5. Do not balance the reaction, because for such reactions, why I am giving you the active ions, because you can now use law of equivalence. What is law of equivalence? Number of moles can be equated once you balance the reaction, but number of gram equivalent are always equal. So let us do that law of equivalence logic, which is number of gram equivalent are always equal. So number of gram equivalent of hypo used will be equal to number of gram equivalent of I2 reacted. Whatever I2 has been reacted was produced by this copper plus 2 ion. So number of gram equivalent of this will be equal to number of gram equivalent of this will be equal to number of gram equivalent of this. So why to balance? I am directly saying number of gram equivalent of copper plus 2 ions will be equal to, this is not moles, this is number of gram equivalent. So I am applying law of equivalence without actually balancing the reaction. So number of gram equivalent of copper plus 2 will be equal to, I am directly saying number of gram equivalent of hypo. Why include I2? because I do not want to balance the reaction. I know number of moles may not be equal, but number of gram equivalent is always equal. So number of gram equivalent of this is directly equal to number of gram equivalent of this. So for hypo, what are we provided? Volume into molarity. So number of gram equivalent is equal to, in terms of volume into molarity, is volume into molarity into valency factor. And valency factor, we can clearly see sulfur is going from +2 to 2.5 to 2.5. That means changes 0.5. In this one ion, how many sulfur are there? 2. So valency factor will be 1. So number of gram equivalent of copper will be molarity into volume into valency factor. That means 1 into, what is the volume? 40 ml. So in liters it is 40 upon 1000 into valency factor is 1. So this is the number of gram equivalent of copper. But what I need? I need weight. So what I need? First calculate moles. So what will be moles of copper? Sir, number of gram equivalent is equal to number of moles into valency factor. What is valency factor of copper? So copper is changing from +1 to +2 to +1. So change is 1. One species having one copper only, so valency factor will be 1. So number of gram equivalent is equal to number of moles into valency factor. So we directly know that number of moles of copper that is present over here is how much? It is equal to this much. I mean, it is quite easy also to solve, 0.04. So 0.04 are the number of moles of copper. This copper is coming from where? This copper is coming from this sample. So number of moles of copper you have got, but this number of moles of copper is present in this 25 ml solution. Originally the solution was even 10 times. This is 25 ml, this is 250 ml. So this 25 ml is having 0.04, so 10 times. Therefore 10V volume will contain 10 times of 0.04, as in 0.4 moles of copper will be there over here. Now what will be the moles of copper +2 will be the moles of copper sulfate, because one copper sulfate has one copper. So we know the moles of copper sulfate. Now if we know the moles of copper sulfate, can we find the weight of copper sulfate? Yes. How? So number of moles, I have also included this picture for you because this is the reaction over there. The inorganic reactions are difficult to remember. That's why I have given you this complete picture of the titration that actually happens with hypo. So this picture is also going to help you. So these notes will be there with you, but let me at least use it also for calculation. So number of moles we have calculated. So weight of copper sulfate will be number of moles into molar mass. Number of moles is 0.4 and molar mass of copper sulfate, I guess it was given in the question. Yes, it is given 160. So this is into 160. So percentage will be 0.4 into 160 upon, what was the weight of the sample? 80 grams. So upon 80 into 100. So I guess it will also be a very easy calculation. So this will be your answer. I guess it will come out to be around 80%. So you just have to check that you just solve this and this will be your answer. So I hope we are clear till this. Okay. Now moving to the next question. The next question says total number of endothermic process among the following. Now how many number of processes are endothermic? Just we have to say that. Sir, ionization is always endothermic. So obviously this is one. Electron gain is an exothermic process. So here delta H will be negative. So this is exothermic. So not an answer. Inert gases never takes electron. If you want to give them electron, then you have to disturb their inert electronic configuration. So if you want to add electron to an inert gas, it is always an endothermic process. So this will also be an endothermic process. A direct question of periodic table. Electron gain is generally for halogen bonds to take that electron and gain that inert configuration. So this will also be exothermic, so not an answer. So this is a one-liner question. Your answer will be, because this is an integer type question, so how many of them are endothermic? Just 2. What is the possible number of isomers? Such questions are very, very famous. Now this is a complex of the form M. En is a symmetrical bidentate ligand. A2. So what is the overall coordination number? 6. So if you have a 6 coordination number, then what should be my shape? My shape will be octahedral. I hope everybody knows this. So let me use this octahedral shape. Why I am drawing it 3 times? Because I guess through NCERT most of us know that this En is a symmetrical bidentate ligand. Chlorine are coming over here. So this will be having a plane of symmetry, cutting the molecule into equal halves. So it will be optically inactive also. But this is a trans isomer, and in the question we are asked the possible number of isomers. So this will be one isomer. But sir, if this chlorine is cis, then En will come over here. En can come over here also. And if I use a mirror, then because this is having no element of symmetry, so its mirror image, this, let's say this is dextrorotatory, so this will be levorotatory. So these two will also be the optical isomers, and optical isomers are also stereoisomers. So how many total isomers I have? I have 3 stereoisomers of the form M AA2 A2. A2 as in symmetrical bidentate ligand and a monodentate ligand. I hope we are clear till this, guys. Okay, moving to the second last question. So I hope Deepen sir will be ready after this. I'm just finishing these last 2 questions. An aromatic compound of formula this, which is a benzene derivative. So there is benzene, dissolves aqueous NaOH and gives intense color with neutral FeCl3. I guess with neutral FeCl3 it is more than clear that this oxygen will be oxygen of a phenol. So ultimately what we have is, we should definitely have a phenol over here. So phenol is what? Benzene with an OH. Now this benzene with an OH has to be substituted. Has to be substituted by what? Sir, 6 carbons we have already taken into consideration. So what else we need? Sir, we just have to add, I'm just putting all the possible options. We just have to add 2 carbons, because this is CH, 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 CH. So 6 carbons gone. This is C. 5 hydrogen and 1 hydrogen. So 6 hydrogen gone and O gone. So what is left? 2 carbons, 8 minus 6. 4 hydrogens, that is it. So that means I have CH3 CH2 group, C2, 10 minus 6 is 4. Yeah. So C2, CH2 and CH2. Okay. But wherever I will create a free valency, I will be getting 1 hydrogen extra. So that will make it CH3 CH2. So this ethyl or either 2 methyls. So this is the simple permutation combination question now for you. So let us do that permutation combination. So that ethyl can come over here. So it is 1 2. It can come over here also. So it is 1 3. It can come over here also. So it is 1 4. These options will not be taken. So this option is done. Now take methyl options. So let's say 1 methyl over here. So 1 2 3. Fix this carbon over here. So 1 2 3 and 1 2 4 will be the other option. Fix that carbon over here. So 1 2 5 will be other option. Fix that carbon over here. So 1 2 6 will be the other isomer. So these are the possible isomers. So but what if it is not fixed in the first position? So let's say I fix it in the 1 2 3rd position. So this 3rd 4th can be one option. This 3rd 5 can be another option. And this 3rd 6, no, if it is 6 then it can be it will be that option only. So I guess we are done with all the possible number of probabilities. So count these number of probabilities. I get you have 9 possible isomers. Now this I would rather say is a very good question, which brings us to the last question for the day. I hope it is the last question. Yeah. So Deepen sir will please be ready after this, because this is my last question. Now, how many substances show rearrangement during SN1 reaction? Sir, SN1, whenever you form a carbocation, you just see the next carbon. If the next carbon is having a branch, it will definitely be getting rearranged. So just let us check with that. So if this Br is gone, I am having a carbocation over here. If this carbocation is formed, then it will definitely ask that methyl group to be getting rearranged so that it can either stabilize itself. So this will definitely undergo rearrangement. When this Br is gone, this carbocation is resonance stabilized. So it will never try to rearrange because resonance stabilized is most famous stabilization. So this will not undergo rearrangement. When this is gone, I'll get a carbocation next to a 4-membered ring. So first it will have ring expansion, then rearrangement. So obviously it will undergo rearrangement. If this is gone, then plus over here, then 5 carbon chain will become 6. So definitely rearrangement will be taking over here also. If this bromine is gone, this is plus, over here also it is same degree, over here also it is same degree. So this will not undergo because it is not having any profit. It will not undergo rearrangement. This it is quite easily seen that methyl shifting will take place. So this will also undergo rearrangement. If this is gone, this is super easy. Rearrangement will take place. Super easy. Rearrangement will take place. A very basic fact, whenever I have a halogen as the bridged carbon does not even support substitution, because if at all a carbocation is formed, this can't acquire us a planar geometry, or else the rings will break. So no rearrangement takes place at bridged carbon. So this is not an option for us. So how many options? 1 2 3 4 5 6. So your answer will be beautifully 6. After I had a very good time in discussing. Thank you, Aditya. So let me check. Obviously, Deepen sir will be ready for you. So I just write. Yeah, he's ready. So thank you, guys. All the very best for your next test. We'll meet soon.
Hello, hi, namaskar everyone. Just give me a quick confirmation. Am I clearly audible and visible? Namaskar everyone. Just give me a quick confirmation. Am I clearly audible and visible? Students, just write it in the comment box so that we can get started. Okay. I believe so. We all are properly visible. The screen is going great. With that, let's get started with the mathematics section. I hope you had a great learning with this session of physics and chemistry. Now let's focus on mathematics. I'm sure the second mock test you must have attempted pretty well. The questions you might have understood, you should have been able to categorize the questions, and you should have been able to attempt more questions with this second mock test. And that's exactly what we are expecting. And the way NTA keeps on, fluctuating the difficulty level, that's exactly how we'll also keep fluctuating the difficulty level with these subjects, with these shifts, with these mocks. And we are always in every single mock, the detailed analysis, we are emphasizing this very simple fact that take it like an actual test. An actual test means an actual test. You should be taking care of the timings. Either you should attempt it in the morning or afternoon. Half of the test you should attempt in the morning, half of the test you should attempt in the evening or afternoon time, so that your body clock gets adjusted to whatever shifts you have provided. And along with this, don't take any break. Take it in a 3 hour, one go only. And along with that, do remember strategies you should be able to develop. You should learn to optimize. How should you be getting more scores? That's exactly what we are discussing. Yes. Hi, hello, good evening, everyone. So with that, let me show you the first question for the day. A very simple, a very straightforward question, and it should have been attempted and done by you in the first pass. Do you remember this technique we have discussed? 3 passes you should take: first, second, and third. In the first pass, all the easy ones. In the second pass, all the moderate ones. In the third pass, all the tougher ones. But try to ensure that you attempt most of the questions in your first and second pass. You write the answers to the most of the questions. Maximum or minimum 10 to 15 questions you should have been processed in first and second pass. Then rest of the 4 to 5 questions, if you are one of those category of students, should be attempted or marked by you in the third pass. I hope you are clearly understanding this. With that, let's have a look at this first question. What are we told here? We are seeing 2 points, 3 comma 2 and minus 2 comma 1 are two opposite vertices of a rectangle. Great. So we'll be seeing a rectangle. Such a simple and easy question, and that's why we are saying this should be attempted by everyone. This is one of those questions which definitely gives you everyone plus 4 marks. So here we are seeing a rectangle, and this rectangle has this as one of the diagonals. So what are we told here? That this rectangle has 3 comma 2 and minus 2 comma minus 1 as its extremes of the diagonals. Now what are we told here? if the other two vertices lie on this line, okay, so the other two vertices are lying on the other line. Now what do we know about the other line, the other diagonal? The other diagonal is this line, which is given by 3x plus 5y plus k is equal to 0. Now what I know here is that here the diagonals bisect each other. Even for a parallelogram, for a rhombus, for a square, for a rectangle, these properties are true. So with that, we all can conclude. Can you help me with the final answer here, students? What should be the approach? I hope most of you must have cracked it, sir. The midpoint here must satisfy the equation of this line, and there you will get your answer within seconds. Was it not very easy? Something really simple. You should have done it. And this category of questions you do face in your real examination as well. 2 to 3, such very easy questions are there. 3 to 4, easy questions or very easy to easy questions are there. Then 3 to 4, easy to moderate are there. So always remember in the JEE mathematics section, if you can filter out those questions, then definitely 10 to 12 questions are always doable. All you need to do is figure out the questions which are needed to be attempted by you in the first and second pass. That's a skill. More than solving a question, what matters more here in this examination is selection of questions and rejection of questions. Yes, the midpoint will satisfy the line. So 3 minus 2 is 1. So it will be 1 by 2. 2 minus 1 is 1. So it should again be 1 by 2. 1 by 2, 1 by 2 you pass here. So it should be 3 by 2 plus 5 by 2 plus k, which clearly gives you 8 by 2. That's 4. 4 goes there. K becomes minus 4, and that's your correct option. A very easy and doable question. Can we move ahead with the second question here? The number of common tangents to the circle. Now, do you remember the technique? We have learnt a lot of cases. The moment you see the one shot of circles which we have recorded, you will see it very soon on our YouTube channel, PWJEE English. You will see all the different cases we have discussed regarding two circles. When do they intersect? When do they touch each other externally? When do they touch each other internally? How do they interact? How do they behave? That all will be discussing in that one shot. I have already recorded it from my end. It will be released very soon, and you will get a complete, extensive and thorough clarity on the chapter circles. How do we do it right now? If you are not aware of it, the idea is really simple here, students. We are given two circles, right? So let's have a look at this circle. By looking at this circle only, can I not crack its center? Negative half of the coefficients of x and y give you the center of the circle. Negative half of the coefficient of x and y give you the center of the circle. So I hope we have cracked the centers of the circle. Now, with that, what do we do next here, students? I hope you all can see it. If I wish to figure out the radius of the first circle, it will be given by, let's say, R1, which is g square plus f square. So 4 plus 9 is 13. 13 minus 12, g square plus f square minus c. So 13 minus 12 is 25. Square root of 25, that's 5, will be the radius of the first circle. Do you remember that? Similarly here as well, 3 square is 9, 9 square is 81. 81 plus 9 is 90. 90 minus 26, g square plus f square minus c. Although this is minus g and minus f, but their squares will be equal to g square and f square only. And this is c. So 90 minus 26, how much is it? 90 minus 20, 70. 70 minus 6 is 64. So square root of 64 is of course going to be the radii or the radius of the second. 64 is 8. I hope you are comfortably understanding it. Now all you need to do is figure out the distance between these two circles center. So if I figure out the distance between their centers, will I not be able to crack the idea that how are they placed? So with that, if I could figure out the distance, I'll say 2 minus 3, that's 5. 5 square is 25. And there you have 9 and 3, that's clearly 12, that's 144. So with that, I can clearly see 169 coming into picture, that's 13. And if I am a little bit more observant, then I'd say that, sir, 8 plus 5 is also clearly 13. With that, 13 and 13 are equal. And the moment you see that, sir, R1 plus R2 is equal to C1, C2, then we see a scenario when these two circles are touching each other externally. Do you remember that? Yes, sir, if distance between the centers is equal to the sum of the radii, then the circle touches at one point externally. Great. Excellent, Aditya. With that, I hope you all must agree. What are we asked? We are asked the number of common tangents. So in that case, I'll be having a direct common tangent like this, another direct common tangent like this, and a transverse common tangent like this, which is also going to be the radical axis. The radical axis for a circle is basically a straight line from where the pair of tangents drawn to this circle, these two circles, are equal in length. Remember this as a fact. They may use the term radical axis. Remember this, don't forget this. So far whatever we have discussed, I hope there is no confusion on that. But still remember, the first question, amazingly easy, something really simple. Second question, again very easy, not a very tough question. So far both the questions were amazingly easy. You all must have attempted them in the mocks. Can we move ahead with the third question? Again, a very easy question, a very decent question. It is again based on power of a point with respect to the curve. What does it mean? Here, please pay attention to this. X square upon 9 plus y square upon 4 is equals to 1 is your ellipse. And this is your circle. What are we told? That we need to figure out 1, 2 and 2, 1 are positioned or stationed where? Inside the circle in ellipse or outside the circle in ellipse. One of the ideas is you may be lured to draw these two curves and figure it out, which is absolutely waste of time. You can very quickly figure out the points, the power of these points with respect to these curves. If they are positive, they'll be outside. If they are negative, they'll be inside. If they are zero, they'll be on the curve. I hope you remember this fact. So with that, if I could conclude here, let's figure out the power of 1, 2. Let's figure out the power of 1, 2 with respect to the ellipse. So that's your point 1, right? So that's P. P and Q be the points. So P is 1, 2 and what is Q? Q is 2, 1, right? So if I figure out the power of point P with respect to the ellipse, what am I getting? This is 1 by 9. There you are having 2, square is 4, 4 by 4 is 1, 1 minus 1 is 0. So there it gets 1 by 9 only, and 1 by 9 is greater than 0. And if 1 by 9 you seem to get greater than 0, will you not say that, sir, P point lies outside the ellipse? Everyone with me on this? Let's talk about point Q. But when I talk about this, I am going ahead with this option B, that, sorry, it's not Q, it's not P, it's Q. So P should lie outside E. That's given in option D. But now let's talk about the point Q and the power of point P with respect to the circle as well, because I need a complete clarity, because they have given all the possible combinations here. So let me try and figure out the power of Q with respect to this ellipse first of all. So with that, I'll say, first of all, we know that P lies outside here. P lies outside of the ellipse because of this power being positive. I hope you have understood this factually. With that, when I bring the circle into picture, what do I get with this point P? 1 square is 1, 2 square is 4, 4 plus 1 is 5, 5 minus 9. I hope you can see it very clearly. 5 minus 9 is minus 4. And if it is minus 4, that means it lies inside the circle. So first of all, I got the clarity and idea that point P is outside the ellipse and inside the circle. So point P is outside the ellipse and inside the circle. That means option D needs to be marked. I hope you have gotten great clarity, but if you wish to verify or validate the point Q as well, I leave it up to you, which you need not in this particular question. Since it is an MCQ, only one option will be correct and you have already gotten the answer. You need not go for the point Q. But with these questions, I hope you must have understood that some very easy and decent questions are kept in your mocks and you can solve them very quickly. Can we move ahead towards the next question from here, students? What do we see in the next question? Here. This again is not a tough question, is absolutely not a tough question, but if you go into the calculation, this will become moderate. Because of calculation, because of the length, it can be called a moderate one, but conceptually it is again a very simple and decent question. Not a very difficult at all. Again, I could have categorized it as easy, but since it has certain length, I'll be classifying this question as a moderate one. How do we solve this? First of all, what are we asked in this question? Let's have a look at that. We are given a function f of x. Great. This is the function f of x. I hope you all can see it very clearly. What am I told? Alpha comma beta in the closed interval is said to be the range of this function. By the time I am solving this question, if you haven't attempted the mock, pause the video right now and solve it by yourself. And we'll be really happy if you attempt these questions first, then watch this analysis. That's even a better approach. Here, how do I begin with this question? The idea is really simple. I need to figure out its range. In order to figure out its range, I think I got to use the concepts of AOD, application of derivatives. So here, let me try and differentiate this. So the derivative of this function, or if I'll say f dash x, is going to be how much? F dash x is going to be 3 sine inverse x. It gives you 3 upon under root over 1 minus x square. Then 5 tan inverse x. The derivative here becomes 5 upon 1 plus x square. 2x square gives you 4x here. I hope we are going great. Plus 5. So that is what you get. Now we know one condition, one constraint. If you know inverse trigonometric functions more clearly in a more in-depth manner, you all must have agreed on this that, sir, here we know that sine inverse x. So from here, no matter what this x becomes, what this x could be, this x could be, there is no problem with those x. But this x clearly tells us that here it would lie strictly between -1 and 1, because this x is being passed as an input to sine inverse. So with that, I know that this x has to lie between -1 and 1. With that, what do we get? With that, I get this clarity that, sir, here 3 upon under root over 1 plus x square is always positive. I hope you're understanding for all the values of x between -1 and 1. 5 upon 1 plus x square is always positive. Now, can you say something about 4x plus 5? If you are not sure, we know that, sir, x lies between -1 and 1 as a part or consideration of its domain. What will I say? 4x will lie between -4x to 4. So what about 4x plus 5? It will lie between -4 plus 5 to 4 plus 5. And -4 plus 5 is how much? 1. So this 4x plus 5 will lie between 1 to 9. This entire expression will lie between 1 to 9. Now, why am I discussing this? Positive plus something between 1 to 9. So all these values are positive, which means f dash x is greater than 0. F dash x is greater than 0 for all x which are in its domain. Domain means -1 to 1. What am I able to conclude with that? I am able to conclude that here fx is a strictly increasing function. Why did I do so or say so? Because f dash x is clearly positive. So whenever you see f dash x to be positive, we can conclude that here fx is going to be a strictly increasing function. I think the job is done. The moment we claim or conclude that here fx is a strictly increasing function, I think our job is done. Because now when it says its minima or maxima, will it not be a really simple task? Its minima will be found at -1, its maxima will be found at 1, and that's alpha and beta, because in that case that's going to be its range. I hope you understood that. So if I wish to figure out alpha would be according to me 3 sine inverse -1. Of course it is minus pi by 2, so this is minus 3 pi by 2. I hope there is no confusion on that. Plus 5 tan inverse -1. That's minus pi by 4. So it's minus 5 pi by 4. I hope there is no confusion on that. Here when you put -1, it's 2. 2 minus 5 minus 20. So minus 5 minus 20 is minus 25. Minus 25 plus 2 minus 23. So it should be minus 23. This is going to be the alpha, the minimum value of it. Are you all watching, listening and understanding and getting the concept very clearly? What about beta, students? Can you say something about beta from here? What will you say about beta? You will say its maxima. That will be attained at 1 because it is strictly increasing function and its domain is -1 to 1. So here when I put 1 here, sine inverse 1 is pi by 2. So that gives you 3 pi by 2 plus 5 tan inverse 1. That's pi by 4. So this is going to be 5 pi by 4. Plus, of course, 2 plus 5, that's 7 minus 20 is going to be minus 13. I think now I can leave it up to you. You knew alpha, you knew beta. Now you can crack alpha plus beta, you can crack alpha minus beta, and accordingly you can mark the correct option. That's great, Aditya. That's brilliant, students. I hope other students also who are watching this video or who may have attempted this paper must have understood this approach. If you have any other idea, any other approach, do share it with us. Okay, Teamwork JEE is saying CBSE series, please. This is PWJEE English YouTube channel. For CBSE, you can definitely visit our CBSE channel. There, the series is definitely provided to you. I hope so, as per the need of the hour. So with that, I hope you have built a great clarity on this front. Can I move ahead from here? The next question. Again, don't get scared by looking at this expression where it says argument of 1 minus 2 times conjugate of z omega upon 1 plus 3 times conjugate of z omega. It is absolutely not as difficult as it appears or looks. Why am I saying so? The reason is pretty simple here, students. Here, why? Of course, this question again would be a moderate one. I wouldn't say very easy. It is actually very easy. If you know the concepts, everything is easy. If you don't know it, it may look difficult, but I am classifying it by being neutral. I am not bringing my bias, the kind of knowledge I possess being the teacher of mathematics, but I'd still say from your perspective or from a JEE aspirant's perspective, in that examination hall, this could be treated as moderate because of its length again. How do we solve this particular question? It says Z and omega are two complex numbers, so don't get confused or scared by the word complex number. It is simply simple. Trust me, it is as simple as all the other numbers. So it says that mod of Z omega. So when somebody says mod of Z omega, I can say mod Z, mod omega is 1 because modulus can be splitted over product and division. Here, I'll say that mod Z is going to be 1 upon mod omega. So if I say that there is a complex number Z, which in the Euler form I write as Z is equals to R e iota theta, where R I assume as its modulus and theta we take it as argument. I hope you remember that. So with that, how will I write the complex number Z? Sorry, omega. For omega, I think we have some more data, some more information. From here, will I not say that, sir, argument of omega can be written as argument of Z minus 3 pi by 2. It can be written as argument of Z minus 3 pi by 2. With that, if I wish to write the complex number omega, I'll say mod of omega, which is mod of 1 upon Z, that is 1 upon R, times e to the power iota. Now the argument of omega is argument of Z minus 3 pi by 2. Argument of Z we have assumed as theta. So can I not take it as theta minus 3 pi by 2? First of all, give me a confirmation. Have you understood this question here so far? I hope there is no confusion on the data, whatever I've written so far. Next conclusion will be, in numerator and denominator both, we are asked to deal with Z bar omega. So let's try and write Z bar omega. So Z bar omega is going to be nothing but what? Can you help me with the Z bar omega, students? Z bar will be conjugate of this. So when you take the conjugate of a complex number, its argument, its sign changes, the argument sign changes. So with that, Z bar is going to be R e to the power minus iota theta. That's going to be the value of Z bar. Can you talk about omega? Sir, omega is this. That's 1 by R. So if that has 1 by R, do you not think that this R gets cancelled by that 1 by R? So can I make this R vanish? From here, what am I now left with? E to the power iota theta. So I am now left with e to the power iota theta minus, of course, minus is there. So I'll write it like this only, minus iota 3 pi by 2. I hope there is no confusion on that. That is going to be Z bar omega. But we all know that when base are same, the powers are added. So iota theta gets cancelled. I'll be left with as Z bar omega will be left as e to the power minus iota 3 pi by 2. Now what do we do? I think you are done. You are absolutely done with this question. Why am I saying so? Because now this is what is going to be our complex number, which is of course a unimodular complex number because R is 1 here. We know its argument is minus 3 pi by 2. So from here, when I see this Euler form, can I not convert it into its polar form? The polar form is clearly going to be how much? The polar form is going to be R. R is 1 cos theta, that is cos minus 3 pi by 2, plus iota sine theta, that is again minus 3 pi by 2. I hope you are understanding it comfortably. Cos at any odd multiple of pi by 2 is 0, so this becomes 0. Of course, it is odd multiple of pi by 2, so it will be purely imaginary complex number. And with that, we see sine pi by 2 is 1, so sine 3 pi by 2 is going to be minus 1. So here it is going to be minus iota, so that is going to be its value. So ultimately, they could have written an iota here, minus iota here, but they have given it in this manner so that they were basically checking your understanding of Euler form in complex numbers. So I think we have cracked mod, Z bar omega. So Z bar omega is going to be minus iota. So now we need to crack, the question is going to be argument of 1 minus, that's minus iota, so it should be 1 plus 2 iota divided by 1 minus 3 iota. So let me simplify this complex number. We usually try to avoid having a complex number in the denominator, although this can be done with the argument of Z1 upon Z2, which is the argument of Z1 minus argument of Z2. That method also you can use. But if you wish to keep it simple, the next thing which you could have done is 1 plus 3 iota, the conjugate of it can be multiplied in the numerator and denominator. So when that comes into picture, it becomes 1 plus 3 iota in the numerator and 1 plus 3 iota in the denominator. Are you all comfortably understanding, listening? With that, when I move ahead, what do I see? 1 plus 2 iota times 1 plus 3 iota, and this, I hope there is no confusion in the denominator. So argument of 1 in 1 is 1. 2 iota and 3 iota is basically minus 6. So it is going to be 1 minus 6, that's minus 5. Did you get that? Then 2 iota plus 3 iota, that is going to be 5 iota. Divided by z bar, that's mod z square. So it is going to be 1 plus 9. 1 plus 9 is going to be 10. So from here, I'll call it 10. Did you all understand this part comfortably? That's great. Sir, z bar omega is going to be plus 1. Why, Aditya? It's minus 3 pi by 2. Okay, so it's minus 3 pi by 2. Oh, yes, 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 yes. I did not notice it. I took it as 3 pi by 2. Thank you so much for highlighting that. Let me just cross-check it once again. If it is, this is the graph of sine, right? This is pi by 2. This is pi, this is 3 pi by 2, so 3 pi, yes, it should be plus 1. I'm really sorry, I did not notice it. Thank you so much, Aditya. Yes, plus iota. So there will be a correction. I mistakenly did not take care of this minus. I just took 3 pi by 2, I think. So yes, it should have been plus iota. So when you take a plus iota here, there will be a slight change here. There will be a slight change here. Not much change. Of course, a minus would have been introduced here, but to avoid the confusion, I'll do it one more time. Thank you so much, Aditya. And we need you. So I would be hoping that at least you stay there till the end and all the students who are watching it attentively so that you keep highlighting such silly errors if we commit based on calculation. So with that, if I go ahead with that, what are we finding? Argument of 1 plus this is going to be 2 iota. Sorry, there is minus already there. So this is 1 minus 2 iota divided by 1 plus 3 iota. I hope there is no confusion on that. We are going great now. With that, when you simply multiply both numerator and denominator, it will be 1 minus 3 iota in the numerator and 1 minus 3 iota in the denominator. Now, I hope the task is really simple. You all could do it very easily. Here, it is going to be argument of 1, that's 1, and minus 3, minus 2, that's minus 6, yes. So 1 minus 6 is minus 5. There you have minus 2 iota, minus 3 iota, so it is going to be minus 5 iota. Great. And the denominator z bar, that's again mod z square, so it is going to be 1 plus 9, that's 10. Now, if I wish to locate it, I can see its x coordinate and y coordinate are same. Its real part and imaginary part are same numerically, and they are both negative. So that will be happening in the third quadrant. So if it is happening in the third quadrant, I am basically locating this point, the x coordinate and y coordinate. It is minus 5 by 10, comma minus 5 by 10, which is of course minus 1 by 2, comma minus 1 by 2. It clearly lies on the straight line y is equals to x, but it is in the third quadrant. So from arguments perspective, if you look at, it is in the third quadrant. So I wouldn't come clockwise, I'll come anti-clockwise. So this we all know, pi by 2 plus pi by 4. Are you all getting it very clearly? So 3 pi by 4, but with the negative sign, and 3 pi by 4 with the negative sign is given in option B. Did you all understand this solution? Thank you so much for highlighting that, Aditya. Had I not seen this minus iota, had I used it, I may have gotten a wrong answer, possibly 3 pi by 4. So there you got to be very careful. There you got to be very attentive. Please, please, please take care of such errors, such minute details. I just forgot this minus and made this entire blunder, which of course was a very silly, very simple error, but it made my answer go completely wrong. Did you all get that? With that, let's move towards the next question. A very decent, a very straightforward question. Again, I personally wouldn't like to call it moderate. It will be somewhere between easy and moderate. So how do we solve this question here? If the curves x square is equals to 9a times 9 minus y and x square is equals to a times whole of y plus 1 intersect orthogonally, do you not see that whenever this term intersection orthogonally is mentioned, a very important idea should come to your brain? Great, great, great. Thank you so much. It was my mistake actually, Aditya. You should not take care of it, but that's great. You took a good care of it. Thank you so much for that. Here, I hope all the other participants are also watching, listening, and understanding it clearly. Here, with this, if I move ahead, I can clearly see the value of A is what we need to figure out. So two things are happening there. These are the two curves. I know nothing about these two curves, but what I can clearly see is that they must be intersecting because they are intersecting orthogonally, which means at their point of intersection, if I'm drawing the tangents, those tangents must be perpendicular. That's the concept of angle between two curves. Just hold on for a while. So with that, here, let's get back here. So they are intersecting orthogonally. So let me find dy by dx here, dy by dx here. So the dy by dx, m1 into m2 will be minus 1. the slope of the tangent and the product should be -1 if those tangents are perpendicular, if two straight lines are perpendicular. So first clue that I'll use. Second conclusion, these two curves are intersecting. And if these two curves are intersecting at that point, that intersection, the product of those slopes should be -1. So point of intersection should also be found. Through that, I might be able to establish one more relationship because these two curves are intersecting. So we know x square is equals to given, what are we given? 9a into 9, that's 81a minus 9ay. That is what I'm given on the left hand side. Here also x square is this, so I can write this as ay plus a. If I rewrite this whole data, what do we get? I'll isolate few things. First of all, you could have taken a common and cancelled it. That's what you all can do, because in that case we are believing or assuming that a is non-zero, because if a becomes 0, it will be x square is equals to 0, this will be x square is equals to 0, which means both of them will be representing y-axis. That doesn't mean anything in this particular scenario. So a cannot be 0 and I can nullify or cancel this a clearly. So with that, when you cancel this a from here, what do we get? We get 81a. Sorry, if I'm cancelling this a, it will be 81 minus 9y is equal to y plus 1. Are you all understanding this very clearly? So from here, 9y goes there, 1 comes here. So 80 is equals to 10y. That gives you y as 8. Did you all get that part? Can I move ahead from here? Now from here, we have received y as 8. So if put y as 8 either here or here, I could crack that x coordinate as well, the point of intersection. So with that, if I replace y by 8 anywhere, either here or here, so 9 minus 8 is 1. So x square is 9a. So if x square is 9a, x should be plus minus 3 times under root a. Did you all get that? I hope there is no confusion on that. So this coordinate is going to be the point of intersection, 3 root a comma 8 and minus 3 root a comma 8. That's great. That's perfect. With that, now let's talk about the second part. Can I find the dy by dx from here? I'll simply differentiate it. So here, this is going to be 2x. The derivative of it, 9a, 9 is going to be 0. Minus 9ay will give me minus 9a dy by dx. So from here, dy by dx, we have received or attained as, I hope you can see it, we have received dy by dx as 2x upon minus 9a. So that is minus 2 by 9 times x by a. I hope you're understanding it comfortably without any confusion. Similarly, if I differentiate this, that's the second curve. So for this, if I try to figure out its dy by dx, it will give me 2x on the left hand side. Ay gives me a, I hope you can see it very clearly, dy by dx. So a dy by dx, and that's a constant term that becomes 0. So from here, if I wish to put any comment on dy by dx, this dy by dx here will be 2x upon a. Everyone with me on this? There is no confusion on that, I believe so. This should be 2x upon a. Are you all listening and understanding this clearly? From here, if I move ahead, what I know is that this dy by dx and this dy by dx, their product should be -1 because they are intersecting orthogonally. I hope you heard my words clearly. So with that, I'll say minus 2x upon 9a into this 2x upon a should be -1. I hope you all are comfortably understanding it. So from here, instead of taking x into picture, can I take the value of x square? Because if I replace y by 8, x square will be 9a. So I'll keep 9a here because I would require x square here. So this minus and this minus are cancelled. So 2 into 2, that's 4x square. That's 4x square is equal to 9a square, is equal to 9a square. And we all know x square is 9a, x square is 9a. So this is 4 into, it is 9a or 9a square? It is 9a. So 4 into 9a is equal to 9a square. So 9 gets cancelled. Of course, 9 gets cancelled by 9 and a is non-zero. So a also gets cancelled. With that, we are left with a as 4 and that's your answer. So of course, it wasn't very difficult. I hope most of you must have cracked it. Was it really difficult or tricky? Absolutely not. If you know the basics means what? The derivatives, orthogonality. So I clearly would say that it would be the answer. Then the value of a. The value of a is what we are asked. A is 4. A is going to be 4. Yes, option 2. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. With that, let's move towards the next question. A very easy, a very, very simple question based on integration. I wouldn't even call it moderate. If you see the right substitution, you could crack it within seconds. Can you help me with this answer, students? All the students who are watching it online, all the participants, can you tell me the right substitution, which is what is needed to be done? Are you all not seeing that, sir? If you substitute tan inverse x to the power 4 by t, the job is completely done. The job is absolutely done. Don't get scared by this expression. This is definitely not a difficult question at all. What will I do here in this case? I'll differentiate both the sides. So dt will become 1 upon 1 plus x to the power 4 whole square. That's x to the power 8. The derivative of x to the power 4 is going to be 4x cube dx. Did you all get that? Yes, yes, yes. That's brilliant, Aditya. And I hope all the other participants also who are watching it right now must have gotten this substitution. With that, I'll say that here, this x cube dx upon 1 plus x to the power 4 is going to be dt by 4. So we have the answer, I believe so. That's 1 by 4. X cube dx upon this will be dt. So our answer will be sine t. Is it really difficult to crack this question? And with that, I'll say the integration of sine t is minus cos t. So it will be minus cos t by 4. But what was t? T was actually tan inverse x to the power 4 plus, of course, the constant of integration. I hope these questions are really simple. And among the moderate and tough questions, they merge this category of easy and simple questions. But the problem is when you keep solving moderate and tough questions and you keep pushing yourself among the moderate and tough questions, even for simpler questions, your brain thinks like an easy approach which is required to solve the moderate and tougher questions. And that's where you should stay more cautious and alert. And that's where we suggest you the strategy that attempt the paper in passes. In the first pass, target this category of questions. In the second pass, go for the moderate ones. And in the third pass, go for the harder ones. Are we clear on this? Can I move ahead from here? The next question. This again would definitely not be a tough question. I would still classify it as somewhere between easy and moderate, or from your perspective, if I simply remove my bias, it could be called a moderate. It is definitely not a tough question. So far, we haven't seen any tough question which should have been skipped by any of you from the maths section. How do we solve this particular one? Again, the idea is really simple. Do you remember? Can you help me with the mindset or the approach which is required in this question? If I could tell you a hint which we must have studied in the chapter definite integration as one of the properties, do you remember? Or even in integration, you do study it. You do study this property that e to the power x fx plus f dash x. Do you remember this property? What is the answer here? So if the moment you see e to the power x in integration into something, if that thing can be converted as a sum of two functions, where the second function is the derivative of first function, then your job is done. Can you help me with this answer? I hope most of you must be agreeing that, sir, here the answer should be e to the power x times fx plus c, of course. That's exactly what we'll be using here in this question. And why am I suggesting this? Because I have seen e to the power x here. Sir, it is not e to the power x, it is e to the power minus x. Well, then also you can solve this question. Let's say if you are getting confused that, sir, here it is e to the power minus x. Can I get rid of it? Yes. How? Substitution. Now, what I'm trying to suggest here is if basic idea is not developed by you, what we all are seeing first of all is that before we do that substitution, what I'm suggesting here is that let's replace minus x by t, so that first of all you start seeing e to the power x. Rest of the things we'll do later, but let's do this particular part. So with that we get minus dx is equal to dt. Of course, the limits will also change. So with that, I'll see the question to be 25. When x was 0, t is minus x, so it will be 0, but the upper limit will become minus pi by 4 e to the power t. Here, 10 is basically an odd function, but power is even, so it will be 10x to the power 24. Here also it is even, so it will remain as 10x to the power 26. That's, of course, t here. So it should be t. It doesn't matter anyways, but I should be more precise here, and that's dt. Of course, it should be minus dt, so I'll introduce a minus sign here. I hope you are understanding it comfortably. With that, with this part, again there is minus, but minus dx with this will make it positive. 0 to minus pi by 4 is going to be the limit. E to the power t it would be. I hope you are understanding it. And since 10x is an odd function and the power is odd, it will introduce a minus sign here. And because of that, there will be a minus here. So that will become 10x to the power 25. 10x it will not be, it will be 10t now. So did you all get this part? Everyone with me on this? Can I move ahead from here? That's great, Aditya. So from here, all I need to do is just see and understand. The question is absolutely done. E to the power t, e to the power t, 0 to minus pi by 4, 0 to minus pi by 4. So I can club this limit, club this integration. I can write it as integration 0 to minus pi by 4. This is of course e to the power t. This is, see, this minus and this minus also I'm taking common, so that minus is taken out. So this leaves you with 10t to the power 25 plus this part. If I take 10x or 10t to the power 24 common from here, 10t to the power 24 common from here, I'll be left with 1 plus 10 square t. 1 plus 10 square t is sec square t. So this will be sec square t. And that's dt. Just correct me if I'm wrong. I hope we have used sign scheme properly. Minus, this goes there, this, I think we are going great. With that, all I'm saying is that if I treat 10 t to the power 25 as ft, then its derivative will be 25. Okay, yes, I'm making a mistake. So there was this 25, which I have not written. Where will I use it? I should be writing this 25 here. This 25 I did not notice should be merged with this. So this 10t to the power 25 when differentiated gives you 25 10t to the power 24. Then as per the chain rule, the derivative of 10t will be sec square t. Everyone understanding this clearly? So from here, if I treat this as ft, this entire expression is nothing but f dash t. So if this is ft, this is f dash t, do we know the answer? Yes, we do know. So I can conclude the answer pretty easily. My answer would now be negative of 0 to minus pi by 4, 0 to minus pi by 4, e to the power t ft. So it will be e to the power t ft. Now what is ft? ft is 10t to the power 25. 10t to the power 25 dt, of course. But the job, oh, I'm really sorry. The limits are supposed to be put. So 0 to minus pi by 4, 0 to minus pi by 4. Now, I think, can you not do it by yourself now? Yes, yes, yes. That's great, Aditya. I hope all the other participants are also agreeing that this concept, which we have learned or seen in indefinite integration, can be applied in definite integration as well. Did you all get that? So from here, I think it's merely a job of putting the higher limits and lower limit, and you can do that. You all are good at doing that. Can I skip this part now? With that, when I go ahead with the next part, what do we see? A question based on area under the curve. Again, not a very tough question. It will be somewhere between easy and moderate. If I remove my bias, it will be somewhere around moderate, but to be very honest, not a moderate, easy, I'd say. Still, it would be an easy one. How do we solve this particular one? Line y is equals to b divides the region bounded by the curve y is equals to x square. Great. So there is this curve y is equals to x square. Of course, you will be seeing the x-axis and you will be seeing the y-axis. No doubt or hesitation or problem in that. From here, when I see, what are we told? Line y is equals to b divides the region bounded by this curve and the line y is equals to 9. So the moment you see y is equals to 9, which means a line parallel to the x-axis. So this is a line y is equals to 9, which is parallel to the x-axis. And this is a curve y is equals to x square. So if I wish to find out the points of intersection here, which I don't think I would need to, but still x square will be 9, so x will be plus minus 3. So this will be plus 3, this will be minus 3 in terms of x. With that, there is another line y is equals to b. All right, so there is one more line y is equals to b that is dividing this region into two parts. So let's say that line is this. This is that line y is equals to b. So I think we are asked the value of b. First of all, will you all not agreeing or will you not agree on this fact or on this statement that, sir, here you all would have seen that this region and this region, this entire region and this entire region will be absolutely symmetrical because it is y is equals to x square. So if this entire region is double of this region, then I would say that this region is equal to this region in terms of area. If this is bisecting the area, dividing the area into two parts, or basically giving you two values numerically in terms of area, that means this and this should be equal because it is symmetrically placed. So instead of taking a stripe parallel to the y-axis, can I not take a stripe parallel to the x-axis? That will make our job easier. I hope you're understanding it. So if I'm taking a stripe here parallel to the x-axis, I think our job is done. First of all, what is the function now? My function now looks like x is equals to under root y. Plus minus under root y, no. I'm taking it in the first quadrant, so plus root y. With that, I hope the job is done because first, I'm integrating it from 0 to b, and then I'm integrating from b to 9. Or you could integrate it from 0 to 9, but that will be double of 0 to b. Are you understanding my language here? So I'll say the integration here from 0 to b of which curve? Of the curve x is equals to root y. So y means what? Y to the power 1 by 2 dy should be equal to b to 9. Or I may say that double of this will be equal to 0 to 9. Did you understand my language? So that I may get some better equation. Did you all understand this whole approach? Was it or is it really tough? Will you really not call it somewhere between easy to moderate? I'll still say easy, a completely doable question. So from here, what do we do next? What do we see next? Y to the power 1 by 2. When integrated becomes what? Y to the power 1 by 2 plus 1, that's 3 by 2 divided by 3 by 2. That makes it 2 by 3. And of course, it needs to be doubled. The limits are going to be 0 to b. From here, this is again going to be y. So 2y by 3. Y, of course, is raised to the power 3 by 2. And there you have the limits as 0 to 9. I hope the job is completely done. You all would agree that, sir, here, first of all, let's cancel this 2 by 3 by this 2 by 3. So when you put these values, b when pushed here, it becomes 2, b to the power 3 by 2. And there, of course, 0 doesn't make any sense. This will make it 9 to the power 3 by 2. 0 doesn't again make any sense. So 9 to the power 3 by 2. So 9 to the power 1 by 2 is 3. 3 cube is 27. So this should be basically 27. But when you bring this 2 on the other side, this becomes 27 by 2. Now if I take the square, before I take the square, can I take the cube root? Whatever you do, you can crack the question within seconds. I hope the job is absolutely done. It is definitely not a tough task. Have you all understood this question? A very easy, doable, decent question. This again is not a tough question, a moderate one. If you could crack the logic, if you could crack the trick, if you could see the simplest idea which is needed to be applied here or thought of. What is that? I am told A and B are two sets. Set A has 2016 more subsets than set B. How do we find the number of subsets here? Let's say set A has number of elements small a, set B has number of elements as a small b. Did you all get that language very clearly? So if set A has small a number of elements, I'll say the number of subsets set A is going to have 2 to the power A. The number of subsets set B is going to have 2 to the power B. But what am I told? That 2 to the power A minus 2 to the power B is 2016, because the number of subsets set A is having are 2016 more than the number of subsets set B is having. So this is going to be 2016. Are you all understanding this comfortably? So here 2 to the power A minus 2 to the power B. Now let's try and factorize 2 to the power 2016. So 2016 clearly looks divisible by 4. So when 4 comes into picture, this is of course 5, 20, that's 0 and that's 4. So 504 again divisible by 4. So when I bring one more 4, when you divide 504, what do you get? 4, right? 4, 1, that's again 10. So 4, 2, that's how much? 8, right? So 24, 6. Again, I'm seeing a 2 here. So if I'm seeing a 2 here, so I need 126. 126 half is going to be 63, I believe so. Yes. 63. So I am stopping here because 4 into 4 is 16. 16 into 2 is 32. Now I'm deliberately stopping here. I am deliberately stopping here. Why? Try and understand. With some intuition, I could crack 2016. I could factorize 2016 into 32 and 63. With that, now here, 2026, I'm writing as 63 into 32. I hope you all are comfortable with that. 63 is basically 64 minus 1. 32 is 2 to the power 5. So if I wish to write 32 as 2 to the power 5, 64 is 2 to the power 6. So 63 will be 2 to the power 6 minus 1. So it will be 2 to the power 6 minus 1, which when rearranged 2 to the power 5 into 2 to the power 6 becomes 6 plus 5, that's 11. And this is 2 to the power 5, and that's 2 to the power a minus 2 to the power b. Now, one of the methods is you simply compare it, you equate it, you take a common or 2 common, and then you see it becoming a quadratic. No, don't do that. By simple observations, by simple intuition, you could use this basic idea that, sir, here a is going to be 11 and b is going to be 5. No other possible solution seems to be visible here. So with that, I would be concluding that we have cracked the number of elements in set A are 11, the number of elements in set B are 5. If we have cracked that, we were told the number of elements in set A intersection B are 3. And then what are we asked? A union B. Is it a really tough question? Was it a really tough question? If you could not crack this, of course you may not have been able to do it, but if this particular part was cracked, you could do it within seconds. A very basic idea, cardinal numbers, right? So with that, 11 plus 5 minus 3 will be your answer. Na plus nb minus a intersection b. So that's 16 minus 3. That's clearly 13. Option D needs to be marked. Everyone understanding this comfortably? Can I move ahead from here? All the participants who are watching it right now. Here comes the next question. Again, this is one of those easy questions which is somewhere between easy to moderate. You could do it if you know the basics of functions. Periodicity and all will be used, even, odd. And if you know the basic idea of this, you could crack this question within seconds. How? Have a look at that. We are told that there is a function. All right, so there is a function. Great. So let's say this is the y-axis. Let me put it here, and there we have x-axis as well. So let's put the x-axis here. I hope you can see it very clearly here. I am told that the function fx is between 0 to 1 is defined as x cube. We know the graph of x cube goes like this. We know the graph of x cube goes like this. So between 0 to 1, this function is behaving like this. So at 1, this is 1, right? So this is 1. So at 1, of course, it is going to be 1. I hope there is no confusion on that. So at 1, this is going to be 1. Now, between 1 and 3 by 2. 3 by 2 means what? 1.5. So between 1 and 3 by 2, it is behaving as a straight line, 3 minus 2x. 3 minus 2x means what? When you put 1, 3 minus 2 is 1. So at 1, it is again 1, which means it is a continuous function. But of course, it will be having a sharp turn now, possibly. Great. With that, I can see 3 by 2. So at 3 by 2 means what? 3 minus 3, that's 0. So at 3 by 2, it will become 0. That means it will be forming or giving me a straight line. So this is how its graph will look like. Between 0 to 3 by 2. Everyone with me on this? Can I move ahead from here? From here, when I go ahead, what I see next? It is an even periodic. What is happening here? I'm really sorry. It is an even periodic function. What does it mean? Even periodic function. Let's forget this term periodic. Let's learn this term even right now. When somebody says that a function is even, that means it is symmetrical with respect to the y-axis, which means the curve which we have drawn on the right hand side, the same curve will be there on the left hand side. So if the same curve is there on the left hand side, I'll be seeing a graph like this and this. So this point over here will again be 1, minus 1, and this point here will be minus 3 by 2, and that will again be 1. Did you all get this part comfortably? So first of all, there is no confusion on that. Now, what are we told? That this is a periodic function with a period 3. Great. So I'm given a data that this is a periodic function with period 3. So if it is a periodic function with period 3, will you not say that this is 1.5, this is 1.5? So this is a distance of 3. So if it is a distance of 3, in a distance of 3, if I have seen a sample of this graph or curve, I would say this is exactly what will keep on repeating now. So if you are able to draw the graph of this curve, I think the job is done. Why? Because now what I need to figure out is f of 29. Since this function is periodic, can I not say that if I'm interested in finding f of 29, I'll say 29 is what? 3 into 9, that's 27 plus 2. So these cycles wouldn't matter. 3 into 9, that means the same task is appearing time and again. Yes, it will repeat. That's great, Aditya. So it will be equivalent to f of 2. But what I know is f of 1.5. So if I know f of 1.5, it will be equal to f of 2 minus 3 as well. Because 3 units, if I move ahead or back, it will remain same because it is periodic. F of x plus t should be equal to f of x if t is the period of that periodic function. So with that, I'll say I have gotten it as f of minus 1. If it is f of minus 1, you could see what is f of minus 1, or you already know it is even function, so you could say it will be f of 1, but we already know f of minus 1, that's 1. So if f of minus 1 is 1, option B should be your correct answer. Everyone got this? Are you all with me? Can I move ahead from here? With that, let's solve the next question from here. This again is not a difficult question. This again was somewhere between easy to moderate. You all should have done it if you know the basic idea. The quadrant theory and a very basic identity will be used. If that identity comes into picture, cracking this question is not a difficult task. Let's take a 5 minutes break. It is 8:50 on my screen. We'll resume at 8:55. Let's take a 5 minutes break. I'll have some water and then we'll resume. By the time, if you, of course, you should also take a break. Don't stay seated for such a long period. Keep moving. So this question you can attempt, but take a break first. We'll resume in 5 minutes. भी नहीं आई दीदी, एक बोल देना. All right, students, so let's resume. So we were supposed to discuss this question. Anyone who's willing to answer this question? Anyone who has cracked this logic for this question? Anyone? All right. So what do we do here? First of all, please understand the angle A is given. This angle A is said to be 133 degree. Now we need to crack 2 cos A by 2. How do we do that? Here. The hint is given in the options. 1 plus sine A and 1 minus sine A. If you look at that, I'll try and help you with this. If I could tell you what is 1 plus sine A. 1 I am writing as sine square A by 2 plus cos square A by 2, and sine A I'm writing as 2 sine A by 2 cos A by 2. Are you not seeing something happening over here? Can you not see something really decent or good happening over here? A square plus B square plus 2AB, that is clearly nothing but what? A plus B whole square. So this is sine A by 2 plus cos A by 2 whole square. I hope you have understood it comfortably. I hope there is no confusion on that. So if I take square root on both sides, I think it will be mod of this. It will be mod of this. Remember this. Everyone with me on this? The next task, the next part. Here, from here, would I not say that, sir, if now somebody asks you what will be under root over 1 minus sine A, it will be equivalent to sine square A by 2 plus cos square A by 2 minus 2 sine A by 2 cos A by 2. Will you not say that? So from here, I will simply say that it will be sine A by 2 minus cos A by 2 mod of it. So this will become mod of sine A by 2 minus cos A by 2. Tell me how many of you were aware of this basic idea, the basic funda. If you could convert this into this identity, cracking this question would not have been a tough task. With this here, 133 degree. Can you help me with 133 degree? We all know that 133 degree will be there in the second quadrant. But no, we are interested in A by 2. So half of 133 degree. That is clearly less than 90. That is clearly less than 90. But still, if I wish to have its exact value, because I would need it, I may need it, what will I say? 133 by 2. So 130, half of 130 is 65. And 3 is 1.5. So 65 plus 1.5 is 66.5. So that is your A by 2. So we are now interested in 2 cos 66.5 degrees. That's my concern now. How do we solve this part? Now, a lot of options are given to me. First of all, let's understand what do we need. If I am adding this with this, and let's say no mods are there, mods are absolutely removed, I'll see cos A by 2 and cos A by 2 getting cancelled and 2 sin A by 2 coming into picture. So I need to arrange this data in such a manner that cos A by 2 and cos A by 2 are added so that I get 2 cos A by 2, and sin A by 2 and sin A by 2 are cancelled. Are you getting how or what I'm trying to get here or do here? So what I'll simply suggest is that look at this angle. This is your hint, 66.5. 66.5. If I could give you more clarity, this is how your graphs of sin x and cos x looks like. The graph of sin x between 0 to pi by 2 goes like this, and the graph of between 0 to pi by 2 goes like this, and they are equal at pi by 4. Pi by 4 means what? 45 degree. So at 66.5 degree, we all know that sin x is greater than cos x. Listen to my words very carefully. At 66.5, sin x will be greater than cos x. So if sin x is greater than cos x, I think you have gotten a decent clarity what is now needed to be done. Yes, sir, we should subtract. That's great, Aditya. That's brilliant. So with that, no matter what sine and cos are, they are definitely going to be positive because A by 2 is in the first quadrant. So this modulus will anyway get removed. So this will remain as it is. So I will have under root over 1 plus sine A intact. This will remain as it is because this will give me the value as sine A by 2 plus cos A by 2 as it is. Now if I talk about under root over 1 minus sine A, what about its value, students? What will I get? We have now cracked that sine of 66.5 is greater than cos of 66.5. So this is greater than this. So if this is greater than this, so I can simply remove the mod because I know this is greater, this is smaller. So greater minus smaller will be positive. So I can remove the modulus sign simply. I hope you're understanding the importance here. So 1 minus sine A, the modulus sign can be removed, and you can say sine A by 2 minus cos A by 2. So shall I now tell you what is now needed to be done? Can you not help me with that? If I simply subtract this from this, sine A by 2, sine A by 2 are cancelled. 2 cos A by 2 will be attained. So that will be this minus this. So under root over 1 plus sine A minus under root over 1 minus sine A is happening with the option C. Did you all understand this whole approach? How many of you were able to crack it? Do tell me in the comment box. I'll be really happy and glad if you could tell me if you had any other approach or idea. If you could think of something else, do share it with us. We'll really be happy. Because a lot of students come up with a lot of some amazing ideas in our classes. The teacher may be using a long or lengthy method, but some students say something really amazing or something really exceptional, which not most of us are thinking of. And those ideas you should bring to the table. We'll be really happy and glad. With that, if I could try and solve the next question. A terribly easy or something really simple and easy. Nothing can be easier than this in ITGEE. Trust me. Mostly repeat. What should I repeat, Vishwas? I did not get that. If you didn't get that part, first of all, tell me what is needed to be repeated. I'll definitely do that. But here, look at this particular part, students. You all need to understand that the first two mocks so far what I have attempted were majorly easy. And if you're imagining or assuming that the next mock is also going to be easy, then it's simply they are kept like the way NTA behaves. So the level will keep on fluctuating, which you might see in the mock 3. All I'm saying is, first of all, before starting to attempt the whole paper or before jumping to any section or any subject, trace all the questions, all 75 questions. What is the advantage of this? When you trace it, 4 to 5 minutes it may take, but that's a strategy which all of you must adopt, because there, in those 4 to 5 minutes, your brain helps you in understanding which subject is seeming or appear to be easy. Not always chemistry is easy, not always physics is easy, not always maths is tough. Sometimes maths is easy. And in first two mocks, we have deliberately kept maths easy. Because we all have this assumption that maths is always lengthy and difficult. Yes, most of the times, but not always. And that's where you should understand that sometimes it's easy and you could start with maths. Because when you start with maths, in that case, if the paper is easy, you could solve more questions from it. And if you could solve more questions from here, plus 4 marks for each question, whether it is attempted from physics or chemistry or maths. So why should you not solve as many questions from whichever subject which you find to be easy? Great, great, great. So with that, let's move ahead. Let's try and solve this particular question. We are told that this is continuous. There is a small correction in the data here. Let me make that correction. It should be pi by 2 here. It should be pi by 2 here. Just let me make that correction here. This should have been pi by 2. So with that, if I now solve this particular one, a very simple one, if it is continuous, its left hand limit at pi by 4. The left hand limit at pi by 4 will be what? Pi by 4 plus a root 2 sine pi by 4. That's 1 by root 2, so root 2 gets cancelled. Its right hand limit at pi by 4. Right hand limit at pi by 4 will be this. So with that, right hand limit at pi by 4 will be what? 2 pi by 4. That's pi by 2. And then what do I have? What do I have? Cot pi by 4, that's 1 plus b. So one relation I have attained from here between a and b. Now, the second relation which you will definitely get from the next two conditions or next two definitions, it would be at pi by 2 also it should be continuous, but it is completely continuous between 0 to pi. So if it is continuous at pi by 2, 2 pi by 2. So that's 2 into pi by 2, that's pi. Did you understand this whole idea? But it is now cot pi by 2. So 10 pi by 2 is infinity, cot pi by 2 is reciprocal of it. So it should be 0 plus b. So 0 into pi is 0 plus b. I hope I'm going great. Yes. With this pi by 2 coming into picture here, this is a cos 2 pi by 2. That's cos pi. Cos pi is minus 1. So it should be minus a. And there you have sine pi by 2. That's again 1. So it should be minus b. So from here, we have cracked that 2b is equal to minus a. Now, here, if I replace a by minus 2b, if I replace a by minus 2b, that is equal to pi by 2 minus pi by 4. That's pi by 4. I hope you're understanding it. And this is b, which if I bring here, becomes minus 3b. Did you all get that comfortably? I hope there is no confusion on that. So from here, if you have cracked 3B, can you not crack A here? And once you have cracked A in 3B, 2A and 3B, your job is done. Something really simple and easy. I hope we can move ahead with the next question. A very decent, a very basic question based on Newton's formula. I'll still categorize it as easy one, but you may call it moderate if you are not aware of Newton's formula and if you are still using that lengthy approach. But what is that short trick here, short technique here? The short technique is pretty simple. You all, if you are preparing for IT JEE, must have studied the Newton's formula for quadratics. How do we use it? First of all, we are given x square minus root 2x minus root 3 is equal to 0. And we are given Pn as alpha to the power n or minus beta to the power n. Even if it is given as alpha to the power n plus beta to the power n, where n is a natural number, we can now define this quadratic with the help of the Newton's formula in a little different manner. What is that? Here, x square into 1 can be written as 1 into Pn minus root 2 into x to the power 1 can be written as Pn minus 1 minus root 3 into 1 can be written as root 3 times Pn minus 2 is equal to 0. Do you remember that? So this is how this short method comes into picture. Now what I do next? This is a very simple job. I'll simply start looking at this. What I need to club here, let's try and look at that data. I need 11 root 3 with P10. I need 11 root 3 with P10. So I need to make this n minus 2 as 10. So when I'm making this Pn minus 2 as 10, I'm replacing n by 12. So when I'm replacing n by 12, let me see what happens. So when you replace n by 12, it becomes P12. This becomes minus root 2 P11. And this becomes minus root 3 P10. Just give me a second. I need to turn this AC on. With that, the next part. This is what we have attained and this should be 0. Now the other data, with the root 2 also I'm seeing P10. With root 2, I need to see P10. So if I wish to see P10 with root 2, I need to have a 10 here. N minus 1 is 10 means what? N should be 11. So when I'm replacing n by 11, I get one more equation. That is P11 minus root 2 P10 minus root 3 P9. Yes, 11 minus 2 is 9. Correct me if I'm wrong. Have we gotten this data? I hope the job is absolutely done. All you need to do is look at the data. Here. This should be multiplied by 11 because I'm seeing 11, 11, 11. And this should be multiplied by 10 because I'm seeing 10. So if I multiply this entire equation by 11, I think nothing much or huge changes will be brought here. So this equation, I'm multiplying by 11 and from that, I'm subtracting this equation after multiplying it by 10. So I repeat, this equation I'm multiplying by 11, this equation I'm multiplying by 10 and I'm subtracting this and then I'm writing the final result and that will be our answer. That will give us final answer. Two equations, yes. That's great, Aditya. I hope most of you must have cracked it. Just hold on for a while. So from here, what do we get? I think, let me try and create this. So 11 root 3, I'm really sorry. I think, are we doing great? I think from this needs to be subtracted because I need this to be positive. Anyways, I could take negative common. That is not a huge matter of concern. But let's try and keep it like this. So 11 root 3 P10 we need as positive. So I'll introduce the negative sign here. I hope that's not a problem. So with that, I'll have 11 root 3 P10. I hope I'm just matching it. I'm not writing the complete solution. Minus root 2 10 P10. This is what I've seen. Then 11 root 2. Then I'm seeing 11 root 2 P11 with the plus sign because of this minus. Plus what? 10 times P11. I hope nothing wrong in that. P11 common. So this and this we have attained. With the last two things, what are we now left with? I hope we have used all what we had so far. Now these two terms we are now left with. So 11P12. So 11P12 we have gotten 11P12. So what are now we left with? We now will be left with minus 10 root 3 P9. So this entire expression should be equal to plus 10 root 3 P9 because on the left hand side it will be minus 10 root 3 P9. So when I push it on the right hand side, I'll be getting plus 10 root 3 P9 plus 10 root 3 P9 is given in option A. Was it really tough or difficult? Did you all understand this? Can I move ahead from here? Again, a very decent, a very simple question based on linear differential equations. If you could crack the logic, this is again something between easy to moderate, not a difficult question at all, absolutely not. If you could crack the right approach here or the right idea here. So the right approach or the right idea which I am suggesting here is, let's divide both the sides by e to the power cos y. If I do so, I'll have sine y whole divided by e to the power cos y. And of course, we have dy by dx. And there you have e to the power x plus x square, because e to the power cos y I have taken common. And I'll push this dx on the other side and I integrate it. Are you not seeing that this question could be done within seconds if you could see the right thing is which is needed to be done? And if that part is cracked, I think our job is absolutely done, because in that case, now with the right substitution, I could crack this integral, and that integral is already decoded. You need not put much efforts there, because it will be e to the power x, then it will be x cube by 3 plus the constant of integration that is there. Now, how do we integrate this? If I take cos y as, let's say, t, then we know minus sine y dy will be dt. I think our job is done. This is clearly nothing but what? Minus sine y dy is dt, and e to the power cos y is going to be what? E to the power minus t. So I think the job is absolutely done. I hope you all are seeing it happening over here. So e to the power minus t when integrated gives you e to the power minus t. Minus by minus, that's plus. So e to the power minus t means what? E to the power minus t means e to the power minus cos y. Something really simple, easy and doable. With that, you have the answer. You can crack it accordingly. Not a very difficult or tough task. Can I move ahead from here? Something simple, easy, doable. With that, let's look at the next question. Here is this question. I'll say, try to take the benefit of doubt. What is the meaning of taking the benefit of doubt? See this. E and F are the interior points on the sides B, C, and CD. Of course, it is not a tough question. I'll still classify it as easy, but it is being converted into moderate because of some little bit of calculation. A little bit length it will introduce. Because of that only, we are calling it moderate. I'm still saying, take the benefit of doubt. What is the meaning of taking the advantage or benefit of doubt? What is that? Let's understand that. Here, I am told that there is a parallelogram ABCD. And of that parallelogram ABCD, on the sides BC and CD, E and F are internal points, interior points on those sides. Great. We'll construct it such that BE is 4 times CC and CF is 4 times FD. Great. Perfect. Absolutely fine. If the line EF, so let me try and create that. So if I am asked to solve it with the help of vectors in 3D, can I not solve it with the help of coordinate geometry? Because nothing much is said. The figure is 2D itself, parallelogram. So why should I get into vectors? Why can I not simply solve it with the coordinate geometry? Basic ratio and proportionality is being used. Section formula can be used. And not just that, if you are intelligent enough, you could take values in such a manner that you could take the benefit of doubt. What is that here? We are told a parallelogram. So whatever will be true for parallelogram would be true for a square as well, because a square is clearly a subset of parallelogram, a more specific case of parallelogram. I hope you are understanding my language very clearly. So whatever properties are fulfilled by a square will be fulfilled by a parallelogram as well. Are you understanding my language very clearly? Whatever will be true, I'm saying the converse of it. I repeat my line very clearly. I did not say, what I'm saying is, please understand that part. Whatever is data given related to parallelogram can be applied on a square as well, because a square is a subset of parallelogram. So if something is true for parallelogram, can really directly be applied on a square, not even on a rectangle. I'm saying, let's take a square in that case. Did you get my language? So if I'm considering a square in that case, how do we solve this? Have a look at this. And even when you take the square into picture, why would I not take the square as per my choice in a manner so that I can arrange the data in the best possible manner? All I'm trying to make you understand is, let's say there is a square. Let's say there is a square like this, and I am deliberately putting it at 0, 0, a, 0, and 0, I. And look at this. The ratio is 1 is to 4 or 4 is to 1. So ratio is 1 is to 4 and 4 is to 1. 2 points are needed to be chosen. So length of the square should be taken as 5. Ayushist is saying, sir, I attempted 5 questions in maths and all were correct. Average time 4 minutes per question. Of course, you should have attempted more questions. This paper simply was such those easy section or easy paper of maths where you should have attempted minimum 15 questions. Ideally, of course, maths doesn't allow you to attempt 10 to 12 questions, more than 10 to 12 questions. Totally acceptable in the real examination hall. But for this paper, minimum 15 questions must have been attempted by you all. Ayushi, was it because of that time? You did have some less time. You invested more time in physics and chemistry. Is that why you couldn't attempt more questions? But that's why I'm trying to tell you that scan the whole question paper, first of all, so that you could develop the idea that which section is easy. And if maths is easier than chemistry and physics in a certain mock, in a certain exam, in a certain shift, then you should attempt it in the first as a first priority. Are you understanding this? So with that, if I go ahead, I am saying that here the length of the side of the square I am assuming as 5 deliberately, because 1 is to 4 can be done. So with that, this becomes 5 comma 5 without any hesitation, and this becomes 0 comma 5. Everyone with me? Now that's a parallelogram, because a square is always a parallelogram. I hope you understood that. So I'm taking it as A, B, C, and D. Now let's solve this question. That's what I meant by take the benefit of doubt here. E and F are the interior points on the sides BC and CD, such that BE is 4 times EC. So BE is 4 times EC. So EC could be somewhere here, because 4 times of it is BE. I hope you're understanding it very clearly. Okay, so let's rehearse and let's prepare Ayushi according to that. If you're saying you got exhausted, of course, this exam is going to be of 3 hours. So you got to develop that persistence, that temperament, that mindset which is required. It's like a test match, right? You got to stay there. Keep playing, keep facing, just one ball at a time. That's what you do. So with that here, E is here. So this ratio is 4 is to 1. This length is 4, this is 1. I hope you can see. BE is 4 times of EC. So 4 times of EC is BE. So with that, if this ratio is 4 is to 1, I deliberately took it as 5 so that I can take this length as 4. This is 1. So if this length is 4, I'd say the x coordinate is still 5, but the y coordinate will be 4. That's why even without using the section formula, I can do a lot if I am intelligent enough to look at this data. Of course, you can take it as a comma b, c comma d, comma f, h comma I, and then you keep on solving infinitely longer period for an infinitely longer period. But if you do it intelligently right, if you are logically correct, if you are fulfilling what is given in the question, if you're not violating those rules, you can crack this question within seconds. Definitely, Yogesh, that's exactly what you should do. For class 12 beginning, can I refer one shots? Personally and honestly, I wouldn't recommend that you should, but if you're really good at maths, you can. But ideally, you should not. Watch the 11th as of now. We are going to start a batch for 12th standard. There you can go ahead so that you build an in-depth understanding. With one shots, they are basically for revision. Once you have studied everything, then you watch one shots. But if you're starting your 12th standard, they may ruin your concepts, because in-depth understanding can be brought by the regular lectures. The one-shots are majorly or basically for revision. I hope you understood it, Yogesh. So here, coming back to this, the next data is CF is 4 times FD. So CF is 4 times FD. So F must be placed like this, because 4 times of FD is CF. Everyone with me on this? Now again, if this ratio is 1 is to 4, I hope I need not tell you here, I can clearly crack the y coordinate of f, which is 5, and here the x coordinate of f will be 1. I think the job is absolutely done. All I now need to do is solve the question. The line EF. So there is a line EF. Let me draw this line EF. So there is this line EF. This is the line EF. It meets the diagonal AC in G. So there you are having, okay, hold on for a while. There you are having the diagonal AC. So that's the advantage. It was already a very complicated question. So why should I make it more complicated unnecessarily? So that's why we are keeping it simple without violating any data or any information which is given in the question, but I'm taking the data as per my convenience so that I could solve it more quickly. Yes, great, great, great. Try to double it. Great, great, Ayushi. So with that, when I move ahead, I hope you are clearly seeing that since it is a square 0, 0, 5, 5, this AC is clearly nothing but what? A straight line y is equals to x. So I can say or crack a lot. With this, I'll introduce one more short technique here into picture. I hope you remember we have released a short on this particular trick as well. But if you haven't seen that short, watch this part here. Here, y is equals to x means what? The straight line is x minus y is equal to 0. What are the points? The points are 5, 4 and 1, 5. So if I wish to crack this ratio, although this is not what we need to crack, we actually need to crack this ratio. So this line would not be of much help. Let me try and crack the equation of the line EF. I repeat, we are not interested in the ratio FG is to GE. We are interested in the ratio AG is to GC. So for that, I need to have this line, equation of the line EF. That will be given by y minus y1 upon x minus x1 is equal to y2 minus y1. So 5 minus 4 is 1 upon x2 minus x1. So 1 minus 5 is minus 4. If I rewrite this in a better or structured manner, how do I do it? X minus 1 goes there and there minus 4 comes here. So minus 4y plus 20. I hope we are going great. Minus 4y plus 20, that's x minus 1. So if I rearrange it, it becomes x plus 4y and that's minus 21, right, is equal to 0. Now, the short trick here is somebody is saying, hey Ayush, I have an advice to remove short from. Okay, so you suggest him. Meanwhile, I keep solving this question here. By the way, you should put your names properly so that we can understand who is writing what. So with this x plus 4y, the short technique here is coming into picture. Power of f with respect to this line upon power of e with respect to this line, that ratio's negative will be AG's to GC. One of the methods is we can assume it as lambda is to 1, then we find the coordinates of G in terms of lambda, then we make it satisfied by this line, and then we find lambda, that lengthy approach. Or the shorter approach is power of A. Power of A means 0, 0. So when you push 0, 0, it gives you minus 21. Take negative ratio of it. So negative I have already introduced. Divided by power of 5, 5 with respect to the same line EF. So 5, 5 means what? 5, 20. So 20 minus 21 is minus 1. So 5 minus 1 is 4. So this is going to be this ratio. Which ratio, students? AG is to GC. I hope you have understood the short technique. AG is to GC. How did we calculate it? So if this is going to be 21 is to 4. So this length will be 21. This length is going to be 4. What are we asked? AG is to GC we have cracked. But we are asked AG is lambda times of AC. Okay, AG is lambda times of AC. I hope I've taken the correct measures. So I'll say AG upon AC is what I need to figure out, right? That's all what we need to figure out. So AG is clearly 21. And AC is how much? AC is 21 plus 4. That's 25. So 21 by 25, option B should be marked. I have deliberately taken some time to solve this question. First of all, to make you understand that how can you take the advantage from the data given to you. Second, this short trick of finding out the ratio in which a line divides the line segment created by joining 2 points. Somebody saying I am 11th standard, I can't even focus on repeats or discount like 10 minutes per my attention span. I removed Instagram main source of my dude. Great, great, great. It's been 42 days. Great, 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 great. A lot many times you need to understand that you got to get into the flow. Once you find that momentum, it's very hard for anyone to take you out from that momentum. So it takes a lot of effort to push yourself to get into something. But once you get that flow, you will automatically start enjoying that process, and it will be very hard to take you out from that process. It's like you may enjoy playing cricket or playing guitar or singing or drawing sketches or whatever thing you do, swimming, cycling, whatever you like doing. That process, once you push yourself, start doing it, the push for starting requires some efforts. But once you start doing it, you get the momentum. And once the momentum is built, you get that flow, you get into that zone, and you start enjoying that. That's exactly is true for studies as well. Did you get my point? So push yourselves to study. Once you start studying it, keep everything aside, stay focused, and just get into that flow. Once you have found that momentum, it will be very hard for you to take out from that zone. Great. I hope you have understood this. Can I move ahead from here? With that, let's try and solve the next question. A very simple question. Length of the perpendicular drawn from this point to this line. The idea is really simple. There is a line. I put it equal to lambda. So I can take a point parametrically in terms of lambda on this line. So that point is going to be what? 3 lambda plus 6, comma, 2 lambda plus 7, comma, minus 2 lambda plus 7. Did you all get this approach, this point? Now, what are we told? That there is this point, there is this another point. So what I know is that this line has the direction ratios as 3, 2, and minus 2. And this is that point P over here. And the other point is 1, 2, 3. That's, let's say, Q. So can you help me with the direction ratios of PQ? So if I wish to write the direction ratios of PQ, that will be that P is not this. This is the direction ratio of this line, right? The direction ratios they are. So if I wish to write the direction ratios of PQ, that will be 3 lambda plus 6 minus 1. So it will be 3 lambda plus 5. Then 2 lambda plus 7 minus 2. So that is 2 lambda plus 5. Another will be minus 2 lambda plus 7 minus 3. So that's minus 2 lambda. 7 minus 3 is 4. So that is the direction ratio of the line segment PQ. And this line, for this line, we already know its direction ratios. So A1, A2 plus B1, B2 plus C1, C2 will be 0 because the lines are perpendicular. So with that, I can crack lambda here. So with that, I'll say 2 lambda plus 5 into 3. 3 into 2 is 6. 6 lambda plus 15. Then I have my, I think I have committed a mistake. Yes, 3 into 3 lambda plus 5. So it should be 9 lambda plus 15. Then 2 into 2 lambda plus 5, that is 4 lambda plus 10. Did you all get that? Then minus 2 into this. So that is 4 lambda minus 8. And this should be 0 because the lines are perpendicular. True, now watching any reel feel guilt for me. The best decision I made in 2026 1st Jan was deleting Instagram. Feels fresh. Great, great, great. That's brilliant. That's good. Good, good, good. Screen time should always be avoided. This is what you're doing for studies. That's great. But anyways, the problem with this generation is they have started seeing screen a lot, that their brain has stopped working. Their brain, the actual ability to solve problem, the problem solving skills are vanishing now as per the generation coming up. So you should have that perseverance, that ability to strive, that ability to struggle. When you see a problem, you solve it, you struggle with it, so that your brain keeps on developing. The best exercise for brain is push it into problems. Let brain solve it. Your brain will grow, it will nurture, it will develop. Rest is not the best exercise for brain. Of course, you need 8 hours of sleeps, good diet, that's perfectly fine. But screen is deteriorating a lot of brains, your neurons. It is playing with this. Great. Coming back to the discussion, 9 lambda plus 4 lambda plus 4 lambda. 9 plus 4 is what? 13. 13 plus 4 is 17, I believe so. And there we have 15 plus 10, 25. 25 minus 8, how much is it? Is it 17? I think it is 17. So this is 17 lambda, that's minus 17. So we get lambda as minus 1. If I have gotten lambda as minus 1, I think we have the coordinates of P. P is going to be how much? Minus 3 plus 6, that's 3. Then you have minus 2 plus 7, that's 5. There you have 2 plus 7, that's 9. So I have the coordinates of P. Now I can find the distance. I hope we can simply use the distance formula. So distance between this point and this point, you know the distance formula. Can you not use that? Under root over 3, 1, 2, that's 4. 5, 2, 3, that's 9. And 9, 3, 6, that's 36. Can you not do it by yourself from here? Of course, it's something really simple and easy. Can I move ahead from here? The next question. It says an unbiased dice. Of course, as far as previous question was considered easy. This again is easy. You may call it moderate if you get confused by looking at the language of this question. But I would still say this is easy. How or why am I calling it to be easy? Look at this. An unbiased dice is thrown 4 times. Okay. So the data is that it is thrown 4 times. Great. Now what happens next is let events E and F be defined as. So 2 events are there. E is the number 2 occurs exactly one time or exactly 4 times. So it will appear only once or 4 times. That is how you're defining event E. We'll talk about this later, but let's read the whole question. F event says at least one prime number occurs. So F event ends here. Now this is the other part of the question. They are trying to give you that PA by B denotes conditional probability for A if B is known, for A if B has already happened. So they are asking you PE by F, that is probability of E if F has happened. So how do we write it? I hope you remember this formula. We say that PE by F is given by probability of E intersection F divided by probability of F. So if I could crack that, my job is done. Let me write probability of happening of F first. It is always better to write the sample space, the denominator part basically I'm trying to say. PF, what is F? At least one prime number occurs. Remember this, whenever they say at least one, so it is always all minus none. All I'm trying to make you understand is how many numbers can appear on a dice. So we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 come into picture. Can you help me with the prime numbers? You would say 2, 3 and 5. We know that 1 is neither prime nor composite. It's a unique number. So with that, 2, 3 and 5 are 3 numbers which are prime. So when somebody says at least one prime appear, it means all minus no prime appears. So I have 4 attempts. I'm drawing it. I'm throwing it 4 times. That's the event. I hope you are seeing it. So in those 4 attempts, either I could solve it like this. It appears once, it appears twice, it appears thrice, or it appears 4 times. That will be time consuming. So can I not say it could be written as 1 minus 1 means the total probability minus it appears none of the times, the probability of no prime. So how many non-prime are there? Non-primes are 1, 4 and 6. So 3 by 6, that's 1 by 2. But that 1 by 2 is for one throw. How many throws am I having here? 4 throws. So 1 by 2 to the power 4 is basically giving me the probability of getting no prime in those 4 throws. So 1 minus no prime gives me at least one prime. Did you get this? How did I write this PF? Can I move ahead from here? If you have understood this PF part, I'll move ahead with this P intersection F part now. Please pay attention. E intersection F means what? Let's define E. E means 2 occurs exactly once. So I'm throwing it 4 times. So 2 will appear somewhere once, or 2 is appearing all 4 times. First of all, let's find its intersection with F. What do I need in E and F? What is common in E and F? E means what? Let's take this definition of E, then I'll take this definition of E. Or is there, so either this or this could happen in E. That will be the success of E or happening of E. So here, E says on all throws I have gotten 2. What is F saying? At least one prime should be there. So I have gotten all 4 as primes because 2 is a prime. So if I got prime in all the 4 attempts, I think the condition for F is fulfilled. So that is one of the cases. I hope you have understood that. Other case is this, that when a 2 appears, then I can have anything at these 3 places, because when 2 appears exactly once, I am still fulfilling the criteria for F event to be happening, because 2 being prime, at least one prime has appeared in one throw. And in that case, for the rest of the 3 throws, it could be anything. It could be anything. But 2 should appear exactly once. 2 should appear exactly once as per the definition of event E. So these 3 places should have 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. First of all, are you understanding how am I defining E intersection F? If you are clear with me on this, can I move ahead from here? So this particular case, I hope you have made a great sense here. So probability of happening of this, or the understanding of this event, I hope there is only one case of this. E intersection F, what about this case? This is totally an acceptable case. So this is one of those cases. Plus, what about these cases? So I have a 2 fixed here. For these remaining 3 places, I can have how many choices? First of all, this 2 could appear either here or here or here or here. So out of 4, one place, one throw I need to choose. Well, that can be done in 4C1 ways. That is of course nothing but what? 4 into Now please pay attention. This place can be filled in 5 ways. This place can be filled in 5 ways. This place can also be filled in 5 ways. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. Which means I have 5 cube choices. Whole divided by what? Whole divided by total number of possibilities, E intersection F. So what is there in E intersection F? The total probability is what? Anything could happen. 4 throws are there. A dice is thrown. So that is clearly nothing but what? That is clearly nothing but what? I hope you all clear. I hope you all are clearly understanding. 6 to the power 4. 6 choices here, 6 choices here, 6 choices here, 6 choices here. So it gives me 6 to the power 4 here. Tell me honestly, did you get that? Did you understand this whole part? How did I write it? Or conjunction was used, hence I used addition. So I've tried giving you the complete clarity. This upon this. Why did we do it? Have you been able to understand this whole approach? Can I now move ahead from here? Just give me a second. I need to switch to my screen. I hope it's properly visible. Great, 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 great. That's great. That's great, great, great. Good to hear it. Good to hear it from you all. I wasn't seeing the screen. A lot of comments have appeared. Great. It's love to see you all. Now, coming back to the discussion we all were having. Did you understand this whole approach? Now, I think the solving part is really simple. You all can solve this particular expression and mark the correct option. But did you all get this approach? From here, numerically, you all can do it. But how did I write the numerator? How did I crack the denominator? Are you all able to understand this? Can I move ahead from here? Let's solve the next question then. Here comes the next question. Again, somewhere between easy to moderate, but yes, calculation is involved. That's why, or that's where I may call it a moderate one. I may call it a moderate one. Why? A and B are two non-singular. Means what? Their determinants are non-zero. Great. Matrices of order 2. That's the best thing they did because calculation may get reduced. With that, they are introducing this equation where B happens to be this, trace of A is this, and they are asking you the value of determinant of A. Great. Now, first of all, let's try and crack this. 9 A square B minus 6 AB plus B is equal to 9 times B minus, what is B? B is this, so 3011 minus this. So 3 minus 2 is 1. 0 minus minus 3 is, I think, plus 3. Correct me if I'm wrong. 1 minus 2 is minus 1. And 1 minus 1 is 0. So this is what we have received. Any confusions on that? Can I move ahead from here? What are we trying to crack here is A, determinant of A. From here, the problem is this B, but B is there as a post multiplication. I hope post factor is B. So if I multiply both these sides by B inverse, I think I would be able to get something really interesting. And cracking B inverse would not be a difficult task. Are you understanding what I'm suggesting here? So with that, if I multiply both these sides by B inverse, post multiplication, so it will give me 9A square. B inverse makes it I, which is identity matrix. That's 6A plus, of course, I is equal to 9 times 1, 3 minus 1, 0 times B inverse. Now my job is left to cracking B inverse, because once I crack B inverse, I think I'll be in a better position to solve it. But trust me, we need not crack B inverse. Sir, why are you saying so? Because while I was post multiplying it by B, I could see something really interesting here. By using the basic idea here, I'll say that this I can write as 3A whole square minus 2 into 3A into, of course, I plus I square. That identity can be brought here because one of the matrices is I, identity matrix. That's where I can write it as A minus B whole square. Although A minus B whole square for matrices is not A square plus B square minus 2AB. But here, one of the matrices is identity matrix. That's why I can write it like this. Are you understanding the fact here? So here, I am now willing to write it as A minus B whole square, which is 3A minus I whole square. Sir, why did you do it? Why did you do it? I'll give you the answer in the next step. This is what I've done. Now, when you do so, I am taking its determinant on both sides. So if you take its determinant on both sides, you got to take the determinant on the right hand side as well. So here, determinant can be splitted between matrices if the product is being done. But if a scalar is there, it comes out with the power n. I hope you remember these property. All I'm saying is that if a is there, you write it as k to the power n times determinant of a. The very basic idea I'm trying to give you. So with that, I am trying to suggest you a very basic funda here. When you take the whole determinant here, let me write the determinant step here only so that you understand it more clearly. The determinant of this matrix can be taken individually into determinant of B inverse can be taken individually into 9 being scalar should be raised to the power 2 because they are of order 2. So 2 by 2 into 2 by 2 will give me a 2 by 2. So 9 will come out as 9 to the power 2. I hope you're understanding it. So when 9 comes out, it becomes 81, 9 to the power 2. Determinant of this, determinant of what? Determinant of 1, 3, 1, 3 minus 1, 0 times determinant of B inverse. We know determinant of B inverse is 1 upon determinant of B. So that I can write as 1 upon determinant of B. So that's why I said you need not work on B inverse. You may get it more easily. With that, when I move ahead, what do we see next? Please pay attention. This is 3a minus I whole square. I keep it as it is on the left hand side. So determinant of 3a minus I whole square. So either you square later and then take determinant, or take determinant first and then do square later. Both are same. It does not impact us. So I can do the square later. I'm taking the determinant first. I hope you remember that. From here, it gives me 81. Determinant of B, can you help me with that? Yes, we can. 3 minus 0. 3 minus 0 is nothing but what? 3. So determinant of B is 3. Times determinant of this. What is this? This is 1. Sorry, this is 0 minus minus 3. So that's 3 again. Did you get that? 0 minus minus 3. So that's 3. So this gets cancelled. So first of all, we all are able to crack that 3a minus I, its determinant is going to be plus minus 9. Because of course it is 81. It should be plus minus 9. So what is the advantage of this information? How or what are you trying to deduce from here? All I'll say is that here, I'll say I am given trace of A is 10 by 3. I'll use this data. Determinant of A is what I need to figure out. Let's try and crack this. Let's assume that matrix A is given by W, X, Y, Z, right? Where I know that trace of A, which means W plus Z, is 10 by 3. Now, if I put that data here, this is going to be 3a minus I. So if this is A, 3a is going to be 3, 3, 3, 3. Now, if I wish to write 3a minus I, this minus 1, this minus 1. So 3a minus I will be 3w minus 1. Then you have 3x. Then you have 3y. And then you have 3z minus 1. This determinant is equal to plus minus 9. Sir, do you not think that it will be very cumbersome, very lengthy? Let's do it. Then we'll decide. But otherwise, I don't think any other job we have, any other thing we can do. Are you thinking that, sir, let's find a square, then b, then they? If you put those values there, that will again make it look like this only. So you got to do something. Let's try and follow this approach here. So I'll find its determinant. How will you find its determinant? By simply expansion. So 3w minus 1, 3z minus 1. So it gives me 9wz. 9wz. This gives me minus 3w. This gives me minus 3z plus 1, of course. I hope I have written the data correctly. 9wz minus 3w minus 3z plus 1. Minus 9xy. Minus 9xy, that we have received as plus minus 9. Now, one data we have cracked, w plus z is 10 by 3. We did crack w plus z is 10 by 3. So if I multiply both these sides by minus 3, I think if I multiply both these sides by minus 3, it will be minus 10. So this 3w and 3z, minus 3w and minus 3z will be minus 10. So where do I write it? Can I write it on the next page? Don't forget the data. 9wz, 9xy. So 9wz minus 9xy, that is what I'm writing together. 9wz, 9xy. 3w, 3z, minus 3w, minus 3z. I'm replacing by minus 10. Minus 10 plus 1 is minus 9. So that's minus 9 is equal to plus minus 9. Now, one thing I can do is I can take 9 common from here. So when you cancel all these 9s, you will be left with wz minus xy. Minus 1 I push there. So it should be plus minus 1. It should be plus minus 1 plus 1. So with plus 1 plus 1, it will be plus 2. With the plus 1 minus 1, it will be 0. I hope you have understood this. I have performed 2 steps together. I have taken 9 common from here and then I have pushed this 9 there. So it was plus minus 1 plus 1. So 2 comma either 2 or 0. So wz minus xy. If I talk about A was w, x, y, z. So determinant of A, would you not say, was wz minus xy? So I think we have cracked our answer. We indeed have cracked our answer, wz minus xy. But we were told that they were non-singular, which means determinant of A should not be 0. So if determinant of A cannot be 0, the answer should be plus 2, which we are given in option B. Did you all understand this whole approach? This again was a moderate, not a tough question. If you could do all this, you would say yes, indeed it was a very decent and moderate question if you know these basics and if you know these fundae and formulae. With that, let's move towards the next question. It says, or it asks, the term which is independent of x in the expansion of this. Something which you can do within seconds, a very simple question. It gives me 1 plus x to the power n, which is perfectly fine. This is again x plus 1 to the power n in the numerator divided by x to the power n. So when you look at the denominator, it is 1 plus x to the power 2n upon x to the power n. So in the expansion of this, Piyush is saying, sir, JEE Mains 46 marks, 68 marks क्या धीरे धीरे बढ़ेंगे और 12th टेस्ट में क्या 160 तक पहुंच सकता हूं? Yes, Piyush, I am getting your concern. JEE Mains 46 marks, mock test 168 marks. I hope you are understanding, Piyush, that we are trying to take you from scratch. In the previous question also, I have tried giving you the whole idea. Although you may call it the analysis, you may call it a discussion, but we are still keeping or ensuring that you learn the concepts. So we are following a very basic philosophy that you learn with these solutions or discussions. So if you are getting 68 marks, perfect, great. The best thing is that you're trying. And what matters at the end of the day is that you try. That you try. Simple. I hope you have understood or read this line. Karmande vadi karaste. The karma is in your hand. So you are trying, you're doing your job. That's fine. The rest will be handled. Whether it will be 160 plus or not, that I cannot answer. But if you are trying, if you're regularly attempting the mocks with utmost sincerity, you're watching these analysis, you're watching the one shots which we are releasing, and you're revising the notes. And of course, practicing either the DPPs or the PYQs, whatever you feel like. But it should be either the DPPs or PYQs. Then of course, something better will happen. I can ensure or assure you of that. Great, Piyush. We are great or glad that we are able to help you guys out there. With that, I hope this particular question was very easily understandable. In this question, we are interested in finding the independent term. So when we are interested in the term which is independent of x, all I need a term from the numerator which is having x to the power n, because that term with this x to the power n will get cancelled and I'll be left with x to the power 0, because the other terms will have either the positive index of x or negative index of x, so that there will be only one term. So from here, from the numerator, if I'm trying to figure out the term which is the term in x to the power n, so here I know the expansion 2n cn x to the power n, and that when divided by the denominator x, although there will be more terms before and after this, but this term right there 2n cn x to the power n divided by x to the power n, although all other terms are also divided by x to the power n because x to the power n is there in the denominator, but they'll have either x to the power n as positive, n as positive, or n as negative because of the division, but this term will have n as 0. Did you get my point? So there will be a term 2n cn which will be completely free of x. Can I move ahead from here? The next question. It says, if 3 equations are consistent, we have now moved towards integer type questions. 5 more questions are left. Focus on this now. 3 equations are consistent. Now, when it says consistent, this is equal to this equal to this, and this is equal to this, then a to the power 4 is equal to, then a to the power 4 is equal to. Now, if it is consistent, what can I conclude? Can I not say that, sir, here, for its consistency, I am seeing A basically is an arbitrary constant here. So can I say that delta should be 0? If I put delta to be 0, I'll see the consistent solution. Because now I am clearly seeing the possibility is, the problem is x and y are there, but a constant term is also there, right? So I of course cannot solve it because A is something which cannot be figured out right now. But that's exactly which we are trying to figure out. So I cannot go for the idea of unique solution. If I go for the idea of unique solution, I'll say delta is not equal to 0. So if delta is not equal to 0, I wouldn't get anything at all. So that is something which we are skipping. We are thinking of having consistency here. So that consistency can be brought with delta 0. When delta is 0, the two possibilities are there, infinite solutions or no solutions. So I'm not going ahead with the no solution case. I'm going ahead with the infinite solution. So I'm putting delta as 0. First of all, are you all there with me so far? When I say the delta should be 0, so that equations are called to be or said to be consistent. Infinite solutions case I'm considering here. So with that, what do we have? I'll say x1, x2, constant term. I hope you are understanding. A1, A2, A3, B1, B2, B3, C1, C2, C3. That determinant should be 0. With that, if I say that this will be A plus 1 cube, this will be A plus 2 cube, and this constant term will be A plus 3 cube. Then you'll have A plus 1 from here. Then you'll have A plus 2 from here. And then you'll have A plus 3 from here. The next term will be 1, 1, 1. So it will be 1, 1, and 1. And this determinant should be 0 in order to ensure the consistency. First of all, to keep the solution simple, can I say that, sir, let's assume A plus 1 as x, y, z are already there, right? So let's assume A plus 1 as u and A plus 2 as v. I'm just trying to show you something very interesting here. And A plus 3 as w. Why am I saying so? Because in that case, this determinant clearly becomes this u cube, v cube, w cube. Then this is u, v, w. And this is 1, 1, 1. Have you not learned these cyclic determinants, the expansions? When you watch the second or third one shot, I think it was based on determinants chapter, there we learned some standard expansions. I showed you a lot of standard determinants whose expansions you should learn and memorize in order to save the time in the real examination hall. Of course, you can expand it, get the answer, but try to save some time. Learn the expansion directly. And if you know the expansion of this particular standard cyclic determinant, the expansion is u minus v into v minus w into w minus u times u plus v plus w, and that we are given as 0 in order to ensure the consistency. Everyone with me on this? From here, what is u minus v? What is u minus v? So I'll say u minus v will be a plus 1 minus a plus 2 minus a, 1 minus 2 is minus 1 into v minus w. So this minus this, so a gets cancelled by a, 2 minus 3 is again minus 1 into, of course they are going to be constant, so they'll vanish. So that's not my matter of concern, but still if you're confused, I'll write this data w minus u. I'll show that it is not 0. I'm trying to show you that. So w minus u, so a plus 3 minus a minus 1, that's 2, times u plus v plus w. So a plus 1 plus a plus 2 plus a plus 3. So 3a plus 6. I hope you are seeing it very clearly. So 3a plus 6 is what we attained is equal to 0. So this being constant vanish, 3a plus 6 is there. So a becomes minus 6 by 3. That's minus 2. So you have gotten a as minus 2. And from there, you can write a to the power 4. Was it really a tough question? Was it a difficult question? Have you not understood it simply? Let's try and solve the next question. What do we see next here? Of course, if I talk about the previous question here, it was easy, but you may call it moderate because of its length and this concept of cyclicity. If I talk about this question, as I have been constantly mentioning, if the chapter is simple and easy, everybody loves sequence and series. We all like enjoying solving questions based on that chapter. But if the chapter is simple and easy, if it is appreciated and loved by everyone, I will ensure that the questions are not loved by everyone and they'll give you tougher or moderate or difficult questions. So yes, it is easy. Trust me, it is easy. But they have made it moderate by introducing some calculation. What can they do? If the chapter is simple, if the concepts are easy, if the concepts are learnt and mastered by you a lot many times, they'll make it tougher by introducing calculation. How do we solve this particular one? Let's learn the idea for that. I'll say that these are the numbers are in AP. First term is given as 15 and A2 is an integer. When somebody says A1 is 15, A2 is an integer, so the common difference will also be an integral value. That common sense should be there. R1 to 10 summation AR square is 1185. So what is AR square? So it will be A1 square. A1 I'm taking as A to avoid confusion. I'm taking it as A, right? Common difference I'm considering as D. So the common difference here is I'm taking as D. So first term is A, which is A square. Then you are having A plus D square. Then you are having A plus 2D square and so on until what? The 10th term, which is A plus 9D. Mind you, it should not be 10D. And this summation is given as 1185. Everyone with me on this? I hope there is no confusion on that. With that, if wish to rewrite this whole expression, how will I simplify this? A square, A square, A square, A square. How many A squares will be there? Sir, there will be total 10 A squares. I hope you're understanding there are total 10 A. First, second, third. So this will be 10th. So there will be 10 A squares. A we already know is 15. That calculation part I'm skipping here. With that, I'll be seeing D square, 2D square, 3D whole square. So I'll be saying that D square can be taken common. I'll be left with 1 square plus 2 square until what? Until 9 square. So A square plus B square. Now 2AB part comes into picture. 2AB means what? A square plus B square plus 2AB, that is 2AD. So 2AD is there. Then what will I get from the next term? 4AD. I hope you're understanding it. What will I get from the next term? I hope you must have cracked it. The next term will have A plus 3D whole square. So 2 into A into 3D, that is 6AD if you are not able to crack the pattern. And the last term in that series will be, I hope you're understanding, 9AD, 9 into A into D into 2, that is 18AD. This whole expression is given as 1185. Now all I'm trying to make you understand is, can you see some pattern here? If you take 2AD common, it will be 1 plus 2 plus 3 until 9. That's what I was trying to suggest you, that it is nothing but what? 2AD common, and it is 1 plus 2 plus 3 until 9, and that we are given as 1185. Now I think you all are intelligent enough to solve this question within seconds. Why? We know A is 15, so that will be 10 into 15 square. 15 square is 225. I hope you can do it. Then D is not we are aware of. D is what we are not aware of. So 1 square, 2 square, and first, the square of first n natural numbers, the sum of squares of first n natural numbers, that is given by n, that is 9, into n plus 1, that is 10, into 2n plus 1. So 9 into 2, 18, plus 1 is 19, divided by 6, plus 2AD. So A is 15. 15 into 2 is 30D. Sum of first 9 natural numbers, n plus 1 by 2. So that's 9 into 10 by 2, which turns out to be 1185. Now, this will be a quadratic in D, which I'm not solving. I'll write the direct answer or the value of D from here. So I am writing or seeing the solution from here, basically to figure out the value of D, because I'm skipping this entire calculation to save some time. So with that, when you find the value of D, you get two values of D. One as a fraction and other as -1. So of course it cannot be fractional because the common difference is integer. So with that, D's value -1 should be accepted after solving this quadratic. That solution part I'm skipping because we all know how to solve a quadratic. So D we have received as -1, but the question is not solved yet. The question has its own second part. The second part is we need to figure out Nn for which Sn is greater than or equal to Sn minus 1. We need to figure out the maximum value of n in that manner. And then we need to answer n minus 10. Okay, we'll do all of that, but let me begin my discussion on this. Sn should be greater than Sn minus 1. So we need to say that Sn should be greater than or equal to Sn minus 1. I hope this is exactly what we are interested in. Yes. So what is Sn, sir? It is n by 2, 2a plus n minus 1 into d. But this should be greater than or equal to n minus 1 by 2 times whole of 2a plus n minus 1 minus 1, that is n minus 2 into d. Now I'll substitute the values of a and d. I'll be left with one equation in one variable. That's what? N. And I think I'll be able to solve that inequation and get the answer. So that is what we are now left with. So here n by 2 stays. I think this 2 and this 2 can be cancelled. So here I'm left with n. 2a is going to be 30 because a is 15, I believe so. Yes. 30 plus n minus 1 into -1. So I will introduce that minus over here, or rather I got to multiplied by that. I'll do it later. So with that, this will be giving me n minus 1. That is again 30. Plus, you're again having d as minus 1. So it is n minus 2. Everyone understood this comfortably. This part, I hope there is no confusion on that. From here, I hope solving this equation is a simple and easy task. It is going to be n times 30 minus n minus minus 1. So that's plus 1. So it should be 31 minus n should be greater than or equal to n minus 1. And that should be 30 minus minus 2. That's 32 minus n. So I hope there is no confusion on this. Now, how do we solve this? 31n minus n square greater than or equal to 32n. That's minus n square minus 32 plus n. Did you all get that? From here, n square and n square are cancelled. What are we now left with? I'll take this n. So 32 plus 33 minus 1 is how much? 2, I think. And this 32 brought here, that makes it 32. So n should be less than equal to 16. When n is said to be less than equal to 16, the maximum value of n is 16. We are asked 16 minus 10, that's 6, which should be your final answer. Did you all understand this solution completely and comfortably? Can I go ahead from here? The next part, when I solve further from here, would be the next question, of course. Yes. So this is a question based on PNC. I would still classify it as an easy question, a completely doable question. The question paper consists of two sections, A and B. Great. So it contains two sections, A and B, containing 6 and 5 questions. So section A has 6 questions. Section B has 5 questions. Great. With PNC questions, write the data so that you don't get confused. Now, in how many ways can a candidate can answer 7 questions? Total 7 questions are to be answered if he is required to select at least 3 questions from A. So I'll make cases 3 from here A, then I need to take 4 from B. Or if I take 4 from A, then to make it 7, I need to take 3 from B. Or if I take 5 from A, then I got to take 2 from B. I hope we are going great. That's the case. Or means what? Or the third case is if I take 6 from A, then I got to take 1 from B. Of course, there will be no other case because I cannot have more than 6 questions from A. And I think you know how to do this calculation very simply and very easily. You would say out of 6, 3 can be chosen in 6C3, and out of 5, 4 can be chosen in 5C4. Or means addition, which means now 4 out of 6, 6C4 into 5C3. I hope you are comfortably understanding it. Or 6C5 into, of course, 5C2. I hope you all are understanding the pattern here. Then 6C6 into what? 5C1. So I hope you all can crack this question very easily. Decent, a sorted, a very structured question. You must have cracked this question in the first pass. Nothing tough or huge difficult was there. This chapter is a bonus chapter. This chapter, statistics, should be called a bonus chapter because the difficulty level which you see in 12th standard, the same level of difficulty is asked by IIT JEE as well. No experimentation is done on this chapter. Even in January attempt as well, we have seen in 2026 as well. Standard, decent, direct questions, formula-based questions are asked. So learn the basic 4 to 5 to 6 formulae are there. Even before your April attempt, we would have released all the one-shots. I'm going to record the last chapter, statistics, as well very soon. Second last chapter, possibly. The third last, actually. Yes, it is the second last. So that I'll record as per my planner. And there you will see the decent and standard formulae. Great, Adit. I'm glad that you are still there. So with the decent formulae, you can crack questions of stats. How? The mean of 5 observations is 4. So if those 5 observations are, let's say, A, B, C, D, E, already 3 are there. So I'll say 1 plus 2 plus 6. Remaining 2, let's call them A and B. So mean means what? Divided by 5. That we are told 4. So you got an equation in A and B. I hope you all are able to understand. 5 plus 5 into 4, 20. 20 minus what? 8 plus 1, 9. 20 minus 9 is how much? 11. So that's one equation in A and B. Their variance, I hope you remember, the variance is given by summation x square by n minus summation x by n, the mean square. That's your variance. So with that, you can crack this as well, which is going to be 5.2 should be equal to summation x square means what? 1 square, 1 plus 4 plus 36 plus a square plus b square divided by n. Observations are 5, right? 5 observations are there. Minus their mean. Mean. Where is mean? Mean is 4. So 4 square is 16. So this we are given as 5.2. Now can you not solve this question by yourself? Can you not solve this question by yourself? You will get an equation in a square and b square. I'll write that equation in a square and b square so that we can directly see the is. Just give me a second. I think the JEE Mains result are going to be out. Just check it. So can somebody who's watching this online live, can you tell me are the results out so that we can make the announcement? So when you solve this a square and b square, when you solve this entire expression, you'll get a square plus b square to be 65 as per my calculation. This calculation I'm skipping. All you got to do is bring this 16 here, then multiply it by 5, then from that subtract this, which is of course doable. So with that, this equation is there, this equation is there. Can you not help me with the final answer? You got to crack what? The sum of cubes of the remaining observations. So I got to figure out a cube plus b cube. Is it really a difficult task? So to crack a cube plus b cube, there are multiple methods. From here, you will say that, sir, a square plus b square can be written as a plus b whole square minus, of course, 2ab. That is equal to what? 65. So from here, I would be able to crack AB because A plus B is what we already know. So from here, A plus B I'll replace by 11. 65 I'll subtract, I'll divide it by 2 so that I'll have the value of AB. Now what is the point of cracking AB? Yes, Aditya, do it. If the result is announced, we need to make the announcement. So A cube plus B cube we all know is A plus B times whole of A square minus AB plus B square. So I hope you have A plus B. You have a square plus b square. You would have cracked AB. So you can crack a cube and b cube, the sum basically. You need not create the quadratic and then solve a for nb. Of course, you can do that. That is also not very time consuming. But these nuances, if you know, can be used and questions can be cracked with ease. With that, let's move towards the next question, the final question for the day. I would say that this was somewhere moderate. No question was hard as per my observation. This can still be called a moderate question. How and why and where? Let's have a look at that. So I'll say the idea is really simple in this question. Value of this expression when x approaches 0. So when x approaches 0, 0 to 0, so this whole expression becomes 0 upon 0. So this is clearly a 0 by 0 form. And the moment we see 0 by 0 form, what do we think of? We think of L'Hopital rule. You remember that? So with no, sir, it is not visible in JEE Main side, only provisional answer gives it. Okay, so that must have been not fiction. The answer is 405. That's good, Vishwas. That's great. I'm glad you answered it. Brilliant. Perfect. So I'm glad some of you are still there watching it attentively and consistently. That's brilliant. Keep responding. Vishwas, why do you hide your responses? I have seen it previously as well. You wrote a comment and then you deleted it. No worries. Coming back to the discussion here. So I'm going to use L'Hopital. But when you try to differentiate a definite integration, Newton-Leibniz rule comes into picture. So that will make it a little complicated, but I'll try to keep it simple. How? By using this. I will not introduce this particular expression. I'll call it a function in t. So let me introduce or write it as ft so that complexity is avoided. So my question now looks like here, limit x approaching 0. Of course, denominator needs to be differentiated, numerator needs to be differentiated. So when denominator is what? X to the power 2022. So when you differentiate it, 2022 x to the power 2021. No worries on that. Now, Newton-Leibniz rule says differentiate this. So differentiate the upper limit. So that's 2022 x to the power 2021 times. In this expression, in place of t, pass the upper limit. So this is basically a function in t. Function in t, so in place of t, the upper limit should be passed. So it should be f of x to the power 2022. So I'm not writing the entire expression deliberately to save some time. With that, from this subtract the derivative of the lower limit. Derivative of lower limit means what? 2023 times x to the power 2022 times. In this function, pass the lower limit. So it will be f of x to the power 2023. Let me check, have I written it correctly or not? Yes. So with that, this division gets extended here like this. Now, the next part. The next part is x to the power 2021, x to the power 2021, x to the power 2021 gets cancelled. So when you cancel out this part, this gets cancelled here. This basically also vanishes. And this basically leaves you with a power 1. This is what I'm left with. I'm splitting this with this and this with this. I haven't applied the limit so far, right? Pay attention to this information here. So when you now try and solve this particular part, what do we see? 2022 upon 2022 leaves you with 1. So it is now limit x approaching 0, f of x to the power 2022 minus 2023 times x times f of x to the power 2020. I'm trying to keep it as simple, as sorted as I can so that the understanding remains simple from here. The next part is very interesting. I got to push this limit 0 here in this, where x is where t is x to the power 2022. So I'll solve this part first and then I'll solve this part first, because algebraically between addition and subtraction, this limit can be distributed over here like this. So I'll push this limit here first of all. So f of x to the power 2022, how will it look like? Let me write that. So 1 plus t. 1 plus t means what? 1 plus x to the power 2022, right? To the power 1 by 2021. 1 by 2021 minus 1 divided by t. What was t? T was x to the power 2022. T was x to the power 2022. This is our first part. I'm solving this part only. I'm solving only this part. I'm not solving this part right now. Now pay attention to this. When I solve this particular part, I can still see when you put limit x approaching 0, when x approaches 0, this becomes 0, 1 to the power anything is 1, 1 minus 1 is 0 upon 0. So again, I have seen 0 by 0 form. So again, I'm, lured to apply L'Hopital. So when you apply L'Hopital now, please pay attention to this part. Chain rule is what I'll be using. So differentiation of numerator. So that will be 1 upon 2021 into this expression, which is 1 plus x to the power 2022 should be raised to the power this n minus 1. So 1 by 2021 minus 1, although you could have used some standard forms as well, expansions as well, but I think L'Hopital will make complete sense here. The derivative of 1 is 0. But as per the chain rule, I got to use one more thing here, which is 2022, which is 2022, the derivative of this. So 1 is becoming 0, 2022, x to the power 2021. Are you understanding this comfortably? Whole divided by this denominator's derivative 2022 x to the power 2021, where limit x approaches 0 is being applied. Now let me see what better version of this I have brought here into consideration. So this gets cancelled. Now when I replace or substitute x by 0, this becomes 0. So 1 to the power anything is 1 basically. This is 2022. So this and this are also cancelled. I did not see this. So here I am now left with, am I now left with this only? 1 upon 2021. So yes, I am now left with 1 upon 2021. Now what am I suggesting here? What am I suggesting here? I'm skipping just this part where when you apply L'Hopital on this, this will also become a 0 by 0 form. So when you apply L'Hopital on this, this will approach 0 because this will be something constant into 0 will be 0. Although you can see it by yourself, this entire expression will be approaching 0 when x approaches 0. The same thing will happen with that part as well, which you can do by yourself. So this will be 0. This is approaching what? This is approaching 1 by 2021. So my answer is going to be 1 by 2021. So lambda we have attained as 2021. So if we have cracked the lambda, we are asked the total number of positive divisors of lambda. So lambda is 2021. So if I factorize it, you can factorize it, and there you can write its positive divisors, which is definitely not a tough task. Can I conclude the session from here? With that, I hope you have gotten a decent clarity. If I could give you my verdict on mock 2, this was again a very simple. Up to an extent, 4 to 5 questions were moderate, but nothing hard or difficult was there. But what can come next, we all don't know. So with that, let's meet in the next mock. It's analysis. And I'm wishing you all the very best. Apply this technique of selecting the questions, reject the questions, passing, taking the passes, first pass, second pass, and third pass. With that, Let's meet in the next video. Thank you so much. You have been a great audience.